Good numbing. Hello, YouTube. We're back. It's more Genshin, and this is exciting. It's very exciting because I've been waiting for like 2 years. Arlecchino came out today. Oh, hey, one man. And I think I picked the best place to go to. This where we are is the very building that Arlecchino destroyed, killing her mother to gain her freedom as an act of revenge against being forced to kill Clervy. So it's like, what better place to go to than the place where Arlecchino fought Crukabena to roll for her? I have 337 rolls. Yeah, fair enough. We'll worry about the rest later. We're going to be spending most of the stream exploring this new area. I know that the new area is actually not that big on the surface. It goes underground. Also, they've changed the map layout with this to like kind of clean it up, which makes sense because they're going to add more regions and more side areas. Eventually, it's going to get real cluttered over here, so cleaning it up makes loads of sense. And obviously at some point we're going to do Arlecchino's story quest and Cynos. I noticed when I went to bring up this, Cynos isn't here yet. So I imagine you have to beat Arlecchino's to get it, but that also is like, what? Yeah, it just seems so, like, wild. There's a banner of extra drip to it. Oh, it has a flair to it, that's for sure. I find it, like, funny that the 4 stars, like, Lynette, yeah, that makes sense. That's one of the children of the Hearth. Fremine, yeah, that also makes sense. One of the children of the Hearth. Fucking Zhangling? What? What are you doing here? So we'll be rolling for her, and then I'll be trying to get the weapon, the Crimson Moon Semblance. And then after we get, like, Father and Father's weapon, I'll spend the rest of my rolls just trying to get as many extras as I can. But, let's go. I am, like, super far off pity, so it might take a minute. And I also don't have a 50-50, so if we get unlucky, we might burn a lot of rolls here. Oh shit, alright, 30 is not that bad. Am I going to win this 50-50, or am I going to, like, murder someone? Hello, Lynette. Where's your dad? Father? Fucking... That's not dad! God damn you! He wants to be JoJo Princess, and don't we all? Yeah, right? You're kicking before me. Yeah, I don't want her, you can have her. Okay, there we go. We know this has to be Father. We are actually pretty lucky, I'd say. Even though we lost the 50-50. I mean, we got pretty lucky there, because that wasn't too many rolls after.
I am the knave, Arlecchino, 4th of the Fatui Harbingers. The children of the House of the Hearth call me Father. I do hope our partnership proves to be a pleasant one, although I would imagine that should be fairly easy. After all, there's no cause for contention between us at the moment. Wouldn't you agree?
What? I don't know if I forgot or just didn't or hadn't experienced it, but I didn't realize when you get new 5 stars they talk to you. That genuinely caught me off guard. Fucking screenshot that. That's a hell yeah. I'm amazed we got that so early. Alright, now the real hurdle. It's like, yeah, right? That's the first time I've heard it, I think. Unless I'm misremembering. Alright, now we gotta do the really annoying one. Try and get the fucking weapon. Can I get lucky the weapon, please, as well? For those who don't know, I have a necklace, which is Arlecchino's crest. And I'm wearing it right now and holding onto it for dear life. to get good luck with these. No, let's pause though. Yeah, it's actually like stabbing my hand. I'm giving blood for my father here. Oh, come on. It's gonna, like, proper stick me up now with the weapon, isn't it? I got really lucky with the character, now it's gonna brutalize me, the weapon. Oh. And what's worse is the reason why I say weapons are the cons is because if you don't... Oh, okay, here we go. Is that if I don't get the 50-50, it's just tough shit. Don't give me the Twink's bow, I'm begging you. Yes! Okay, that is not the fucking spear I want! I saw the spear and got excited for a split second there. That's fucking Zhao's spear, you fuckers. I saw the spear and got excited for a split second, and then it wasn't the spear I wanted. Oh, it's just gonna, like, eat all my rolls, I can already feel it. Come on. Alright, round 2. For the love of God. Please. I forgot. It's gonna be the last fucking one, I can already feel it. Hey! Now we got it. I didn't want to celebrate too soon that time. It was the very last one in the batch. Oof. Right, now let's see how many extras we can get. If any. I want to at least get the C1 for Arlecchino right now. Well, we'll find out if we're going to get it, because that boosts her resistance. Go clip the voice line? Oh, I will. It'll be easy to find it, if you can believe it. It's like the first thing in the stream. Fuck off! Leave me alone, woman! Holding my wife. You could have her! King just really wants to be in it with the House of the Hearth. I get it. I'm down bad too. But come on, she's my... I just want the C1 because Arlecchino gets stun resistance. So she can't get hit out of combos. Alright, at least we know this is a guaranteed. Hey, father. Oh, I was like, maybe if I'm lucky, I'll get like 2. I can't believe I lost 2 fucking 50-50s in a row. Come on. How many of these have I got extra? Oh, another 33, damn. That's another 40 rolls total, damn. I can't even fully build Arlecchino yet because the boss you need to fight for her is part of this update, so I need to go unlock it. The weekly boss material she needs is the weekly boss that came out with this update, so I need to go do Arlecchino's story to get it. And, that's it then. The resource I need that, like, you can be picked up is from the new area. Now, I'll hold off for now. Let me say hi to my father figure. Oh, let me just do that. Well, what's best to go back too much? Hey, you. I have you C6, bruh. Oh, I got a kooky constellation in there? Oh, I missed... I pressed circle too many times again. Oh, I got my first Chev Rooster in that as well. I didn't even realise. I didn't... Hey, Chev. Look after the staff, I guess. I didn't even realise I didn't have... I didn't realise I didn't have Chev. For some reason I thought I had her. I'll worry about you later. You're not what's important here. Let me... Sorry, my queen. Let me take that terrible weapon away from you and give you your weapon. Oh, whoops. Oh, I can check the voice lines in a second. Yeah, see, then we need the new boss, Fragmented Gold Melody. We got all the other resources, though, so we're fine when it comes to that. And I think it's the same deal with the weapon. We need a resource. Yeah, the Ruined Hill is from the new area. I don't have an artifact set to give her yet. Because it's another, hey, the new thing. Okay, so she just says her hello line. Because I'm reading it now, that's what she said when you roll her.
Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see.
Ooh.
What could the children be up to?
This report, go on. You have my undivided attention. Oh, that's scary.
Please.
Fear not, was a little thunder when even lightning wouldn't dare strike our path. Oh, so she's not afraid of the Raiden Shogun. Cool. Flames.
Good morning. Any plans for today?
If I return home at midday, I often find the children sprawled across the ground in the midst of sleep. A certain level of fatigue is common at this hour. Perhaps you too shall rest a bit before we head out. So the moon is like an eye gazing down in mortal pain, and we have merely grown accustomed to its scrutiny. Time to retire for the night? Oh, can't sleep, you say? Well, I'm afraid you have to figure something out yourself. I have a certain suspicion my solution won't be to your liking. What, did she just kill you? So clearly it's difficult. Oh, what did she say when, like, for like, my birthday? This memo states that today is your... Oh, I'll just let her read it.
This memo states that today is your birthday. Is that true? Birthdays should be lively occasions. It's always nice to have an excuse to set formal matters aside every now and then, whether it's for the purpose of celebrating yourself or others. Come, I've prepared a feast for you at the House of the Hearth. Let's not keep the children waiting.
About Arlecchino, cold blood, bruh. About us being a guest, about the vision. I'll do her quest, okay. About Linny, do the quest. About... Oh, she has something to say about Furina. About baby girl. Ooh, these are the ones I want to see. The Cerisa, Jester, the Captain, Dottore, Colabina. Oh, the Rooster as well, and Marionette, and Jesus, she has something to say about everyone. She has something to say about the Archon, the leader of the Harbingers, the one we're going to meet in Natlan, Dottore, Columbina, the one that everyone ships her with because because the Arlecchino and the Columbina are in Dell'Arts, which is like Italian opera, are always long lost lovers. The Rooster is like one of the few Harbingers that we know is pretty much not going to be playable because he's too small. He's like this in terms of height. He's like the smallest character in the game. Marionette is voiced by Deneen Melody, who is Rotti in Death End, and her whole thing is that she's kind of like evil Clara because she has like a giant robot protecting her at all times. Regreda is the businessman that handles all the taxings and debts and bankings in Snezhnaya. The fair lady was Signora, and we know about Child, and then all the level up stuff.
Transfixed, overruled, laid bare. This is where you fall. Witness my rise, everlasting as the moon! What greater pleasure is there than the unexpected? An impressive bounty.
Sorry, I'm kind of like fanning out a little bit.
Ah, something with which to commemorate this commendable. My turn. Wanted my full attention, did you?
Ooh!
Step back. New strategy. The hearth is now extinguished. I hear the children singing.
Oh, that's dark. Oh shit, that's a dark fucking death line.
This shall not be my fate. Pitiful. Go on.
Gosh, she has a real growl to a lot of her lines, isn't she?
No need to fret. I shall handle this. An insurmountable problem, I presume? This will be a productive partnership, I hope.
Oh, right, is this telling me, hey, you've got... Yeah, Arlecchino. Also, this was new, added with this update. Any world quests that you have finished now have an... Like, major world quest stories, I mean, now have an icon tied to them. So, like, for doing all the bullshit with those fuckers in Sumeru, you now can get that. You know, the one that takes you, like, 18 hours, and it's, like, the longest side quest in the game, and it, like, makes you want to rip your hair out? Yeah, that one. Doing all the stuff with Jet, you know, best girl. Jet and Benmen. And Marianne. Oh, all the pieces of the Fontaine quest line. That's the new one that just came out, which I think is Sumeru, which is part of the Sumeru stuff. Anyway, although I don't have her built, and so can't really use her much this stream. Ooh. Oh, she smirks. Ooh.
No need to fret. I shall handle this.
Oh. Gosh, she's so cool. Whoa! Whoa, that's a sick idol. She's like, she didn't see anything. There's that fucking scythe. Bruh. Whoa. Oh, a little show off. The charge attack is cool. The fact that she straightens her posture while still staring you down with a scythe. But now I have an alternate means of transport. When Yelan runs out of skill, I can just drop to Ali and just do this. She couldn't be more Castlevania if she tried, right? I love it. I can take that off now. Okay, doesn't look like she has a standard plunge attack. There are a couple characters that have unique plunge attacks. And then there's a character that straight up just doesn't fucking have one. Child, oh, you poor baby boy. And that's it. He does when he's in his normal form. The moment you bring out his sword, for some reason, he just can't charge attack. Damn. Holy shit, that cooldown. Look how long the cooldown is for her skill. Holy fuck. That's long. I know why it's like that. It's because when as you beat the shit out of enemies, it shrinks the cooldown quicker. So if you're super aggressive in combat, you get the cooldown back on it super quick. Which is why it's so long naturally. So then if you're just using it on a whim, or using it only on one enemy, you can only use it more often. Oh, I need to change her wing. Oh, you can't use it as often, sorry. Arlecchino's outfit. The ancient Bale Moon rises once more from dreams, casting a cold crimson candescence. Candescence? I have no idea what that is. That cocoons her completely. With this moonlight in her, as her witness, she shall drink deep the life's chalice until her jagged fate comes to an end. What wing can I give her? Thing is, when Natlan comes out, that one's not too bad. When Natlan comes out, I'll have a wing, because the Natlan wings will almost definitely be red. I'll give her that one for now. The snow wings. But yeah, the first constellation I got, when she's in Masquerade of Red Death, which I'll explain in a minute, the value of it is essentially doubled. Additionally, she has interruption resistance on all of her normal and charge attacks, so enemies can't interrupt her, but they can't hit her out of her attack. This one is crazy. This one, when I explain it all, you'll know why it's crazy. It makes it so as soon as you put blood debts, they become due. Which is just like, Jesus, that makes her so aggressive. Essentially, the way Arlecchino works is that when you use her skill, any enemy that's hit by it, enemy that's hit by this, I mean, gets hit with something called the Blood Debt Directive. From that point onwards, anytime anyone, regardless of whether it's Arlecchino or anyone else, hits them, they start building up a debt in blood. At any point, when Arlecchino does her charge attack, she claims the debt. Depending on how big the debt is, depends on how much she claims. When she claims, she puts a bond of life on herself. That bond of life means that she physically cannot heal. However, the bigger the bond of life, the more of a damage multiplier she gets. And if it goes beyond, I think it's 30% of her health, all of her standard attacks become pyro. So it's you know, like with Hu Tao, where I press R2 and then all of her attacks are pyro. It's the same sort of thing, but it doesn't have a time limit. It goes until until I end the blood debt, and you end the blood debt by using the burst. Arlecchino's burst will do one last surge of damage using the blood debt that's left, and then depending on how much blood debt is left when you use the burst, it will heal Arlecchino with it. So even though you can't heal when the blood debt is active, the burst will get rid of the blood debt and heal what was lost. And her self-healing scales off of attack. So you can just build her to be attack, 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 and not have to worry about defense or health or whatever. Because as long as, you know, your aggression's on point, when you press triangle and, like, end the blood debt on yourself, you will heal it back because it scales on your healing, on your attack as well. And if you want to know how I'm flying, if you hold down charge attack beyond the hit, because that's the charge attack, if I hold it down beyond the hit, then she flies. But I don't have her built yet, and I don't have her artifact set, so I can't really use you right now. So back to my little menace. What I will do, though, is follow. Because if you have a character on follow, they always sit at the top of your list, regardless of level. So now Arlecchino is going to be up here next to Shunyan. But I digress. I have spent the first 25 minutes just gushing about Arlecchino. The new story quest is there in Poisson, but that's not where we're going to go first. We have a new location to go explore. They put a warp point here for you, which is kind of wild. It's like, hey, you could just warp here. Like, it's fine, we get it. Like, what? What do you mean? Oh, no, fucking no, that was... That just went super French, the music. The world opens itself for those noble hearts. Wow, that's it, huh? All this map space for this tiny fucking island. Bruh. I think this side quest is the one we need to do to get access to the actual new part of the map. What? I just heard something fall. Oh, I heard something fall. It made me jump. It was my umbrella falling out of the shelf. Essentially, this side quest will lead us underground. Is this the new artifact set? It is. I do want to get this because I think it's... Yeah, this artifact set here, Fragment of Harmonic Whimsy, is Arlecchino's artifact set. So I need to actually work on that. I can't be the only one, right? This music is like the most French-sounding Fontaine track so far. There's a bunch of people out there. What are they doing? Let's go check it out. In a minute, Paimon. Look, this is like super fucking French. Like, this is stereotypically French. But we'll do a bit of exploring first. Is this still part of Fontaine? I mean, I'm going to assume so, but is it, you know what I mean? Like the rising edge of the water's here, and then there's this here. Oh, hey guys.
Gotcha. Shudder.
But I'm going to do also all the quests and whatnot. As for Arlecchino, I'm not done rolling with her. Obviously, I probably won't anymore. On like, I'm not going to do streams of me rolling her. But there's a lot of events and a lot of stuff over the next few weeks, so I will at least be able to get her to C2. I'm not as psychopathic as I was back with Raiden Shogun. Raiden Shogun, well, firstly, I got a lot luckier. I only lost 150-50 with Raiden Shogun, but I also had like 407 rolls. So the fact that I got her to C5 out of that alone was insane. And then getting her to C6 was just throughout the course of the event, like the next couple days afterwards. I knew I was never going to get that lucky again. Oh, right. There's more Hydrocalysis for me to collect. Right. I did notice that there's a gold trophy for maxing out the statue here, so that means there's more Hydrocalysis. Because there's 2 new trophies in this update, and it's max out the fountain and max out the statue. So, which also means this is the last main Fontaine map expansion. If you can get all the Hydrocalysis now, it's the last one. Which means we really are at the last hurrah of... I wonder if that's how you access the real new part of the map. We really are at the last true hurrah of... Fontaine. Next update, just cleaning up the characters that are missing. Oh, I can cheat these puzzles. I'll do it legit, but I've got Furina, so I can cheat them if I need to, because Furina can, You know what, fuck it, let me just get Furina out now. What's this? Light up the maps in the following areas. Fontaine, the Nostoi region. And then the other one is for the other region that we'll get to later. It's actually a nice track. Let me get... that's dark mode. I need you in light mode. There we go.
Ooh, what a pleasant surprise. Truly an extra slice of joy.
The only thing that's kind of tragic is that apparently, because of like Furina's moveset and whatnot, Arlecchino is a good, like... character to work alongside Furina, but Furina is not a good character to have with Arlecchino in terms of like team comps, and I'm like, oh, that's a shame. I think those, like, if they'd like altered Ollie a little bit, they could have made like a really sick combo there. But I think they would have been too unstoppable if they were a perfect synergy because of Arlecchino's blood debt.
Vengeance will be mine.
And the reason why is because Furina physically can't heal Arlecchino. Because of the blood debt shit. It's impossible for her to. Which is why I said, like, it works one way, because Furina gets the boost of health manipulation, which is what she's built around. But Arlecchino doesn't get anything from Furina, because Furina can't do anything for her.
Remove all obstacles.
I did see a clip already this morning of someone who's got Arlecchino at level 80 max talent, and I was like, well, not max talent, but as maxed as can be, and I was just like, how? She's been out an hour! People need to stop speedrunning new content. You get new content every 6 weeks, don't rush it. Oh, that said, though, I do want to... Hang on 1 second. I'll just max it out, fuck it. Do that. And then come back down here. Because I want to do the... I should have unlocked the domain before I walked away. That was my fault. But I want to do that domain to see if I get anything for Arlie. I haven't looked into what precisely you need substat-wise, but considering she scales on attack, I imagine it'll be pretty similar to a lot of Pyro unit, where you just kind of lean on attack, get Pyro boost, and then make sure your 5th piece has either crit rate or crit damage. Like the usual kind of run-of-the-mill, but as I haven't looked into it, I'll have to. I prefer building in Genshin to Star Rail, honestly. I know Star Rail has a lot more conveniences, but I prefer it in Genshin because Genshin has the ultimate convenience of the maxes are 4 set and there's 5 artifacts, so you can have an off piece. So you don't have to have everything be perfect from the set. You can have one piece not be perfect and worry about it later. Oh, the other new artifact set, for those wondering, is the Unfinished Reverie. After leaving combat for 3 seconds, damage dealt increases by 50%. In combat, if no burning opponents are nearby for longer than 6 seconds, this damage bonus will decrease by 10% per second until it reaches 0. When a burning opponent exists, it will increase by 10% instead until it reaches 50%. The effect still triggers if the equipping character is off-field. Okay, so this is a status-based artifact set. I don't know if it's going to be someone's signature or if it already is. I'm sure someone who pays more attention already knows. But essentially, this is, if opponent's burning, you get boosts. If no opponent is burning, you get nerfs. So be super into your burning. But this is the one I want, the Bond of Life. What enemies do we have? Okay, Shield Bros. It's only a first round though, because I can already see.
Busted. Quietly now. Beg for mercy. Shudder.
I am aware though that if I make Arlecchino go on my main team and she replaces Hu Tao... Oh, these are new enemies. Who the fuck are these guys? Praetorian Golems. An ancient golem infused with will that uses its resilient marble body in battle. Use methods suited for dealing with Geo. Oh, okay, so... Rocky guys. You have to break the rocks. These guys are kind of cool. They're tall as shit, but they look kind of cool.
Crush. Gotcha. Busted.
Oh, and when you break their guard, they fall to one knee. They're kind of... I don't want to be that guy, but they're kind of Dark Souls-y. Like, in terms of their design, how they look. They look like anime Dark Souls-y. Okay, that's just a HP piece. That's not great, looking at those substats already. I'll do a few rounds of this. If anyone's like, oh no, but you need it for other stuff, I have so much resin from playing this game for, well, since launch. It's fine. If I need to burn some resources to grind characters, I absolutely can. Okay, so you can still hurt these guys without, like, rock-breaking characters. That's basically what they're asking for. So, like, greatsword characters or Geo characters. You can still hurt them, it's just you can break their guard if you use a rock-breaking character. Which is what it's asking for. I think they're the enemies we have to beat for Arlie's resources. That's a little better. Energy recharge, HP, 5%. The energy recharge touch wood, won't be too much of a hassle because of Raiden Shogun. Because Raiden Shogun's whole gimmick is that she is the energy regen for everyone. Which is why she's been such an effective unit in my team, and why I almost always have a burst ready to go, regardless of the situation. It's because of Raiden Shogun. She is the reason why I always have a burst ready to go. And these guys are interesting though. I can't wait for me to hate them when they show up in the Spiral Abyss. Oh, speaking of, for those who are unaware, this is talking about 4.7 leaks, by the way. So if you don't want spoilers, sorry. They are updating the Spiral Abyss and how it works in the next update. The main Spiral Abyss is going to take a cue from Star Rail and allow you to borrow a character from someone on your friends list. I believe it's like the Genshin in-game friends list. So if you have a friend from a different region, you can't borrow their characters. It has to be someone from your your in-game friend list, which I know is kind of limiting, but it is the nature of servers. You can't borrow information from a different server, unfortunately. That's the goblets. That's the one we don't want it to be attack. We want that to be fire. I'll leave it at 3. I'll keep one more gem just in case I need something else later. But the other thing that is that there's going to be a second version of the Spiral Abyss. But the whole thing with a second version is that you can only use certain characters. And don't worry, if you don't have them, the game will let you use a trial version of them, like in events. But it will be like an alternate version of Spiral, where like the whole thing will be built around characters specifically instead of like whatever gimmick it is. And from the sounds of it, the entrance is the library in Mondstadt, Lisa's library, and I'm just like, what? Like, why?
Gotcha.
I would have thought it'd be like some other mystical island, but no, it's just yeah, they said it's just Lisa's library for some reason. It's like, all right, sure. Nope, nope, fuck. There we go. But 4.7 is going kind of wild with characters. It's got 4.7 is going to have 3 new characters. It's going to have Karan, it's going to have Sigewinne, and it's going to have Cephos. Cephos is a new face as well. Cephos is tied to Sino's new story quest in Sumeru, so we'll be doing that way later. My main focus for today, like usual, when there's like a big map update, the only time we didn't redo this was 4.4. But that's just because I was busy with other stuff, and it being another Leeway expansion, I was just like, oh, fucking whatever. You know, I was like, it is what it is. But I usually spend the first stream just exploring, and if I happen to do a story quest, then brilliant. If not, well, that's what tomorrow's for. Because we are going to do 2 streams of this, potentially. I say potentially, very likely. Because character story quests take forever nowadays. And there's 2 of them, so I doubt I'll get both of them done in one stream. And I say that 4.7 might end up being 2 streams as well, because of both Clorand and Sigewinne. Additionally, and I need to talk about it as well, we seemingly have a release date for Zenless Zone Zero, and I need to talk about how that's going to be handled when it comes out in terms of my stream schedule, especially with other Hoyoverse games, because once Zenless is out, there will be a new Hoyoverse update every 2 weeks without fail for one of their games, and that obviously, if I tried to keep on top of everything in all 3, I wouldn't get to stream much else, you know, like it would become very dominating on my schedule. Essentially, and if you've been, people who watch my Star Rail stuff already know this, but I'm going to be doing the same thing with Zenless that I do with Star Rail. When it's a major story beat, I will stream it. So like when Zenless drops, we'll also stream a bunch of it, and then when it will come up on the main story, I'll leave it. Any character quests and character events and whatnot that are just like side things, I won't stream. I'll just play them in my own time. So like once we're done with Zenless, I won't stream it again until the inevitable 2.0. Mufasa. Hello, Mufasa. Hope you're doing well. So that's kind of like just your heads up sort of thing. So it'll be the same as Star Rail, just in like Genshin is the one that I will always stream almost every update. The only one I won't is the 0.8 because it's just holiday update. So like that'll be the same this year. When 4.8 rolls around, I won't stream that, but I will stream every other update. But Star Rail, once Star Rail's Penacony story is done, I won't stream it again till 3.0. And with Zenless, once Zenless' story is done, once the game's out, I won't stream that again until the inevitable 2.0, just so then my schedule's still got more room to breathe. Because otherwise it'd be a little hectic. Because otherwise it would literally be, oh, Zenless update 2 weeks later, oh, Genshin update 2 weeks later, oh, Star Rail update 2 weeks later, oh, Zenless update, and I wouldn't get time, or as much time as I'd like, to do other things. But yeah, good, I'm glad. Anyway, let's try this side quest, because I want to get into the new area. Hey you, yes you belivering idiot. What are you doing dragging your feet for? Waiting for us to get old? Why in the blazes aren't all these boxes already on the ship? No, boss, it's just these boxes are way too heavy. If we lug them all up, I think the ship might... Might what? This is treasure here, treasure. You're gonna just leave profit on the ground like that? But if we load everything on board... I like how the subtitle for this guy is The Dude They Call Idiots. I'm screenshotting that because I'm going to zoom in on that and just be like, hey, look, it's me in a video game. But if we load everything on board, plus ourselves, I don't think the boat can haul all that weight. Ha, that's an easy one. If we just leave a couple of you on the island, we can bring all the treasure back now, can't we? Oh, a cunning plan, boss. Wait, I'm the one of the ones taking with you, right? I can speak English, right? I don't want to get captured by those golems. You've seen what happens to anyone they catch? Then stop yapping and start moving. If the Dark Lord's lackeys catch up, we're all done for. Dark Lord's lackeys? Are they putting on some kind of show? Wait, boss, there's people over there. Emmy, why don't we go ask them? Oi! Oi! You! Yeah, you. The big un and the tiny thing. What are you skulking over there for? Can't leave any witnesses. Eh? Emmy, what are you saying? Anyway, we should talk to them first. And also, for anyone that's just coming in, Father did come home. I got Arlecchino to C1 and I managed to get her weapon. I lost every 50-50. I got Cushing, then Arlie, then Cushing again, then Arlie. And then I got, like, the green lance before I got Arlie's weapon. Like, every 50-50 I could have lost, I lost. I was like, thanks, game. You fucks. And by the looks of you, you must be foreigners. And here I thought you were minions of the Dark Lord Remus. This is Emmy and Paimon's Paimon. And you're right, we're travellers. Oh, but who's this Dark Lord Remus you mentioned? Has he finished playing his part already? Ah, you don't even know who the Dark Lord is? Alright, I get it. I suppose it's up to me to educate you, oh ignorant outlanders. As you know, this was once a peaceful town. In those days, it was not yet named, Petrashaw. I think it's that's how you pronounce it, Petrashaw? We Fontanians lived here in peace and safety until the Golem armies of the Dark Lord Remus came, until the Fire Nation attacked. He was an awful tyrant, one who claimed to be the ruler of all waters. His forces had already obliterated countless towns and cities before arriving at ours. He took our lands, polluted the source of pure water, and even tried to use magic to tempt us. They raised high bell towers and fortresses, and the Dark Lord's fell melody enslaved our kin, but we, Fontanians free, rejected his rule. Thus did I and the warriors under my command march to war across the land. Ooh, nice world building, very detailed. And then what happened next? Did you defeat the Dark Lord? The Dark Lord's golems are each mighty beyond measure, but how could we be their match still? Still, we had the aid of Est. I think that's how you pronounce that. Est the Quick-Witted this time. With his aid, we infiltrated the Dark Lord's fell keep and reclaimed the treasures he and his minions plundered from us Fontanians. Like the boss said, what are we doing again? Oh yeah, disrupting the special military maneuvers being conducted by the Dark Lord's legions. Totally a brilliant plan. You're the protagonist of your play, yet you aren't on the up and up. So, where's this Dark Lord? When does he take the stage? Do you think we'd still be lugging treasure if he showed up? Ha! Like as not, we'd all had been turned into golems already. Just as S probably was. S the pitiful now, more like. Whoa, he totally helped you, and you guys just left him behind and ran away. Oh, sure, you guys aren't the baddies. Baddies don't get to be the protagonists. What do you mean, protagonists? Take the stage. Oi, from where I'm standing, it's looking like you're really his minions, just dressed up as foreigners. That I can tell from your blabbering about your performances and plays. Eh? You mean you guys aren't putting on a performance? So you won't fess up unless we char you first, eh? Let's get 'em, boys.
Quietly now. Illusion shattered.
I don't know why it makes me laugh every time, but anytime I ever hear someone go, "Rattle 'em, boys," it makes me laugh. I just can't take that sentence seriously. There he is, rattle 'em, boys. It's just like... Wait, you're gonna shake him senseless? I know it's because you get rattled with bullets, but still. It's like you're gonna shake him senseless and your ribs are gonna rattle. Alright. The thieves, who were beaten so badly they couldn't even spare a thought for the treasure fled on the boat. Baddies don't get to be the protagonist. Joker and Light Yagami sweats profusely, yeah. Huh. There they go, huh? Guess they weren't acting after all. But what was this treasure they were talking about? Dark Lord this, Dark Lord's keep that? No way any of this is real. Why don't we have a look at the treasure? Eh? But we don't know where this stuff comes from. Paimon, expressing disinterest in treasure? Say it isn't so. Paimon's just worried that, well, what if, well, just in case there's some kind of evil Dark Lordy trap in it. I guess there's no dissuading you, but please be careful, okay? And as it so happens, there were no traps in the container, or of the evil Dark Lordy variety or otherwise. But there was no valuable treasure within either. Within was naught but heavy shards of shattered stone. Oh, also, the other thing that might make 4.7 take a few streams as well, because obviously, Korand and Siegeween are 5 stars, so they're gonna get like their own story quests. You know what's also in 4.7? A new Dainsliff quest. So like, there's 3 major stories, like 1 major story quest and 2 like big character story quests to do. That's gonna take a bit. It's also why I want to explore here, because I remember when the Chasm got a Dainsliff quest, and it was like the update afterwards, so you had to clear out the... No, actually, it was with it. It was Yelan I'm thinking of, where it was within the Chasm. But there have been points where like extra areas are added, then have story quests in them. Rin was naught but heavy shards of shattered stone. Paimon knew they were just a bunch of frauds. There's no treasure at all. Or is this shabby excuse for a statue some kind of priceless artifact? Let's go to Petria and ask around. Maybe it's some kind of landmark or lucky mascot or something. As for these treasures, we... Hey, Emmy, you... How unforgettable the Hortus Urgetus, overflowing with fruit and flower. Oh, fuck! Fucking Dr. Ratio! Imperator! Imperator! Dream? You finally awake, Imperator. This day is one of great import. The day we shall sound the great symphony Phobos. There is yet time before the ritual, Imperator, but we should set out. I seem to have had a dream. A dream, Imperator? Did not know that gods could dream. In that case, what did you dream of? The great plain beyond the north wind? The silver tree beneath the frozen soil? Or did you see that golden future that you once showed me? I saw the sea swallowing the earth. That's what that's Dragonborn doing in Genshin, right? Or is it a golden future that you once showed me? The children of white stone and brass sinking. The collapse of all that was once radiant. The prophecy then, Imperator. It is precisely to prevent it from happening, to fight against inevitable fate. That is why we are here today. Just as you said, we have paid much for it, but we are free of fate's shackles. Those sacrifices shall not have been in vain. In this have I had faith ever since I accepted this body and became a Rumarian. Apologies, Imperator, forgive my lack of manners. In any case, please come with me. I mean, in your own time, Imperator. I ain't got all day. Jesus Christ, why are you walking so slowly? Yep, hi. Through your bestowed undying bodies upon the people, allowing humanity to feel the ties of the deep nevermore, our souls are still bound by the shackles of Fortuna. The burden of fate is not something mortal souls can bear, but Phobos shall weave the path of fate on our behalf, leading us forward on the path of justice. What, are we in Penacony? What the? The melody of the symphony will flow through the waterways to the high sea, and soon Remuria know all of humanity will be freed from the unconscionable tyranny of fate and welcome the eternal utopian future. And then, one day, the people will no longer need the guidance of Phobos, and all will be able to play their own symphony. Remus. Remus. Scrolls. Remus, you once said that you would create a future free from the shackles of divine destiny. Yet your realm now lies violently shattered, and the chasm you tried to bridge has grown deeper still. The immortal race you created and the peoples of the waters are slaughtering one another. And now, this so-called Eternal City too faces imminent collapse. You cannot control your own creation. The symphony has brought neither justice nor happiness, but instead has become a source of all sin. Through their flesh and blood have been sundered from water and soil. The lost souls guide them upon the path of inevitable death nonetheless. The curse of Fortuna is upon your people and upon you. Do you still remember our promise? That is our last resort, as long as the symphony is played. Is this the only way you usurper lords of humanity? No, usurper? Lords of humanity know to atone after bringing things to ruination? Still, your resolve at least does not shame your kingly crown. Just Genshin was my favourite Elder Scrolls game. And the promise was made indeed, therefore allow me to bear witness to your end. O King, curse of fate, drown thyself in song, wine, and feast, for the day of judgment has not yet come. Emmy, please wake up. Just now. You scared me half to death. Emmy, you suddenly just completely stopped moving, started staring at the statue, like you were a statue yourself. Paimon thought you'd been turned to stone by the Dark Lord's evil curse. I think I had a strange daydream. There isn't really a curse, is there? Emmy, are you okay? I'm fine, sorry for making you worry. As long as you're not hurt. Yeah, we should definitely go to Patria first. Or Patricia first. No allegations. I mean, even if it was just a friend, if they suddenly just stopped fucking moving and didn't respond to anything, I'd be a little like, hey, like clicking your fingers in front of them. Hey, what are you doing? Wake up. Ho there, citizen. If you require shelter, simply head to the bell tower in the city centre. The savages have been getting all bold and uppity lately, so be on your guard. Why have you got like a red aura around your head? I am Lauratus Vistenis, am I? Under the auxilia of Markimos's Lego Free. So long as we are here, we shall suffer no despicable invaders to step within the city walls. Crying, my dude. City walls? Where'd they come from? You are not within our defensive walls as we speak? Ah, wait, I see. You're testing me. Why, just as Daemonus Boethius once said, the mighty legions are the true wall of the Empire. Okay, so everyone's kind of, like, cursed in this make-believe bullshit. Got it. Why is he, like, fucking standing off of a tree? Okay. Maybe this is why this island is in the middle of nowhere. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to shove you out the way. Oh, it shoved you again, whoops. Those auxiliary barbarian stock are spreading overwrought rumours of these Lock Knights again. I should suggest to Dominus Boethius that we stamp these ridiculous ravings out completely. And you are? Ready for surprise, citizen. As you see, I am a musician elevated by the Sebastos, yet I am a citizen just as you are. Marcia Gordinia Sempronia am I. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Here by the eminent will of Dominus Boethius to take over from my colleague, Severius, and tune the melodies of the... Hey, Fischl, I found your people. Fucking... Indeed it is. A flawless body, immortal life, and absolute beauty. Behold, citizen, you look upon the honor bestowed on me by the Sebastos. He has caused our bodies to transcend lowly mortality, turning the tragic dirge of death into proud triumph. It is by this grace that I have the honor of performing the Eternal Symphony. But you look normal. Is that so? Thank you for your praise, citizen. Still, you should direct that adoration to the might and mercy of Sebastos. To carve immortal bodies from stone that look no different from ordinary mortals. Who else but he could achieve this great feat? Okay, I need to not talk to people because they're going to give me official monologues every time. Hey, dude, your post is open. The music for this area is nice. I know I said when we came here it was like super Frenchy, but the music's nice. Alright, this is the bell tower. Welcome, travelers, oh travelers of dreamscapes. I am the bell ringer at the intersection clock tower, the guide that welcomes travelers to the Eternal City. So, valiant guardian, shall we find the Eternal City to our left or our right? Wait, you're in character already? Are you sure you're okay? Leaving that aside for now, all the townspeople we ran into on the way over were acting really weird. Do you know what that's about? Well, everyone has gone to Makimos already? I imagine that they dwell under the protection of the Sebastos. Wow, so in addition to the Dark Lord Remus, we got a Sebastos. This is getting more complicated by the minute. Dark Lord Remus, it would appear that in your journey you have crossed paths with those uncouth barbarians. That is indeed a blasphemous title that, with which they besmirch the Sebastos Remus, our mighty imperator. Oh, so they're both the same Remus. They are the same person after all. But it is of no consequence. The Sebastos may not be defined by the narrow notions of the tribal mob. These despicable insects may speak slander as they wish, but the wise, inspired by the noblest ideals, will yet come forth in their droves. When the bell of eternity tolls, all that has ever come to pass shall be erased, and all will be reborn, regardless of who they are or where they are from. Be grateful and rejoice, praise be. Are they referring to, like, the Fontanian prophecy? What should we do, Emmy? This person sure seems lucid, but the stuff he's spouting is all kinds of whack. You think you've got a sleepwalker here? Maybe he's dreaming. Do you name me a dreamer? Who knows? We could be the ones dreaming. No, wait, that's impossible. At least we probably aren't. Dreaming, aye, certainly. Oh, fuck. Hey, you. Uh-oh, he's out cold. Travelers from outside, halt. Excellent, you two look completely mentally sound. Finally, a normal person. Seriously, what's going on in this town? Before that, let's get this gentleman somewhere safe. Can't believe him lying here, can we? You'll catch a cold. Through the risk of catching a cold may not be the most important thing right now, you still work together with the normal person to move the incoherently rambling bell ringer onto a nearby bench. Anyway, allow me to reintroduce myself. Call me Est. I'm a member of the town's Daydream Club. I'm the only member present right now, though. Paimon's Paimon, and she's Emmy. We're... passing adventurers. Adventurers, you say? You're not here to look for that castle or whatever, are you? Wait, you introduced yourself as Est. We've heard that name before. It was you who brought the bandits to the Dark Lord's castle, was it not? Ugh, what? So, you've also... No, we're wide awake, trust us. We just don't get why everyone's saying all sorts of crazy things. You tell Est about how you met and drove the bandits who saw the shattered stones as treasure away outside town. Oh, it's them. Where to begin? The legend of the faded castle has never been a secret. Adventurers like them come looking for it every once in a while. And whether it's because the impression of the name Golden Troop conjures up nothing more than poetic imagery, or because the castle was built millennia ago, it's more likely than not that nothing of value remains there now. But would they ever listen? Of course not. No sooner had I brought them over to the ruins in the mountains than they began destroying statues and stuffing them into boxes like people possessed. I could not stop them alone, so I went back to town to get help. I never imagined I'd find nothing but dazed stares and mad ramblings all around. It was like everyone had fallen under some kind of hypnotic spell. The Daydream Club has researched hypnosis before, but something like this is far, far beyond our capacities or capabilities. My hypothesis is that something abnormal has occurred within the ruins, according to the records. I'm going to take a wild guess it's to do with that cat that was overlooking us when this conversation started. Actually, why are we the only ones not affected? Interesting, most interesting. Maybe we could find a solution in the ruins. Why don't you wait there here, Est? Leave the adventuring to us. If you come too, you might get turned into a golem. Oh, is that your cat, Est? It's so cute. No. Though the fellow who studies hypnotism would say that there are creatures with keen senses. How odd. That collar, pendant, I can swear I've seen that accessory before. Oh, it ran off. Anyway, ignoring the cat question for now, we should still go to the ruins first and have a look. Say, Est, how can we get there? The ruins? The mountains behind town. Just so happens to be the exact direction the cat ran off in. Hehe, kitty cat, hehe. Emmy, are you sure you're okay? Things are pretty murky right now, take extra care. You too, alright? We'll be right back, so don't worry. But that's just genuinely my response. If there's a cat nearby and was like, hello kitty cat, hello. The music... the vibes the music gives me. We've had like unapologetically French, and now we've got like almost like old-timey kind of feeling music, but not quite. Like this sounds like the music that would play, like in like or not your granddad's favorite show. That's what it kind of sounds like to me. Oh gee, I wonder if we're going in there. Defeat the revived statue? Gee, do you mean this one? Ooh! Hey, fuck the statue. What's this? Where's this go? I knew it.
Easy money.
Oh, this comes out from the back of the town. Okay. God, imagine having a cave right behind your house like that. That'd actually be sick. The more I think about that, actually, no, that'd be really fucking cool. You want to go out and play with your friends? Like, yeah, I'm just gonna hang out in the cave. Well, that statue can move. Yeah, it's got Arlecchino's weapon resource in it, so we need to kill a whole bunch of these guys.
Shut up. Busted. Quietly now.
I hope it's a generous enemy with its drops, and not like the fucking samurai in Inazuma. Trying to like build any character weapon or any character that involves the samurai's drops, you always just go, ugh, because the samurais drop nothing. Not bad, not bad. What voice should I give this cat? This cat's kind of suspicious. No, not bad, not bad. Your valor would not know shame, even should it stand in the company of the Marishus hunters of old. Whoa, very shiny cat. We've seen a whole lot of really strange things on our journey. Even so, a glowing talking cat? Paimon suppose it still makes the rare list. One, such as I, shall not dwell on being called a strange thing. O chosen champions, Emmy and Paimon, the time has come for true heroes such as ye to step forth. Come with me unto the ancient kingdom of the deep seas. We must still the chaotic symphony if we are to save the lost souls. Oh right, I'm the hero, let the journey begin. Seriously, Emmy, how can you fall for this stuff so easily? Very well then, O chosen hero, for the sake of Paimon's tummy tum, stand tall and move with haste to buy us some Fonta. Speaking of, just who are you? May I start from the beginning? Very well. Oranides of the Oranopolis is my name. Your name's the cat now. A spirit keeper of the ancient realms. What knees? Of the where now? What a tongue twister. Paimon's just going to call you Ose. Oh, I'll do Ose. Ose for short. That's close enough, right? What do you think? Meow meow? Meow meow? It appears I cannot command this body as I wish, to the extent that bestial behaviors may even overbear me from time to time. If from the beginning I only could have... Ahem. As the two of you can see, the boundaries between past and present have begun to blur thanks to the influence of the chaotic symphony. It is all for this reason that I too have awoken. For now, the affected area is yet small. The inhabitants of Patricia have had their souls taken away. They exist in that maddened, dreamlike state because the symphony has temporarily granted them identities and memories to fill the void behind them. Or left behind. It is as if a vessel filled with pure water has had its contents replaced with wondrous wine. An apt description, considering that those are memories of ancient history grifted by the symphony. Let Paimon think. So what you're saying is that the townspeople of Patricia have had their souls stolen and that their bodies have been possessed? That sounds super scary. You said that the affected area isn't very large yet. That is correct, Emmy. Of course, eventually, even the court of Fontaine will be consumed if the chosen hero cannot restore harmony to the chaotic melody. No choice but to take a look. Yeah, alright, Osei, lead the way. Thank you very much. The road to the ancient realm lies beneath this spring you see before you. I have caused the seal in the hidden path to manifest. Next, I shall activate the device that maintains the seal. There we go. Now then, help me retrieve the harp strings, and I shall thus be able to break the seal and open the way. And now here's the real new map. Now then, let us go into the fated Castellum of Gold. Faded golden castle. S mentioned something about the legend of the Faded Castle too, right? Aren't we talking about these ruins? Nay, nay. These are but scraps on the surface. The true castle lies deeper underwater. I sure do know much more about the cats in town, huh, I say. You compare me to the cats in town? Follow closely, trying to get lost then. Wow, he just jumped down. Cats can swim. Oh, that golem dropped fucking nothing. Awesome. "29%? I was like, this is a minuscule map. What do you mean 29%? Actually, it depends how deep this goes before it transitions to the next map. That's cool. Paimon feels like these statues are staring at us. We won't suddenly get attacked now, will we? Will they? Difficult to say. Perhaps the golem we defeated earlier climbed up from here. That's just terrifying. Is it too late to swim back now? Oh! Look at how many, like, map markers are down here. Interesting. The Faded Castle. Paimon didn't think there'd be such a huge space down below. Guess you know your stuff, I say. This is but the tip of the iceberg. Once, an entire nation, the land upon which it was built, sank beneath the waves. And my mission is to prevent that which has sunk from resurfacing. Or so I believe. And poof, just like that, you suddenly seem a lot less reliable. Well, but what I am but a cat that knows an inkling more than those in town, Anyway, we are the sole arbiters of whether the souls of the townsfolk can safely return to their bodies or not, so eyes up now. The Faded Castle is just through the great gate. Let us continue onward. Follow Osei to explore the ancient ruins and what lies deep below. When exploring with Osei, you can talk with him at any time to get additional information. Don't forget to pet him from time to time, alright? Oh, that event, as much as 4.5 was kind of just a giant filler event, like Villa update, the events that were tied to it were legit pretty fucking fun. How are you so fast, I say? I am a cat after all, so appearing and disappearing with utmost elasticity is to be expected. It is you, Paimon, you must fly faster. Because the alchemy event was genuinely really addictive. It got me like huge Atelier vibes. I was like, man, I need to play more Atelier. I need to get back to that series. Speaking of Atelier vibes, a certain something got a full showcase that I'll talk about soon. That also gave me huge Atelier vibes when I realized what was going on with it. But then the fucking like Pet the Cat event was just like really cute. But anyway, Atlus's new game, Metaphor Refantasio, or whatever it's called, that's coming out on the 35th anniversary of the company. They did a full like 28-minute long showcase breaking down a bunch of stuff around it, and the more I learn, but there's two big things I learned from it. One of them is, holy shit, it really is an anniversary title for the company, because there's a shit ton of references and tributes and things like that to like the whole legacy of Atlus in it. The other one was, this is just an Atelier story, but just more evil and fantasy. The premise of stick with me here, and you'll start to catch on me. The premise of Metaphor is that the king has been slain, and for someone new to become king, they can't. It's no like inheritance. They do it. Whoever is the most popular person in the nation a year later becomes the new king. So you have a year, and it actually day limits you and time limits you throughout the whole thing to do as many quests and help as many people and travel the world to get your name as known as possible to try and become king at the end of the year. And I was like, that just... a whole game built around its time limit, having a day planning system that you need to plan ahead. You've only got so many days to complete your main objective. Depending on how far you get affects the ending. That's just fucking Atelier. That's just an older Atelier game. That's just a pre-Mysterious era Atelier game. But it's Atlus, and it's a turn-based RPG, but it's doing the whole thing that Trails Through Daybreak is doing, where it's an action game until you make it a turn-based at the press of a button. And to be fair, everything I looked on it, it looks pretty sick. There's a couple things I'm a little nervous about from what I saw, but that's more to do with who's writing it. There are very, very, very few writers I trust to talk about race and do it well, do it convincingly, and do it respectfully. And the guy who wrote Persona 3, 4, and 5 is not one of them. And when it's like, oh, your main character comes from an inferior race that's looked down upon. There are these evils in the world called humans. I'm like, alright. I'm like, alright. But that's like the only thing that has me a little nervous. I'm like, I hope he's like grown a lot as a writer and got better about it, because anytime they try to talk about like issues of diversity and segregation in like any of his older work, it's been bad. It's been real bad. So I'm like, ugh. Oh, we can't go out into the water. Oh, whoa! Oh, we can pick up these books. Is there any more books here that we can pick up? It would seem not. But yeah, it looks good. It comes out in October, so in the middle... October's the perfect time for me because, you know, nothing else is around that time, at least right now. We know that Sonic Shadow Generations is in autumn, but we don't know when, so I'm hoping like either September or November, like not on it. But yeah, it looks super fun. And I'm saying it looks like a tribute to a lot of like the 35th, with it being the 35th anniversary of the company. Because like I could, like when he was like doing the social link bit in the showcase, firstly, social link says your tribute to Persona. The music, it shared the leitmotif with the Confidant theme from Persona 5, but just like more orchestrated and slower. The music as a whole gave me huge Strange Journey vibes, which I imagine is deliberate to make, like I said, like it feels like it's tributing all of Atlus's legacy. It has the press turn system, so there's your SMT callback. The fact that you seemingly attach the demons to yourself instead of using them separately is very much a Soul Hackers thing. Like, I'm sure if I looked into it, I'd find some DDS and whatnot, but it looks like a lot of Atlus's legacy, including some of that older shit, is within metaphor. Like, the idea of launching a completely brand new IP in a genre that they've never tackled before, you know, traditional fantasy, and making that your anniversary celebration game, and not just playing it safe and like doing like making it Persona or Shin Megami Tensei or something. It's like, all right, Atlas, I see you. I actually I respect that a lot. To make your celebration reaching for something new, whilst having a bunch of references and tributes to the past within it. Whoa, Paimon bets a lot of people can live in a huge castle like this. But of course, and not just people either. Hey, there you go again, saying creepy stuff with a straight face. Oh, fret not. Surely heroes such as yourself would dispatch any hidden ghosts or phantoms without breaking a sweat. And what is this? What an exquisite box. Seems like a music box of some kind. Still, it doesn't seem to fit in too well with its surroundings. Good eye. It is indeed a music box. But just as I have knowledge beyond ordinary cats, this music box has functions beyond most others. Well, I don't think you'd be so catty. Paimon was just joking before. She didn't think it would take it seriously. It's Paimon's fault, okay? Don't be mad. Meow meow. Seriously, now you pretend to be a cat? Anyway, even those who lack any musical knowledge can freely operate the power of the symphony using this box. We will have to use it for later, I'm sure. But isn't it because this symphony has gone all wacky that all the townsfolk turn into whatever they are now? So what if Emmy presses the wrong button or something? The symphony may also become chaotic and become the source of all sins. Wait, what sins? You okay over there, Emmy? Peace now. You need not be so fretful. The symphony was mighty, beautiful, and glorious once, an existence that shoulders golden ideals. That it sows chaos upon the surface is a mere mishap of misalignment, the result of evildoers misusing great glorious power. But were it Emmy, surely she would wield its power correctly. It's quite a lot of trust you're putting in us. It might be more accurate to say that I have no other option. I am mere a cat at present. After all, should I wish to make use of the music box myself, it might prove somewhat difficult. We have spoken this much, now to put things to the test. Remember the strings we got from the harp at the ruins? Those were, in truth, the scores of which the symphony was recorded. As long as you place the score into the music box, the box shall play its tune all on its own. And it just starts playing like Slipknot music or something. Oh, this is cute. It is said that the first terrestrial creatures emerged from the warm oceans. The lands were then fertile, producing all the abundance. The gifts bestowed by fate were so ample that it seemed as if the land itself had been specially prepared for them. A moving melody accompanies the swift ship as it cuts through the azure waves. Our outlander gently plucks at the harp strings, telling his companion, from here to the ends of the sea, all this I give to you, until the day comes. Oh, that's it. We have to get part 2 all the way along. Okay. Oh, it's a pretty happy tune. Oh, it's Paimon speaking. Oh, that's a pretty happy tune. Paimon's feeling all warm and fuzzy inside. It seems the box still functions for now, though we're not safe. Wait, you weren't even sure if it would work or not? Not completely. One cannot judge a box by its cover. Do you not concur? Paimon's getting the feeling you're not talking about the box at all. But never mind that. What should we do now? The chaotic symphony must be here. If we can locate it, we can retrieve the souls that have been taken from the townsfolk. Let's have a look around. Reasonable judgment. Memory serves, this castle has a great many strange rooms. Perhaps it is worth investigating first. Also, the castle's central hall plays a host to a mysterious stage, though no more shall ever be played there. It is once an entrance to a place deeper underwater still, where the powers of the symphony yet lingers. We must go and check for any further anomalies there. Deeper still? Indeed. I wonder what awaits us there. Hey, now's not the time to leave us hanging, I say. You're a pretty surprisingly petty one, huh? Still, before the riddle may be solved, we must first find the clues that await us in this castle. Come, let us away. The Ignitic Symphony seems to be from a now destroyed civilization. You can use its power to unleash 2 types of sound waves. Use the symphony to resonate with entities to react with it. Press and activate a pause sound wave that causes specific objects in the area to stop moving. Continuously hold it to make a play, which will cause objects to start moving or react to entities affected by it. Special musical notes float above objects that can be influenced by the power of the symphony. When they resonate with specific sound waves, the note above them will also change. Not all objects can be influenced by music, can resonate with different sound waves. Most of them don't need to have a specific one. And the Hall of the Sea King. Oh, I probably need to have the thing equipped, don't I? Oh, never mind, it's a plot item. The castle looks kind of cool. Where? Oh, I was hoping it'd be like here somewhere. Fascinating, no? These books have all been infused with mysterious power of the symphony, made using the melodies in the music box. The book's missing here. Let's go look for it in the area. Whether or not these books aren't dangerous in themselves, but that's like behind them. So, no, yada, yada. Okay, so we've got to find books and we can unlock it. I mean, whilst we're here. Oh, fuck you then. You're not happy regardless, are you? Hey, now don't take me for an ordinary cat. Yeah, fuck you then. How do we do these pause waves and sound waves and shit, though? Also, I'm looking for something that fits. Oh, there it is. I figured it out. I ask of thee, thou art. As long as you're in the area, it's the I just didn't spot the button.
Treasure. One way to draw your target out.
Help! Let me out!
Take it easy.
Is there any more back here I can mess with? Okay, so we can't mess with that until we find the book. Oh, hey! I wonder if we're going to be able to get in here soon.
And a trove of potential clues. Take it easy.
Where the hell does this go? Oh! Hey, we need to do this! This is Arlecchino stuff.
A chest full of valuables and a trove of potential clues.
and more golems, awesome.
Beg for mercy. Yeah.
We can actually find out how many of these guys drop. And whether it's a reasonable amount or whether I'm going to be ripping my hair out.
Busted.
That's not too bad. That's not too bad. That's
Treasure.
decent drops.
One way to
Oh, you know what I should do? Hang on. Is I get these whilst I'm here. Just give myself the head start. And I can upgrade the weapon more. I'm doing it this way instead of just clicking because I want to like get rid of like the extra 3 stars I don't need. Because I don't use any fucking 3-star weapons. Yeah, yes. Okay, so we need more of these. And this isn't Star Rail, so I can't just craft more here. I have to go elsewhere, so I'll stop for now.
Alright, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
Oh, there is one. I was gonna say, it said there's a statue here. A Hydrocolor, sorry. And to be fair, I don't think there's too many Hydrocolors left to even max out the statue. Like, I think we was kind of close even when like we wrapped up the last one. If worse comes to it, I've got my the friendship, reputation. That's what I was looking for. Maxed out, so I've got the Hydrocolor's resonance stones, so we can use that. Whoa, this is cool. The Legatus Golem. This ancient Legatus Golem was used... Bro, this theme. Bro, this battle theme. We're dealing with Geo. Break through its defenses. Apart from this, it will set up resonators in combat with assisted attacks. Destroy these resonators to deplete its shielding.
Shine down.
Oh, I am a fan. I like this. It's super fancy.
Rack and ruin.
Honestly, like, the other thing with Fontaine is that to me, Fontaine is the nation to beat with music as well. Oh, it's fucking dead, huh? We didn't get to see it do anything, huh? Whoops. I have 74 fragile resin. That's why I wasn't, like, scared about it.
Anger makes you impulsive, and sorrow causes you to waver. Always maintain control over your emotions.
Cool. My depth perception is like, is that on this side of the glass or the other fucking side? It's on this side. Okay, cool. I was running up to it, I was like, I don't know if it's on this side. My depth perception was not being friendly to me. Alright, cool. Alright, let's go back. Oh, it wasn't this update, it was a few ago. the game tells you how long you've got to wait until a boss respawns. So it's like the boss has just respawned. So if you're grinding resources, you don't have to kind of and ah it anymore. You can just check, and it will tell you. Which is a wondrous quality of life. Oh no, we're back here. So it wasn't this patch that did it, it was a few ago. I can't remember what one it was, but it was just really, it was still really nice. I noticed it when I was building Shangyun. Oh, I picked up another book. Hang on. Can I use it over here? I can. Now, where does this lead? Oh shit.
Illusion shattered. Yeah. Shudder. More speed. Yeah. I condemn you.
Oh, Jesus. Words! The Golden Hunter knows far more about Remeria than I expected. According to historical records, the Marashus hunters should have first become active a few decades after the fall of Remeria, by which point the concept of Lock Knights had completely died out in Fontaine. The master of the dramatic adaptation, none would ever put the Marashus hunters, Remeria, or Lock Knights together. For these concepts simply do not belong into the same era. Even a 5-year-old child would not commit such a grave error. Yet none of what he discussed seems to have anything to do with the Golden Troop, but instead always was about ancient Remeria. I have a theory that I dare not raise with him directly. Perhaps the Golden Hunter is not the devout orphan called and chosen by Egeria, but is in fact one of the last Remerian remnants. The only problem with this theory is that it cannot explain his immortality. I indirectly broached the issue to the Lock Knights with him. I couldn't discern his expression, but he seemed reluctant to discuss the topic. Quite surprising, after all, it is commonly said the first Marashusei hunters to follow him were the heirs of the Lock Knights, such as Est and Walter. Could it be that they were like him? No matter what, according to him, the priority now is to stop awakening from the seals. As for the historical questions, they can be left for a later date.
At least good luck doesn't discriminate by clan.
Alright, we know about that hydrocolor, so you have to wait until we can get access to the water. So let's go up here. Oh, there's a waypoint up here as well, that's nice. Well, on the other side of the wall, but we'll get there. Why is it just tucked away in this... Okay, I was gonna say, it looked like it was just tucked away in a corridor. It's like, why is it here? Oh, free! Ugh. Reading these out of orders. I already completely understand everything. Humanity has no need to, nor should they, control any knowledge beyond their abilities. In a way, it's not people who pursue knowledge, but knowledge that pursues people. I have an idea. It's one I never mentioned to the Golem Hunter before he left. Why not rebuild the long-abandoned town of Patricia? We can attract refugees to live here and spread other versions of the legends. This way, they will actively protect the rebuilt seals, and the secrets of the place will be forever. Oh, it's a landmark. It's a strange shiny fish again. Feels like it's been following us from outside all this time. How weird. It kind of looks like the Void Devourer. Paimon, have you witnessed so little of the world to find strange things? Are we not underwater? It is not ordinary to see all manners of fish about. Eh? But this is a big guy who looks anything but ordinary. And his voice, I've heard it before. Seriously? You mean from the dream you had? This is part of the sea. Outside is like the castle. It belongs to the past. It is something that should have been forgotten. If one ceaselessly calls out to a monster that has been bottled from memory, they might yet jump out and cause trouble. It is wise to be cautious. It is for the best we simply treat it as an ordinary fish. You make everything sound so scary, I say. Are you trying to creep us out or something? I simply mean to avoid unnecessary complications. After all, our top priority is to retrieve the surface dweller's soul, no? It just so happens there is a blank score before us. We simply need to use the music box to tune the autoharmonic reed pipes to the either side, and we can obtain it. Give it a go. Hit the things on the side. I got it. I wanted to get this. Oh, and you make it match the symbol. Okay. Oh yeah, that whale thing really is just watching us, huh?
At least good luck doesn't discriminate by clan.
Give us a music box. What are you going to do with it then? There's something written upon it. We'll make use of this. Stage of Faded Gold. There's a lot of knights down there. Or does it mean to sit? Get up.
Treasure. One way to draw your target out of hiding.
This is cool. I'm liking the mystery. Oh, Jesus.
There is no escape. Gotcha. Crush. Vengeance will be
I also
mine.
appreciate the moment an enemy spots you, it auto swaps the music box off so you can go straight into combat without worrying. Investigations of Northern barbarians. There have always been various misunderstandings regarding the Northern barbarians. The misunderstandings are not conducive to conquering or pacifying them, nor are they beneficial to the long-term well-being of the Empire. For these reasons, I, Hearth, the Vicarious of Legio the Sixth Rivium Versi, in accordance with the exalted Harmost... fucking jeez, Fontaine. Harmost Urgetia, universally known as benevolence and authority, hereby faithfully record all I know for posterity, so that future successors may fulfill their duty to safeguard the northern border with less trouble. You know what's going to be brutal? Is when we're reading law books in Sneznaya, and I have to try and pull out my best Russian to pronounce like crazy Russian names. That's going to be the real test. Anyway, society. The social structures of different chiefdoms vary drastically. Most chiefdoms are still in the stage of rudimentary clan-based societies, with councils composed of clan chiefs holding the highest authority. However, the moniker tribe has long ceased to be an accurate descriptor of these chiefdoms. Though many are loath to admit this, we must face the fact they have broken free from primal barbarism. Sorry, I meant to say barbarianism, but there was an ism in there. For example, before the polis of Lugdunensis was raised by Legio V, its population exceeded. As the trade hub of many northern chiefdoms, its degree of prosperity can be favorably compared to The ruler of the area did not call themselves a chieftain, but a holy king, and they believed their authority to rule came from the ancient sword bestowed upon them by the Mother of Many Springs. Naturally, Jesus. So I'm just resetting chat quickly to make sure no messages are missed. Any rational citizens know that strange women lying in ponds distributing swords is no basis for a system of government. I don't know. Supreme exclusive power derives from melody and harmony, not from some farcical aquatic ceremony. Another example is ruled by the Council of Astrologists, and they use to set apart young children with elemental affinity, raising them to become and these people can nearly rival our legions in battle. Note by Marius Severus. The city mentioned here has already been subjugated and raised by the exalted Harmost Boethius, its name erased from memory. In the past... Oh, this is a long-ass read, huh? Oh, fucking... Alright. In the past, the conquest of tribes still in a primitive state could be completed simply by dealing with the clan's elders of each clan. A few decades ago, the exalted Harmost Aurelius successfully concluded his northern campaign through such methods. Without even resorting to violence, simply by dispatching legionnaires to announce the conquest, the various insular tribes on those remote islands were incorporated into the Empire's territory. However, following the conquest of Armorica, such tribes grew fewer and fewer. Different methods ought to be used to pacify different chiefdoms. Just as the exalted Harmost Urgita once said, it is because they are ignorant savages by nature that we must first understand them before they can understand us. The following page has been erased and cannot be read. Beliefs. I believe that this book is hella long, and I didn't mean to click on it, I was just clicking on everything. Today, the belief that the barbarians of the Northern worship a false god or evil god known as the Mistress of All Waters is widespread. However, this is a fiction created by the result of the conquest of Armorica. The leader has forced other chiefdoms to acknowledge that their god were all aspects of the Mistress of All Waters, regardless of what god they originally worshipped and what names they had. In other words, the barbarians of the Northern Border region do not have a single centralized belief system. Even to this day, they do not have a unified understanding of the concept of the Mistress of All Waters. The leader of Armorica seems to not mind this point, as she only demanded they worship the same name without prescribing the content of their beliefs. Regardless, blood and barbarism pervade their belief systems. Some scholars believe this is because they never received a response from the gods, and can only resort to increasingly violent and extreme sacrifices to prop up their false beliefs. So where does that sound familiar? Showing them the mercy of the Sebastos is meaningless, for mercy is regarded as weakness by the savages. The correct approach is to point out to them that the Sebastos can easily defeat their false gods, and only the Sebastos is powerful enough to be worthy of worship. Now, the Armorica. Once an obscure and unknown tribe, but today the centre of power in the Northern Border region. The former ruler, the Canoricus, bent the knee to the empire some 20 years ago. As for its current ruler, the infamous Erinys, we know little indeed. We captured slaves, and we have learned that she is not the heir of Canoricus. Or Canoricus, and the latter did originally have a son as well, named Caius. Caius? From fucking 13-2. Anyway, however, we are unsure when and how she became the ruler of Armorica. Regardless of how she claims to have been blessed by the false god, she has never demonstrated any abilities surpassing those to be expected of an ordinary mortal. Everything she has done so far amounts to nothing more than using insidious plots and base treachery to commit abhorrent crimes against the Empire and its citizens. Only those who are utterly helpless, teetering on the brink of death, would choose to believe in a woman proclaiming to be able to hear the will of the gods and flock to her banner. Just as the exalted Harmost Urgenta said, she simply does not believe in any god at all, for none with faith would commit such atrocities in the name of God. Note by Marius Servius, the name Erinys is suspected to be the result of a careless error when it was first transcribed, for this name has no meaning in their language. In the script of the people of bygone times, the symbol of the sound g looks quite similar to the e, so it was copied as such. they are precedent for similar mistakes. The proper pronunciation of the name would be Ergeriumph of Aramorica in the language of the people of the bygone times, was signifies high, while Regherumph would be feminine case of ruler. From this perspective, the name is perhaps not just pre-Norman, but rather her title. However, since many scholars already refer to her as Erenice, there is no need for me to assume the authority to revise it. That was a long-ass read I didn't mean to fucking click on. The investigation of the Northern Barbarians.
Rack and ruin.
Oh, that's where we came in from. It's been so long I forgot, alright? Oh, hey, music. I imagine that's the music for where we are. Oh, I can see that one. I can already see trouble. Yeah, I can already see the problem. This stage you spoke of earlier, Rose. And are Paimon's eyes deceiving her, or is the mural on top moving? It's kind of spooky. Terrifying power could be escaping from here, could it, Ose? Hey, Ose! Ose! You spacing out? Meow? My apologies, I was distracted for a moment. Did you once perform on this stage? Is that why you're feeling nostalgic? Or something like that? Perhaps you were in the audience? Oh, good point. I might have, or I might not. It is all in the past either way, utterly irrelevant. What matters now is a sense of discord I smell in the air, as though some presence, one that makes me uneasy, once visited this place. I fear that specifics may only be ascertained once we have performed the score here. There's one here too? Paimon didn't notice. Well, you may have seen scores shaped like strings, but you have not seen those shaped like murals. One short such is before you. Oh, so the pictures are moving because it's actually a score? Yes. Did we not find a blank score before? It is now time to perform it. Please do the honors.
More speed.
Okay, none of these guys are active. And we have the same hardy skin, but in our veins flow the same divine essence. We share the same wisdom and melody, the same will. Wow, someone's coming out of the mural! It's been too... Oh, it's you! It has been too long, dear friend. How many years since that day? 500? Thousands? Still, time matters not to us at all. We may be in this small body now, but I recognize you in an instant. Well, have you tired of battle? Decided to take up rat catching as a new hobby? It's you. What is it exactly? A monster? A ghost? Or could he be a real Dark Lord? Dark Lord? Bah! Barbarians remain barbarians, I see. Ignorant even of their own ignorance. Boethius of Rumeria, I am. Foremost Harmos of Phobos. And you need not introduce yourselves. I've no interest in the titles peddled by primitives. You know this rude fellow, I say? I do not deny it, but... Need you be so formal, Cassiodor? Do our years of service under the Sebastos, our god king, matter so little to you? The past is past. I do not know how you, whose soul has long since been shattered, have manifested, but it seems that the chaotic symphony is your doing and none other. Cease, return to the soul of those who live in the present, and go back to the shadow, beneath the deep waters, to where you belong. This is my final warning to you. Oh? And what then? Shall we continue wearing your mask of hypocrisy, traitor? Will you shut your eyes and ears in another millennium? But you have noticed, haven't you? Why my melody would break its bonds in this time and affect the present. Why my strength was given to me, the might to open the gate to the deep waters, allowing to manifest. The power of the sea surges, Cassiodor. The return of Phobos is imminent. Phobos. Yes, indeed. Over these thousands of years, I've already bound my soul to the shattered Phobos. The omniscient enigma with great power is about to finally descend once again. And is this not the wish that we once failed to accomplish? To repeat the past, to give ancient tragedy an encore. Nor have I ever wanted to sacrifice innocent lives. That's so. Well, not that it matters, Cassiodor. The world you have defended is coming apart at the seams. The people of bygone times you see before you shall return to their rightful places. Fontaine's existence is a mistake, one we shall correct. Whence the ocean swallows it, Rumeria shall rise above the sea once again, and its light shall shine over the land. Is this because of the primordial sea? Even barbarians know of its existence nowadays. You are the mistaken one. We should have assimilated into the new nations thousands of years ago, but it was you who warped them into puppets of ancient hate. Whether that Phobos matter is true or false, as long as my will is not dissipated, your schemes will not succeed. Do you mean to say, then, that we should abandon our honor as Rumerians and degenerate into mere basic insects? How could I ever allow my kids to return to those bags of decaying flesh and become slaves of fate once more? It seems that the millennia has not led you to accept Rumeria's downfall. If anything, you have grown more obstinate still. Perhaps it is our stubbornness alone that we are quite similar. I thought that our long years would have rendered you willing once more to stand by our side. You betrayed the tribe that birthed you, and you betrayed Rumeria. You have become the Golden Hunter, and you cannot remove the brand of the Sebastos that marks you still. You will always be a Rumerian. Rumerians have long ceased to exist, save in your delusions. The world of old has passed away. Of course, so it was meant to be, but now the border between past and present has faded. If you insist on becoming the enemy of our ancient realm, and sealing me once more in the cage beneath the waves, then those Fontanians you wish to protect, yes, all of Petrashar, shall be buried as one. No way, we won't let that happen. That is not up to you, insolent savage. When the time comes, your lowly flesh will be rendered as dust, but your souls will join with others and take the next step of evolution. We shall bestow upon your eternal, resilient bodies that you may never again suffer mortal pain. Should you have words of gratitude, I wish to hear them. You've got to be kidding me. There's not something we'd be thankful for at all. Just like those puppets whose dances you performed, these pitiful slaves and servants, those poor children, everything was stripped from them, and you still speak of such conviction. All things have their price. No personal opinions are but refuse to be discarded by a higher class of beings such as I. Besides, as I see it, there are an ideal form of humanity, adhering unerringly to perfect order. You're absolutely nuts, and despicable too. Despicable too? Oh, have you seen Despicable Me 3? That's And what would you call that? What Cassidor did to us thousands of years ago, then? By comparison, this is nothing. Be patient. We shall have a good long talk, but not here. No, we shall speak beneath the deep waters, in the deepest bowels of the ancient realm where everything began. The realm awakens, Cassiodor. You're the sole survivor of a fallen realm, the sole Rumerian left with free will, and you have left us for far too long. You must return to us and listen to the lamentations and anger of the long years. Perhaps then you shall be more receptive to my symphony and the arrangement of Phobos. I will await you in the royal city of Rumeria, in Domus Aurea, where the Sebastos piled his melody. I will of course extend the appropriate hospitality to those souls in presence before your arrival. Should you still remain resolute when the time comes, their souls will naturally receive their release. As for you, you are not part of Phobos' plan, and yet the great symphony shall in no wise cast out any audience. Do enjoy the passing prelude I've prepared for you. If fortune proves favourable, we shall meet again.
Illusion shattered! Busted! Here comes the cash!
Beg for mercy.
Crush! Eye for an eye!
Oh, they don't drop anything, damn it. I was getting really excited earlier when I saw these guys, but no, they're plot enemies, so no, they don't drop loot.
Shine down. Beg for mercy.
How are we doing on like the map percentage though? 76 already? Jesus Christ, yeah, this isn't a big map at all. You've barely been there like... Yeah, I've barely been here an hour since we actually got down here. So I looked at the... I got hit because I looked at the stream time. Oh, that shuts them up. What do we do now, though? If you want to save the souls of the townspeople, we're going to have to head out to that Dumas Aria or whatever that super rude, super arrogant guy talked about, right? If you might recall, we weren't invited. Since when have we needed invitations to crash some bad guy's party? Alright, but from what he says, he seems to have known Ose for a long time. They say they worked for Sebestos or whatever. We'd have a good talk before we go. Cassiodor. Anything you'd like to ask me? This time I should tell you all I know. Alright. Have a sip of my water. Tell us about Rumeria. That's where you and the rude fellow are both from, right, Ose? Heard that name before. It's true. We heard about Rumeria back in the fortress of Meripede. Or Meripede. Apparently it was ruled by a god named Remus. The story said Remus rode his big ship around and conquered all of Fontaine, but that's about as much as Paimon knows. Very well. The story begins before the court of Fontaine, as you know it was born. The Sebestos, Remus, founded a nation above the high sea that is Fontaine, and the ancestors of the present-day Fontainians named him the Dark Lord Remus in their terror. Before it sank, this body of water was part of the Great Fontaine Lake and the location where the capital of Remuria was sited. As such, these waters had the same properties as those in Fontaine. Wait, so we're actually in the ruins of Remuria now? Indeed. But where the tale differs from commonly told history is, the people of Remuria were not ordinary humans like the Fontainians, rather they were a new race. Their bodies were cast of stone and ichor for blood. The Sebestos gave us such bodies in the hope that we could escape our prison of rotting flesh and fate. His great vision was that we should all grasp the power of the symphony, and thereby escape the shackles of Fortuna, becoming the masters of our own destiny. So that's those stone statues we saw on the way here, those were your kin? Precisely so. I fear that they have long lost their free will, however, becoming mindless slaves, worse off by far than the humans of old, easily perishable as they are. Wait, in that case, why are you a cat? I am a cat for now, and one's will and soul are more important than one's body, are they not? Regardless, it was the Sebestos that gave me new life. We once possessed all of the high seas, countless cities and palaces, flowers, flowing wine, and yet fate found us all the same. After returning from the deepest depths of the sea, the Sebestos used ichor to create imperishable bodies for his people, and still the prophesied future did not change. Our god king believed that it was because human souls could not escape the gravity of fate, and so he wrote the symphony, a music that could weave destiny. He believed that through this he had found a way to resist fate, but instead that path led us into utter darkness step by step, and in the end the entire kingdom sank beneath the waves, as though it had been smoked by divine judgment. No. I fear that even he did not foresee such an outcome. Though all the same, that is what happened. If you have anything else you'd like to ask, let me know. So, about your impudent friend. Right, and he called you Cassiodor or something, right? But aren't you, or, something? Just as I have transcended many bodies, I have had many names. Of course, this is all thanks to the Sebestos, who separated my soul from the Grand Symphony. You weren't planning on puppeteering one of us at some point, were you? Meow meow meow? Whoa, who would have thought such a cute little cat could consider doing things so horrible? Hey, wait a sec, that means you aren't even a cutie cat in the first place. Well, be as it may, Emmy, you are used to playing as the courageous saviour, are you not? I too play the role I know well, albeit in an unfamiliar form. But back to Boethius. He is not always evil. He was once a noble Harmost of Remuria, and the sole survivor following the great catastrophe that befell. The original purpose of the Golden Castellum was to unify our surviving king and prevent the catastrophe of the rising waters from the ever occurring again, but evidently Boethius has his own designs. While I and my companions ranged across the land, smuggling mightily to contain the power of the primordial waters, he used his eloquent tongue to sway those who remained. He initiated a fell ritual that aimed to restore the shattered symphony and revive the ruined realm. To this end, he did not hesitate to dissolve the will of our kin and plunder the souls of Fontainians everywhere. Many rulers and nobles became his pawns, and polities newly born lay on the brink of destruction. To stop him, who had by now clearly become a monster, I could only forsake my name and become one who hunts phantoms, resisting him alongside the Fontainians. Bitter was the conflict before we were at last able to seal both him and the sea that devoured our nation. And that's why he names you traitor. I followed the Sebestos precisely because he had shown me the Golden Dream, a land where prejudice and difference were no more, a land of justice and freedom. But that was when it became what it had become after Remuria sunk, no more than a dream. I would rather be called a traitor than let both of you trample on our ideals. I swore upon fate I would serve as a barrier between past and present. Thus did I become the spirit keeper of the ancient land. Because Mr. Impolite's a pretty stubborn guy, huh? Even after being beaten and sealed, he's pretty about to break out and cause trouble. I'd thought that even if evil lingered in him, his soul had long been broken, and he would remain naught but discordant notes, a symphony plunged into strife. I never thought that he would weave his shattered self into the symphony, and thus gain mastery over it. The discord and dissonance that now emanates from these waters can regard as an extension of his power. If we are to defeat him, I fear we must await the moment when all his soul fragments have gathered around one body. If you have anything else you have to ask, alright. Let us hear about the symphony in Phobos. Where should I begin? The symphony in human memory and persona woven into a melody through musical notation, creating a song in which human soul can dwell and have their wishes fulfilled. In that way, the master of symphony is the master of fate. This is the secret of the great golden bee Sibylla. The prophets who survived the previous cycle imparted. The Sebestos who created the symphony poured those melodies into the insoluble ichor, in hopes that all might control their own fates through the playing this music. He overstimulated us, I fear, for his deeds terrified us. The people could not bear the burden of fate, and they begged their gods and superior for guidance. At the request of the people, the Sebastos wrote all melodies into the grandest of melodies. This new symphony would bring us all the greatest of happiness, and its name was Phobos. But it did not bring what was promised. Indeed, you know, it all ended, didn't you? Had Sebastos' plans worked, the symphony would have woven a melody of utmost gentleness of us all, an eternity that would last 1,000 years and beyond, but something went wrong. Besides Sebastos himself, only said superiors that harm most could have changed Phobos' melody, and Boethius was once an excellent harmos. So about the dreamscape I saw. You tell the strange dream. Yes, those were indeed the memories left of he whom I served, the Sebastos, the god king Remus, though I don't understand how you're able to see them, Emmy. But I do not think you need to worry. If this chaotic symphony was enough to control you, it would have done so long ago on the surface, but that is not what happened, yes? Speaking of which, why is Est affected? He just, especially gifted? I have some idea, but it might be best to wait for the right time to speak on that. Oh, here we go again with the cliffhangers. Don't forget to tell us, alright? I didn't mean to click through that, oh well. Long millennia of I searched, it just could touch more memories, perhaps I'll find the odd sort this time. The great waves could not hurt a god. Ever should that crest scrape the very skies, and yet Sebastos disappeared without a trace nation fell to the depths. He would not have sat idly by as his nation and his people drowned in blood. So where did he go? Or was he passing Remiria's true death kneel? That's all for now. Very well, if there's anything else you wish to know, do not hesitate to ask. I guess we're heading to the Domus Aurea next. We can meet the rude guy, right? It's going to be dangerous for sure, but I'll continue to guide you. It is, after all, my homeland. Though it may have sunk to the very bottom of the sea, I remember its past still, even after all these millennia. Or so I believe. Cat's out of the bag. If you encounter difficulties, you may count on me. Do not forget that I am far stronger than an ordinary cat. You know, every time Paimon remembers that you're actually an ancient person from thousands of years ago, it feels wrong that we're calling you Osei, but your full name is way too long, so... Okay, we'll call you Monsieur Oz, then. What do you think? Is that polite enough? A name to me is nothing more than a label, but as it represents your acknowledgement, Paimon, I will gladly accept it. Alright, let's move out. Wouldn't be bad to keep your rude friend waiting, but the townspeople can't wait that long. The prisoner in shackles. Got the activate performance device, stage performance. Performing the stage will note bubbles of different types. Collect certain numbers of notes during that time, the performance will proceed normally. Simply pressing the unleash the pause sound wave, no bubble moving, to collect them all. As the mural sails along, you encounter storms, which must collect note bubbles to deploy a shield to weather the performance. Okay, during the storm, the stage will be subject to thunder strikes. Find a way to avoid them. This is interesting.
More speed.
Oh, this is actually cool. I like this. Hoyoverse takes so much pride in their music all the time, and I live for it. Bro! That's cool, I like that. Oh, I saw like 4 treasure chests open up, bruh. Odyssey of the Wall.
At least good luck doesn't discriminate by clan.
That puts us up to 80%, Jesus. It's a new movement, putting the music box and listen. Oh, is that what we just did? At the beginning of the epic opera, the heroes embark on their journey, guided by... Yeah. Who are you to have come hither to such a remote realm? Sailing a magnificent ship into our bay, covered in gold and brass. That which compels you must be divine fate. Oh, right, this is just telling me that this is updated.
Shudder!
Have we been this way? No, we haven't.
At least good luck doesn't discriminate by clan.
Oh, fuck, another book. I need to stop just clicking around at random. I keep on stumbling into words. Matter of paramount importance to be able to properly distinguish the different categories of music so it is not misunderstandings caused by confusion regarding the meaning of words. There are 3 categories of music in this world, one of musica mundana and another of musical humana, and the third is musica instrumentalis. The mundana is the music of origin. It is the beginning and end of all music. From it does all spring, and to it shall all return. False and true celestial signs, namely the inner and outer lower and upper astrological signs, Jatia, will provide a detailed explanation for this section. The turning of the seasons and passing of time, the defined elements, everything in the universe, operations according to one order of the music. Here, special attention should be paid to the connection between the musical mundana and fortuna. The latter includes the former, while the former does not equate to the latter. Any music with specifications similar to fortuna can be called mundana, for it itself would include the entire world. Just as Cassador taught you before, the fortuna we speak here and the sebastos have no latter named in the former, which the former the rules that governs all things, the fate of which slaves speak. Humana is the music of the world of mortals. The music of mortals and gods are no different from one another, and both can be classified in this category, and their essence is that of harmony produced by the mundana striking the quality of the soul. Imagine a harp where every physical entity in the world corresponds to a single one of the fine strings. Magnificent music comes not from a single string, but the resonance of all things. This is the music we call the mundana. As your fingers glide across the end of the strings, the middle section will vibrate along with it, creating the sound most pleasing. However, you did not touch the middle of the strings at all, and the reason it sounds is simply because it's attached to. What I must emphasize to you that is that this is just a string metaphor. The music of mortals and gods can both be played, just like you can play in the middle of the strings and not the ends. But it is for this reason that the humana can replace the mundana. We will discuss the details later. The musical instrumentalist is the most fundamental music, and there is no need to elaborate on it. Even slaves can understand. Oh god. Next, I will elaborate to you the nature of Phobos and why the musicless cannot be regarded as equals to us based on mortality and rationality. Oh, I'm glad I put my head down here. I don't know where the symbol it is it wants me to resonate with. Oh, on the rock next to me. I mean, we don't have to even break it. We could have just, raw powered that through. We already got the other two pieces of the puzzle, but oh well. Where are these guys attacking? No, nothing else of interest down here. We still have one more book. Oh, there's a reward to pick up. I was just saying, what? Why is it still an exclamation point?
Take it easy.
There's still one more bookshelf that we haven't like solved. Or put the book back in, I mean. Oh, hey.
Illusion shattered. Beg for mercy. Blood of frost. Eye for an eye.
Take them.
How are you doing with the Ruin Hilt stuff for Arlie? Nice. Nice. What we like to see. Fuck! That's not what we like to see. Alright, well, we're getting there. And then it's just have to worry about artifacts. Cool. Where's this lead?
And a trove of potential clues.
Oh,
There is no escape.
the wrong road. I stumbled into the wrong fucking neighborhood. That's where this leads. Ow, these guys actually do a decent chunk of damage when they hit you as well.
I condemn you.
Quietly now. Game's up. Time's over.
If these things hit like a truck at this point, I'm scared for when the level 100 versions show up in like Spiral Abyss.
Crush.
Because we know it will happen. Those things are going to one-tap me.
I can put these to good use.
Whoa, what's this? I can just take it? The heck? Is this it? The portable power sword? Doesn't sound like it. Someone's notes. Oh, is there be more reading? Oh, it's only one page. Through some methods, the quality can be pierced, endowed with the form of substance. Similar to Remus's ancient authority, stripped away, placed within. This way, it's possible to recreate once more the perfect harmonious symphony that belonged only to humanity that played before their utter downfall. No more gods, only man can rule over man. Substance and property are not important. Quality is what determines the essence of things. The object that plays the music, it could be the strings of a harp, a sword, or even, as long as it's an object bestowed with meaning, anything. This sword, forged from the bones of, to honor the memory of the noble Ergetia, had Phobos' collapse not caused her music to sink into the sea of pandemonium, we could have together. For a moment of madness, he betrayed us all. The false god's will was like a weed floating upon the water, unable to rival that of humans. But that matters not now. In the end, humans alone shall be saved, if only. The following lines have been brutally erased and cannot be read.
Eye for an eye.
Oh, I thought I had the thing still equipped.
More speed.
Interesting. Oh. No. Alright, I'm just gonna screenshot that now. Where the fuck are we going? Sure. We'll come back for that other bookshelf.
Easy money.
Pages of the Lost Score. Oh, okay. There's another fucking thing here. There's so many of these books. Ugh. There's this one here as well.
Easy money.
And we need to super keep an eye out to see if there's any more books that show up, because there's still another door up here that we haven't opened. And I don't spy another flying book. Which I'll have to do for now.
Take it easy.
That one's already open. That screenshot that I took. So I just glanced at it. It's like, I think it's just where the other things of that shard or whatever as we picked up is. What's our map percentage at? 97! Jesus Christ. Okay, we're already nearly 100% done with this little part of the map. And we know we're missing something, so we're missing at least one more book.
A chest full of valuables and a trove of potential clues.
I don't see it here anywhere. And I think this is the other new map. Oh, yes. Oh, it's kind of not that big in of itself, but yes. I'm going to trace civilization then. Let's go through this place first. Oh, there's the fish. Fish, but I never thought we'd run into it here. Is there there isn't a statue of the 7 down here, so I guess we just got to advance the plot and it will unlock more of the map. Whoa, what's that? Oh, it's a Hydra color, so I can see it. It's in the bottom right, I can see it. Whoa! Let's look at that glowing fish we saw before. So, there are still weird things tangled around the top nearby. What the heck's going on? Pawan's getting more and more confused. I've heard that voice in the dream before. Can't remember his name anymore, though. You went busted his dream, did you not? Skylar, a fell dragon who once served the Sebastus. He was subdued and sealed here by Boethius. Eh? Mr. Super Rude subdued an evil dragon? I wonder if he could do something that amazing. Well, fell dragon was the name they gave. It was more like a bishop that was a teensy bit stronger than normal. After all, no new hydro dragon could be born so long as the mistress of many waters hibernated in the deep seas. I thought that bishop could get this large. Speaking of which, isn't Nouvelet? That's right, Nouvelet's the hydro dragon, isn't he? But doesn't that mean this guy's way older than even him, does it? Then a new dragon of water has already been born? Then again, it's been a long time since the former mistress of many waters passed, so much time has passed. In any case, the evil dragon Skylar was once the Sebastus' friend, but he revolted at a critical juncture in the showdown between us Romarians and the Fontanians. At the time, Skylar led the brutal dragonborn to Makimos, intent on breaching the inner city, Capitolium, where the Sebastus resided. Are people talking about that in town? Yes, people in town were always thinking about some Makimos and the bell tower or something. Correct, Makimos is the outer city of the capital, but should the Fell Dragon wish to enter the inner city, we must pass through the Initium Iani. That is the barrier separating the inner and outer parts of the capital, and the symphony weaved by the Sebastos and the musicians which governed all of Romeria passed through the Initium Iani and its golden waterways. Boethius and his legions used this fact to shut the Interim Iani, thus finally sealing the evil dragon. Something's not quite right about that story. The dreamscape from before, back then. Skylar should have come and seen Remus before. Perhaps Skylar sought to go before to Sebestos' throne, but such an opportunity is now forever lost. Afterward, the evil dragon sank alongside Rumeria, and Sebestos too remained lost, remaining so to this very day. Do you recall something, Emmy? It just feels a bit muddled. Is that true? I only heard the events after it all transpired myself, having not been in the capital when the disaster struck. Then, none knew just what happened to the Sebestos. I fear that we can only learn more by proceeding further. The glowing large fish that we saw in the castle must have been the thoughts that escaped from the fissures in Skylar's stony cell. I fear he's already taken notice of our presence, having been sealed here for far too long. Now that he's sensed outsiders, he will naturally find a way to lure us in. So that's it. Hang on a minute, you said the way to the Domus Aurea is through those gates or something, but haven't both of you shut them already? Doesn't this mean that he's not getting through? It's proved quite tricky, yes. There's got to be a limit to how rude you can be. All this I'll wait for you at the Domus area mwahaha nonsense when you won't even leave the door open, huh? You know, why don't we find some way to break the seal on the evil dragon, to get the former foe he beat to break the door down for us? No! How could we do such a thing? I mean, after he was one of Romero's nemesis. But an enemy of my enemy is my friend, no? That's right, it's been so long, for all we know he might have decided to turn over a new leaf and be a nice dragon. But he is still a dragon! Come on, even if he is a dragon, he might be the reasonable kind we can talk with. We've got experience in dealing with dragons, don't we, Emmy? Dvalin, Ajdahar, Apep. Right, you were on about wanting to destroy Sumeru, and then we had to defeat the enormous life forms within her before she managed to get her healthy again. Those examples weren't very convincing, were they? Come on, Osei. No amount of suspicious look is going to suddenly give us better options. I know, you're right, let's give it a try. The seals that bind the evil dragon seem to be connected to 3 locations, so let's begin by removing the chains in those 3 places. Some of the map is unlocked. If it's all underwater, I should swap in Furina because she swims faster and can interact more. Oh, I have other achievements? Hang on. Oh, we got a new Challenger series as well. I was like, hang on a minute, I don't remember it being 2 like on the next list. We got series 9 of Challenger as well. In a single battle against the Knave, the new weekly boss, avoid being hit by her at all while being affected by a bond of life and defeat her. Jesus. Oh, I was going to swap characters. Oh, we can only go so up. Which means that this has to be down below then. No, it went away, so maybe it is up. We're never exploring that area ahead of us later, Paimon. Don't lie to me. Is it down in this here? This cave? Looks like it. There it is. Oh, fuck, we're not in water anymore. What are you... What?
Shine down. Freeze to the core. More speed. I can put these to good use.
Whoa, what the hell have I found here? Oh, I don't trust that for a second. Be careful, Lady Furina. Nameless stone statue. Good champion, please rest your wandering feet here for a spell. Since you've departed. And guard here. Noble warrior, come to the capital to bring word to the citizens. Alright, so I can talk to him and you'll take me someplace. Cool.
More speed.
I wonder how many hydrocollises are actually in this update. And I also haven't been paying attention, so I'm kind of curious how far along it we are. But I don't feel like we've gotten that many.
What do we...
Sorting out if it's a drone requirement. Oh god. We have 13 hydrocollis already, damn. Yeah, I'm glad I don't try 100% RGG games. Can we do anything with this now, or do we have to speak to the statue again, or do something else? Let's go speak to the statue. It's probably how we unlock it. How high up does that fucking go? Oh, Jesus. Hey, statue. Take me there. Huh?
There is no escape. Shut up. Now you shall perish.
Take me somewhere cool. Okay, his death.
Let the world collide. Beg for mercy. Crush. Vengeance will be mine. I condemn you. Oh, brilliant! Beg for mercy. Shudder. Just like we rehearsed. Illusion shattered.
Ah, fucking getting frozen. But at least you got the drone stuff done, man. There's one less thing to worry about, huh?
The show begins. Let lightning.
Oh, Jesus!
There is no escape. Inazuma shines eternal.
What's next? Have you got to do for it?
Beg for mercy. Freeze to the core. Eye for an eye.
There we go, all sorted. Is it going to unlock the door for us? Are you satisfied, my king? The statue has lost its luster, soul of it seems to have depleted. Throughout the statue is got an inscription that wasn't visible before. Good champion, please rest your wandering defeat here for a spell. Tell the citizens of the capital that they have done our duty. We have defeated cruel bishops obedient to their command. Oh, you can do it again if you want. Okay. Stupid idea. Decide to plat the mainline Yakuzas. Yeah, here I am stuck to it. I mean, it will be worth it on the other side. Try and think of it that way. When you're on the other side of it, you'll look back on it and be like, damn, yeah, I got all them. Holy sh...
More speed. I can put these to good use.
Once the Dragonborn, Jesus fucking Christ, arrive, then the Encipherable will destroy the force of the Empire. V-Chain, yada yada yada. So all this dragon talk stuff, I wonder how linked it is to Natlan. Like, we put our jokes to one side. Like, I wonder how many stuff it's tied to Natlan, considering they are dragon people. Bones, powers, yada yada. The Empire for of human civilization. Yeah. It's like a new movement. Quick, put it in the box. We can give it a listen. Oh, we skipped a chapter. The arrogant musician played the pipes, and the chariots of 1,000 armies burst in the air. Submit, mortals, submit, barbarians. What I will bestow onto you is far greater than what you will lose. Irony too. Scrolls over us bet. Now, the only Elder Scrolls game you could convince me to play, legit, is Morrowind. If it ever got any kind of remaster or port, but I doubt it will. I don't. Bethesda, for some, like, as time's gone on, doesn't really strike me as a company that does remasters or interested in doing remasters. Like, I don't think they're ever going to port like even Fallout 3, the ones they made. I don't think would, as much as people like say, oh, wouldn't it be nice? I'm sure it would. I don't think we're ever actually going to get Oblivion remastered. In my humble opinion, I just don't think it's going to happen. I just don't feel like it's in like Bethesda's periphery. I'd love to be wrong for the people who are fans of those series, because I would love more people to play, especially with the Fallout TV show. Yeah, porting is one thing. A remaster of an older game past its time is what I'm talking about. Skyrim's still technically the newest Elder Scrolls, if you don't count online. So of course it gets a million ports. Well, yeah. Alright, we're guessing. Is there a call on that front? Yeah, I hope so. I can't see any symbols for these, so I'm completely guessing. Because I'd love to be wrong, because I'd love more people to try out New Vegas. I know it's a slow-ass game, but it's a phenomenal slow-ass game once you get past the... like, once you can't get a feel for it and know what you want to do. Marker there, there's something we need to solve here, but I'm not really sure where to find the solution for it. Unless it's in here! No. Oh, is it what one the statue's pointing at precisely? Was I overthinking it? Is it what one the statue's pointing at precisely? It's like this one's the high one. God damn it. I was... I was overthinking it. I was looking for something on the walls. I wasn't even looking at the statues. Sort of eel hides in deep coral formations. It will probably say sticking out and needs to pull. Okay, catch it with sound. Oh, I reacted too quickly. Whoops. You have to wait for all three of them to come out. Simple enough. The ultimate one, and I know, like, I'm not even sure how you would like put it on console because I think it's too built for PC, but I'd still love to see him try. Is Fallout 1 and 2. They're super old games, and I think there'd be only an extremely minute amount of people that would even be vaguely interested in playing them if they ever did get remastered. But I think for the sake of like legacy, they should be easier to get a hold of because they are interesting little pieces of like history for the series before, you know, Bethesda took it. Oh, I was listening to the vibe. Oh, no, go away, enemies. Washer octopus. These underworld creatures have achieved a marvelous symbiosis with the conches. God, does it resonate with the orange? Okay. Color matching. No, okay. I'm trying to find out where the hydrocollis is around here. What the heck's this thing? Whoa! The auric anglerfish. These devices, long-destroyed ancient devices, raise their mimetic devices for their unknown purposes. These mouths contain some unknown valuable treasures. When sensing their heads develop something amiss, their mouths will close slightly. If you wish to obtain the treasure, you should sneak up on them and press the... Okay. Something I feel is worth commending, even when there's like things like that, as someone like me who has like an irrational fear of the ocean depths, in even in media, things like that, like of the idea of like what could be lurking in the darkest depths of the ocean at all times. I've never once felt like anxious or like unsure when like exploring like the depths in Genshin. What's this? There's so many new mechanics. Okay, I get it. Because God knows how many miles beneath the ocean we are right now. But you know what I mean? Like, it's never made me go, ugh, what the fuck could be down here and take us? I just kind of vibe with it and carry on. The Dragonborn suppressing shackles. The important one. Second Symphony to hold and unleash a play sound wave to remove them. During the lengthy passage of time, stone pillars will sometimes become overgrown with vines, making them unable to resonate with the symphony. Remove the vines first. Oh, do you mean these vines? These purple things? Nice. Now we just have to play the music. Uh-oh. Oh, you gods, shut tight the brass gates of the Heavenly City. The sword of removes cuts the threads of fate, and once I said, fuck! Imperator, are you alright? Are you dreaming again? So noisy, what's going on? People have gathered in your great hall. I believe they have a question for you, Imperator. Recently, the melody of Phobos has been interrupted many times, and so they have concerns regarding this. I have no choice but to do this. I trust your wise judgment naturally, but I heard something of the recent happenings. Is something wrong with Phobos? Phobos has planned routes for everyone, such that humanity as a whole can attain happiness. There should be no issue, not when they have the aid of Sibylla's nearly limitless power of calculation. But I heard cries of sorrow within the music. Had someone recently altered the musical score of Phobos? No, none can do that except myself and the other harmonists. Could it be that the prophet had hidden something from us? Impossible. Has she not already sacrificed her very life to this cause? The veracity of such prophecy has been validated by the Mistress of Waters. She would have harboured no such selfish designs. Or perhaps it is precisely because she had no desires of her own. Today, all people rely on Phobos to make judgments and decisions for them. If something were to go wrong with it, the citizens fear that all will descend into chaos. I need you to go to where those who cling to blind faith are. For this reason, I must grant you free will. If you say you wish to separate my melody from the Grand Symphony as a contingency against mishaps. No, it's still too early. I fear my soul is still unable to withstand such great fate. I believe in you. But from now on, we shall no longer be part of we. I understand. I have resolved myself. If this is your wish, Imperator, I shall see it done. Or run Apolis, the city of the future. Call yourself by this new name. After it's departed, you pass through golden corridors. The sounds of people debate grow closer. The area grows quiet, but only by a little when you reach the central podium of the main hall. Oh, great Sebastos, please give us your instructions. Many have been unable to hear the Phobos' melodies of late. The people are frightened, Imperator, frightened and confused. Our grand plan was proceeding as normal. The barbarians skulking in the shadows were being eliminated one by one, and the polluted waters were cleansed by Ica. Yet, my Imperator, you plan to call a halt to our noble war without cause or reason. Why have you done this? I exercise my own judgment in the matter. Great Sebastos, I do not mean to challenge your authority, but I believe that you have shown them sufficient mercy already. We have brought glorious harmony to the land. The gates of Rumeria are open to all who wish to join our Golden Order. But what have they done? They have destroyed our towers and slaughtered our musicians. Their blighted souls are unworthy of any salvation. We cleanse their barbarous lands with blood, and order and civilization shall sprout after the destruction. And for such ignorant savages, this is the highest mercy to be granted them. That is not what I want. But there should not even be a sliver of shadow under the sun. Is that not also your great ideal? If I may, Imperator, I believe that it is my wish of the citizens of Rumeria. Sebastos, please give the order. So that's our villain guy. He was just like, hey look, kill him. Defile the Capitolium. It's on the rest, let's chain the rest of the shackles. You saw it again, didn't you? Sebastos. At some point, we are going to break away from this quest line, because I want to do Arlecchino's quest before we wrap today. So we'll probably free this giant thing, and then after that cutscene, detour. and then tomorrow do the rest of this and try and do Sino. If it ends up taking 3 streams, so be it, but I'm enjoying seeing where this goes. Have a hydrocolus over here. Plus side, I don't think I'm, like, I don't want to speak too soon, but I honestly don't think I'm going to need a guide to get all the hydrocolors in this, because both maps are on the smaller side. Like, if I zoom this out to max and compare it to other maps that are all, like, similar things, like, this is the smallest by far. I mean, there's still a hell of a lot of waypoints here, so God knows how much it will evolve into, but for now. I have freed you, my friends. Have I got what's in that one? I haven't. There's another waypoint up here. Whereabouts? Is it on this? Yes, it is. All right. Oh, I was going to say, what are we doing here? I can see another challenge over there to pick up as well. You know, whilst we're going through this, I have to wonder how much of all of this is Furina actually aware of in lore? Considering she's been around for so long. Like, is she the type that's actually sat down and, like, read the lore of, like, the Archon she's supposed to be? Or she's just kind of like, look, people don't know about it, what does it fucking matter? Or does she just not know? Is it not documented? Oh, hey. Right, I did see that other one, but I'm going to get this hydrocolus first. Because, like, every time you talk to Zhongli, doesn't matter what the fuck you're doing in Liyue, he knows about it. Like, that guy literally knows everything that goes on in his kingdom. But, like, there are various things in Inazuma that kind of gave me the impression... I'm probably going to need that. The Raiden Shogun doesn't know everything that happened, but a lot of that is just because she's been away from it for so long. There's another fucking hydrocollis over there. I can see it. Let me just go get it. There's a chest nearish over there I saw. I need to poke around that we need to go for. How many hydros are we on? 20. Okay, here's the statues again. There's another chest down the fuck there. Oh god. Thanks. That sounds like the whale getting annoyed at me. Like, hey! Stop going away! Save me! And to be fair, what a fitting way to make this like the last significant update to Fontaine is have it all underwater. You know, like the big central mechanic that's been a part of all of this. There you go. I need to get rid of that. Okay, keep on. I keep going, oh, there's something to pick up. No, there isn't. There's a golems here. Be careful. Oh, I'm ready.
Illusion shattered. Crush. Shower me with. Yes. Shudder. I condemn you.
And I have to check Arlecchino's weapon status after this as well, see if we can upgrade it any further. I mean, none of these are dropping any, so I'm going to assume we're not okay, but I'd still try. Because I haven't actually checked in a minute.
Eye for an eye. Crush.
Dominus Cassiodor. Dominus Cassiodor, is that you? It is you. As I thought, you finally returned. I was ordered to guard this fortress, but the cruel bishops and the attacks of the barbarians are simply too much for me, and I was forced back step by step until I arrived here. It seems as though many, many years have passed since then. What's hiding from beyond? Were we victorious? Is that so? Then we lost. I'm sorry. Do not say such things, honoured Dominus. I've already imagined the day might come where I join Sebastos' legions. Did Sebastos not say that he wanted to lead us to break the shackles of Fortuna, but is doing so that simple? After all, what we struggled against is fate itself, and defying fate is a feat beyond even the graces of the gods. In the end, all our efforts were in vain. Nay, say not so, Dominus. We took up arms against divine destiny, and our deeds challenged the laws of heavens. We resisted that prophecy, resisted it most valiantly. Though we failed in the end, someone must have betrayed us and led us astray. Still, the outcome no longer matters. Come what may, our deeds shall be carved into the world's history. Hey, did you just fall over like that? Can stone people just suddenly faint? I don't know his name. It appears his history has now reached its conclusion. Wait, that's so sad. He was just fighting here all these thousands of years. But now he's finally at peace. Let's continue onwards.
I condemn you.
I don't have the thing equipped. Alright, into book realm, I guess. Or not, alright.
At least good luck doesn't discriminate by clan.
And then there's a tunnel there. Okay. So when we finish this section, or if it hits, I'm going to say, it's 11:36 now on my time. When it hits 12, so in about 25 minutes, if we're not done with this section, I'll move on. Because I do want to do Arlecchino's quest, and that could easily still be a couple hours yet. This also have knights. Oh, yes, you gibbering imbecile. Why did you delay? Have you wasted away your treasure? Oh, we know these guys. They cool idiot, yeah. Yeah, we know these guys. He's going to say we should leave them. It's probably one of this conversation before. It's that bit with the treasure hoarders all over again. Some lucky adventurers who drove off because they were saying similar stuff. It was like this round's worse than the last two. Then the golems after the boat they were on sank. It's so creepy. Are you Lego the Ninth? What are you doing here? Should we not have been ordered to retreat the Ford Ishardabis? Hey S, don't you dare ruin our fun, you hear? These barbarians are less than a threat than the dead fish anyway. Let's have our fun messing about while longer, would you? These treasures, I don't know what orders your Harmos gave you, but did the Sebastos not order us to subdue these ignorant tribes and free them of fate's shackles? Those orders do not include such clearly criminal deeds. Surely you jest. The orders of the commander, mighty Dominus Boethius, were indeed to punish these savages harshly. And besides, we have received no punishment. That means that both Phobos and the Sebastos, our Imperator, approve of our actions. So what is this talk of a crime? Are you trying to start trouble? But there's no S here. Well, aren't things getting weird by the moment? It appears that there's no time to answer the question of yours. The S you met in town must be a descendant of the Remarians. His ancestors must have followed me to join the new nation all those years ago, becoming an ordinary Fontanian. It's such a symphony that has been stolen these Fontanian souls would not affect him, but in turn the melody that records his ancestors' memories had nowhere to go, and so attached itself to the statue. So that means the S here is the town's S ancestor, the real S the quick-witted. What about the others? As wandering souls, lost in their memories. Let's just go have a look. Hello, and who are you exactly? You appear to be Romarians. Are you savages then? Oh, I'm just a passing traveller. Well, it's a battlefield. You must put yourself in great peril. You should leave this place regardless of who you are. Yes, it is I. It has been a while. Skies above. You're Dominus Cassiodor. You're so rarely in a poor form. I almost failed to recognise you. Owes to your attendance? You can take that to be so. Still, Dominus Cassiodor, what brings you here? Did the Sebastos not send you to damnation? I cannot remember. Am I in some dream? It does seem to be the case. Surely you jest. Sebastos must have assigned me to some secret mission again, or else I am an ignoramus. You guessed correctly. Speaking of which, why are the legionnaires of the Lego 9 guarding these chains? The chains? You mean the treasure, yes? I believe them to be spoils of war. Though, the Sebastos views war as naught but a sad necessity in fulfilling our grand aspirations, and has long outlawed such brutal behaviours. You know as well as I that they have become commonplace nonetheless. We're on the path of darkness, though none perceive it. Dominus Cassiodor, what has happened? Phobos was meant to bring us happiness, but all I feel is a pain I cannot name. I too am searching for an answer to that question, but it appears we will have to deal with the problem at first. Indeed, still, these are our legionnaires. Let us solve things peacefully if we may. Who are you? Still helpers? We are a special envoy of the Imperator. What kind of rank is that? Well, not completely wrong. We're with Dominus Cassiodor. Seems you two have quite the perchance for acting. Dominus Cassiodor, you say? I heard that Sebastos has sent him to Aramorica. Has he returned so soon? Well, the next one next to us is, in fact. Whatever the case, we've come to survey the frontline legions. Right, I figured as much. I mean, we haven't gone to Fort Charbades with the main body of troops. But we are the rear guards, with some final cleanup as well within our range of duties, eh? It is also a command from Phobos? Well, it should have guarded our every move, but since coming here, there have been many times that we could not hear its melody. As such, we've fallen back to the Mesa's directives. The Sebastos does not permit the harm of innocent people. Innocent, you say? Yes. He did task us with helping these vulnerable humans before the war began, but our actions have a tacit approval of Phobos. Could his decrees ever be in conflict with the sacred word of Sebastos? Yet you are not receiving the melody. Well, that is true enough, but in what can we place our trust if not Phobos? Surely it's not stand idly by we to diverge from this correct path. Phobos is the perfect creation. I counsel you as a Romarian to not doubt its derivatives. Phobos' silence signifies rejection. Yes, that is possible. How did I not consider that? Could our rash actions have caused Phobos to cease guarding us? If so, then it bodes very ill. Very well, you speak true. We must reconsider our actions. In truth, I do not know how things came to this. There's been a strange feeling in my heart since this war broke out. We were meant to pursue freedom and happiness, but Phobos led us here instead by step by step. Has something gone wrong? What could it be? If you meet with Sebastos upon your return, please appraise him of our circumstances and our doubts. You'll be doing a truly great favour. Don't worry, we will. To withdraw. Now we can remove the music. Oh, I just saw something glowy? Oh, okay. Before we do that, though, I said I was going to check the weapon if we could enhance it anymore. Oh, just short. Literally working on Arlecchino, like, in real time as we go. Okay, you're est. You seem to have resolved our previous problem. I suppose that means you'll be rushing ahead towards your next goal then. Yes, I'll be counting on you to take care of this place, Est. Also remember that it's better to trust the wisdom of your heart rather than handling or judgment of right and wrong over to Phobos or any Harmos. Sebastos created Phobos to free us from the servitude of destiny, but the people's blind faith has led us into enslavement more frightful still. In the future, you may encounter a similar choice once more. I hope you will make the right decision when the time comes. Dominus Cassiodor, why are you suddenly speaking of such things? Still, I shall keep your words in my heart. I, Est, shall uphold my own sense of justice. That is good. Farewell, Est. I believe we shall meet again.
I can put these to good use.
That's where Est puts himself now, huh?
Illusion shattered. Beg for mercy.
Where's he? Oh, this all curls right round, huh? Okay.
At least good luck doesn't discriminate by clan.
Secret waypoints. Oh, okay. Ah, fuck, I didn't see the hole there. Got baited, hook, line, and sinker. One's over there, I can see it. And this one is down there, I can also see it.
There is no escape! Crush! Flood of frost! Rack and ruin!
But a momentary distraction.
So does it bring you through to pick him up? Hey, there we go. God, we need a lot of the big ones. Okay. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Hang on. Oh, we need to ascend her more. Is her fucking talents? So what's this? Arlecchino becomes to a bond of life worth 130% of max HP when when an opponent to which she herself applied directive is defeated. Oh, okay, so she gets a boost if you kill the enemy. And what about this? Gains 1% all elemental and physical resistance for every 100 attacks she has in excess of 1,000. The maximum resistance she can gain of this is 20%. Damn! So she just gets, like, free, like, resistance. While in combat, Arlecchino gets a 40% pyro damage bonus, but can only be healed through Bale Moon Rising, which is her ult. Yeah, amount of HP restored is 150% of your bond of life plus 150% of your attack, but obviously if you level it up, that number goes higher. Oh, is it back up to do the ring around the rosy? And the last one we can see is way over there. Oh, it goes deeper still. Of course it fucking does. Never do anything by halves.
Shine down! Shudder! Yeah, crush! Eye for an eye!
Hey, now we got chapter 3. Greatness belongs to Romeria. Great order, great power, great civilization, all is great. Even if its mistakes are great. Alright, 2 chapters left. Oh, hey, Yelam, we need you back. Oh, we need to pick up our bounty. I'm curious how many like gems we've got so far. I feel like we've got a lot. Yeah, 677. We might get enough for another 10 roll before this stream's up. Considering we're also going to be doing the Arlecchino quest.
Take it easy.
I need a weapon. I mean, I could try and fight them now, but nah. Oh, that'll do. Like fucking Master Chief in Halo 2. I like me playing Master Chief in Halo 2. I miss my shots too. Oh, it's just general chatting. Okay. Do we have the treasure chest in you? Yes. We can finally see what happens when we get caught. Oh, it just super locks up immediately. Oh, did I not, like, do... I thought I did this one. Oh, well. I thought I did this one. I think we did, and then we got the cutscene, and I didn't actually finish it. Oh, well. After the presumable next cutscene, I will go start Arlecchino's quest, and we'll do the rest of this tomorrow. We might end up taking free streams, so I wasn't sure that this world quest was going to be this big. Well, I know all the world quests are on the bigger side of life now, but I didn't think it'd be this big. But yeah, because we will do that another time, because I want to... go back to the Bright Fontaine. Oh, I should also see how many of these we can get. And also see how many of the rocks we can convert to boost more of Ali's weapon. Alright, what does this push us to? I know it won't max us out. We need way more yet. 49. I mean, close enough! Jesus! I didn't realise it was that close. I need one more level and that's a gold trophy. Oh, and we get a model mecha. Awesome. Oh, I got a name card. Oh, for getting it to level 48. Okay. All the waypoints. There's 2 Shrines of Depths down there. Okay, good to know. Get 6 Sealer. We did Sealies. We did 4 of them. Need more chests. Challenges. Play all the melodies. We're working on it. And then do the quest. I'm going to turn in my commission wards as well whilst I'm here. But I'm going to see if we can convert the golem materials into the higher stuff. I mean, that's there, so I know we can. It's just, where's the one down? Oh, there it is. It's not going to be enough to max it out, but it might be just enough to level it up one more stage. Oh no, I don't think it is enough to level it up by one more stage. I think we're one short. Yep, fuck. Anyway, we're off to Poisson. Let me get rid of this fucking marker too. Hey, it's me again. Hey, Prince, yeah, you got more cards? I don't give a shit. Can I go now? Alright. And it also means I get to relax my throat a little bit, because it is starting to get a little sore.
Hey, Traveler. Paimon.
Lenny, what the fuck are you doing here?
Oh, Paimon knows that voice!
Over here.
It's been too long.
To borrow one of the more popular turns of phrase at the moment, this appears to be quite the fated reunion. Running into you two out of the blue like this has really made my day. I certainly wasn't expecting it.
It's so funny knowing that the voice actor for Lenny in English is the same person who voices Blade in Star Rail. It's just like, man, how is it so different?
You can say that again. What brings you to Poisson? Wait, Paimon's got it! You must be here for one of your magic shows, right?
Actually, we've run into a bit of trouble on the home front, so Father arranged for us to stay in Poisson for the time being.
Oh, are Lynette and Fremine here too?
Yep, along with most of the other members of the House of the Hearth. You may have noticed Poisson seems a bit more crowded than usual.
So you're saying nearly the entire organization has moved to Poisson? Sounds like you've run into way more than just a bit of trouble. What's really going on?
Well...
Since the two of you are so curious, perhaps I can fill in the gaps.
Hey, Dad.
You scared Paimon half to death!
Father, you're here.
You know... On second thought, maybe we don't need to know? It's all probably super confidential House of the Hearth stuff, right? We totally weren't trying to pry or anything.
No need to be nervous. I could sense your genuine concern from your conversation just now. Of course, I can also understand your confusion. Sending so many Fatui here to Poisson, it's only natural that some might suspect an ulterior motive to be involved.
Well, we are a little curious.
I understand. I'm well aware you've had your fair share of confrontations with the Fatui in the past, and I can't exactly guarantee that we'll remain on good terms in the future.
Oh, you're right. I forgot. Arlecchino is kind of, well, I say child technically as well, but Arlecchino's kind of like the only like consistently active Fatui Harbinger that we're on good terms with. Like, Dottore sees us as like a means to an end that plans to abuse us and whatnot. Scaramouche hates our guts. La Signora died like cussing us into the afterlife. Child's more of like a rival, but he also doesn't care that much about all the Harbinger bullshit, even though he's one of them. Like Arlecchino is like the only one that we're kind of on a somewhat decent term with.
As for right now, however, I would say we have little reason to be at odds, wouldn't you agree? The House of the Hearth could stand to be more open with those who have worked so closely with us in the past. As for the issue at hand, well, it hardly relates to any ulterior motive. To be frank, it all stems from a certain rumor circulating around the House of the Hearth. It's an internal matter.
What sort of rumor?
A rumor that a certain phantom child is hiding away in the House of the Hearth.
Oh, the music. It started doing the Harbinger melody. I feel like I'm getting chills already.
A phantom child? Ooh, just hearing the name is giving Paimon the creeps.
A spirit that should have long ceased to exist is lurking in the shadows of the House of the Hearth. So I decided to bring the children to Poisson before continuing to investigate the situation. I expect I should be able to track down the spirit fairly quickly. After that, it's just a matter of resolving the situation, if you will. It shouldn't be much trouble at all. If you're curious, or if you still have some concerns, it might be advisable to stick around for a few days. I'm sure the children would be exceedingly pleased to welcome some visitors. Lenny, I'll leave you to entertain our guests. I have some matters to attend to.
Of course, Father.
I couldn't help but feel intimidated during that conversation with the knave. Now that she's gone, it feels like I can finally breathe again. She also suggested that we stick around for a few days. But why?
It has long been a dream of mine to invite you to our home and introduce you to my other siblings. You're quite well known in the organization already. A lot of people have been talking about you, especially after everything with the prophecy. If you're willing, why don't you stay a while and have a little chat with us?
Alright. We don't have anything else to do right now anyway. But let's be clear, we're just gonna be there as guests, okay? Don't get any funny... Oh, wait a second. For your guests, that probably means we'll be treated to lots of yummy food, right?
Of course. During our stay
Paimon,
in
your trust is
Poisson,
way
we've
too
been
easily
helping out the
brought.
locals
Every
with some
single
fishing.
time.
We bring in quite the bounty every day. In fact, today's the perfect chance for me to show you what I can do in the kitchen. Let's go. I'll take you to where we're staying.
I mean, is Navia cool with this? I mean, I imagine she is, because Arlecchino did help out when things hit the fan near the end of the main story quest. And I imagine it's actually quite nice to see it, like, to see the Poisson be a little bit populated again after how many people died. Be a house guest.
We rented this house from one of the locals to use as a temporary base. I'll come back later.
Isn't this the
and
same
tidy
one
up a
we
bit.
used? I
After
feel this is
that,
the same
it
one
should
we
be all
used to
ready
like
for you
get
stay
Furina
tonight.
to the opera house.
Awesome, thanks! So, where are we off to now?
Well, when I happened to run into you two earlier, I was actually in the middle of distributing some supplies. With this many people staying in Poisson, we have to bring in outside supplies every now and then. I should probably make sure the rest of these provisions get delivered. Otherwise, people might start to get antsy.
Okay, we'll come with. There are all sorts of rumors about your organization floating around out there. Paimon's not sure if she could even take a wild guess as to what's true and what's not. But now that we finally have the chance to see a day in the life of the house, we can take a good look at how you operate.
Well, you're more than welcome to come along. Just follow me.
Help Linny distribute supplies. Alright, over here we fucking yonder.
Linny! You're finally here. The supplies. I'm assuming you've...
Brought them with me? Yep, here you go. Hello? Something caught your eye?
It's the Traveler and Paimon!
Yeah, okay, too close. Personal space?
No way!
Oh, it is gonna be all the orphans.
Come here, everyone! Hurry! The Traveler and Paimon are here!
Uh-oh. Oh god, we're celebrities, huh?
One at a time, please. Don't crowd around them all at once. We don't want to scare off our guests now, do we?
Oh, it's alright! Gotta say, Paimon didn't realize we were this famous.
Of course! Father and Linny have told us so much about you.
Oh, the Kino's talked about us? Oh.
Father told us about how you helped Linny. According to her, you're a trustworthy friend. And as far as she's concerned, that's pretty much the highest compliment we've ever heard her give. As you can imagine,
The child that doesn't exist doesn't sound foreboding or anything. I think I have an idea of who that child might be. And also, if I'm right, it would explain why Arlecchino's so keen to look into it. Because it's a fragment of her past.
I heard the Traveler
I think
is so
that
strong
7-minute
she can
animated
move a
short will give
mountain
us an
with her bare
idea.
hands.
She can be reminded of her bare hand.
I heard Paimon eats so much that she can clean out the entire pantry at Hotel de Boer in just 3 days!
Oh, I like how I get the cool story and Paimon is just, hey, look, she's a glutton.
Wait a second! That's the rumor you heard about Paimon? Oh, not cool at all!
Because I think the missing child is Clervy. Arlecchino's first love and the one that she was forced to kill. Mine's also a bit of a stretch.
Oh, wait! When guests visit, you're supposed to give them gifts and stuff, right?
Oh, we don't need something like that. Besides, we don't have anything to give to you! Come on, we insist! I can give you some of my
You're wrong there, Paimon. You don't exactly do much. Yeah, what legends can be told of Paimon?
I've got both.
Or maybe Shaplo can teach you guys about stealth! He's super good at it! He's never been caught!
Ah, now that's not a bad idea. I know you usually prefer to fight head-on, but it never hurts to expand your bag of tricks, right? When it comes to eliminating your enemies, staying quiet can go a long way. Trust me, I would know. I was poisoned not too long ago, and I'm still dealing with the after effects. So I'm not quite as good as I was before, but I can still give you some pointers.
Wait, when you said gifts, Paimon didn't think you meant poison and stealth tactics.
Well, all of the members of the House of the Hearth are ultimately trained to be agents, Paimon. What else were you expecting? They're all, like, all of them once they're mature of age become Fatui agents. Like, Arlecchino's a better, orphanage runner than the previous one. Because she doesn't torture and beat the kids. She lets them have a childhood. It's just once they're of age, she starts training them.
But those are the best things we can give you! You don't like them?
Even the kid's like, but come on, who don't want to learn about it?
Tell me the name of someone who really annoys you, and we'll teach him a lesson for you.
The dangerous suggestions keep coming one after another. You start to get a little overwhelmed.
Selwar, I think that's enough suggestions for now. When it comes to being a good host, it's the thought that counts. You don't need a physical gift to make our guests happy. In fact, pestering them with suggestion after suggestion might make them more annoyed than anything. I would say your enthusiasm has certainly gotten across.
Really?
We definitely feel the love.
Awesome! It's been so long since we have had guests to play with. If there's anything you need, just let us know.
Yeah, especially if it's poison or something.
Fuck it, enough of the poison.
Potions for that.
Well, we'll talk to you all later. We've still got supplies to distribute.
All right, see you later.
Bye.
Lenny, about all that poison and stuff tactics talk just now.
Scared you, did it? That kind of talk comes with being part of the House of the Hearth. When Foltz was really young, he strangled all of his family pets, just out of curiosity. He was labeled a dangerous problem child and was abandoned by his family.
Jesus Christ! And Olakino went, I'll take that kid in.
Elwar has an unnatural obsession with potions. Father has forbidden her from trying all the different concoctions she comes up with, but she still tries to test them in secret. You really have to keep an eye on that one.
Bruh. I mean, she sounds a bit more normal. Potions? That's... I think any kid tried to do potions. And by that, I mean, like, you put your soap in the water and spin it round when you're, like, 5 to see if it makes the colour different or shit like that, you know? I say that, it's probably more that, like, she's made dangerous shit, which is why Father said, no, you... hell no.
Chaplot is around my age. While I'm mainly responsible for collecting intelligence, he handles surveillance.
He looks like a decade older than you, Lenny. What do you mean?
Reservations about taking on some very difficult missions. I know you two probably aren't used to that kind of talk, but I can promise you they only had the best of intentions.
So we've got
Things like
the dog
tactics and
strangler,
developing different poisons.
the poison maker.
Really
Like,
know
bruh,
what to know.
Olakino,
They were
she
just
takes in
trying
all
to show
kinds,
the
huh?
best of what they could offer. That's all.
That would have been an interesting conversation. Linny, I need to borrow you. So we're getting a new orphan in, but he was abandoned by his family, so he's had a bit of life on the street. Okay, what do I'll welcome in. Oh, and one other thing. Don't let any cats or dogs near him. He got curious and strangled them. What? Father? Are you sure? We should be letting...
Filial, supplies are here.
Now, we can't be picky.
Thanks. And who are these two? Outsiders?
Allow me to introduce you. This is the Traveler and Paimon.
Oh, you're the famous duo I've been hearing so much about. It's nice to meet you. I heard you've traveled to all sorts of places. Is that true?
Wubba dubba dub, is that true?
Of course! We're making our way all across to that!
Oh, good for you.
You must be pretty familiar with Fontaine by now, then. Have you seen the new opera that started running recently? I think it's called... The 4,000 Thieves?
Is it directed by Furina?
Oh, this is the first we've heard of it.
It seems like it's going to be fantastic. From what I've been able to tell from the posters, anyway. You should definitely check it out if you have the time.
Oh, and there's the Blind Maiden, too.
We know that one.
That one is
We helped
supposed to
make
have
that one.
audience interaction. Seems pretty interesting.
You spend some time about the popular culture, and the atmosphere
After
becomes more
this mission
relaxed.
is over, I think I'll go get a manicure.
Oh, maybe I should dye my hair. Wonder how much it'll cost.
Probably too much.
Is it just Paimon, or do these two seem much easier to get along with than the others? Looks
They're
like
not
the House of
psycho
the Hearth
kids,
has
that's
some
why.
normal members after all.
So I got a text, 1 second.
I heard that.
Oh!
Well, hey, look, the other kids wanted to talk about poison.
I'm guessing you're referring to Foltz and the others? Yeah, we're definitely not all like them.
I bet those crazies are practically foaming at the mouth right now. I'm sure they just can't wait to get back to Snezhnaya to carry out the plan.
That's enough, Filial.
Don't talk about family members behind their back, right? Whatever. Let's go.
Guess this is goodbye then. if you ever have some time, we should go see the opera together.
Yeah, sure. I haven't gone to the opera so far. Lenny?
Well, that's it for the supplies.
Oh,
We
he
should
doesn't sound so
probably head back
like
as well.
bubbly anymore, does he? He's just like, fucking inviting.
Well, they didn't seem too happy with each other. Seems like there could be something more going on here.
We should... It's better not to pry.
You're right. We're only here as guests after all. Oh, Linny's getting super far ahead. Come on, let's catch up.
Yeah, the child that doesn't exist is a wild like chapter name. I hope that fall didn't kill Yelan.
So, what do you think of the members you've met so far?
They got a lot of personality.
Well, Father is always encouraging us to be strong-willed and independent. So if there's one thing we've got, it's people who aren't afraid to speak their mind. Well, I should probably get cooking. Wanna join?
Of course!
Then let's head out and... Huh? Fremine? What are you doing here?
Well,
Fremine! Nice to see you again!
Oh, you too. I heard you're here as guests of House of the Hearth. Welcome.
We were just going to make some food. Why don't you come along? I could use some help in the kitchen, and I seem to remember you mentioning you wanted to make seafood soup for the traveler in Paimon.
Seafood soup? Oh, Paimon's drooling already.
Were you looking for something just now, Fremine? Maybe I can help.
It's nothing. I just wanted to see if there were any extra supplies.
Yeah, we've got some left over. What do you need?
Some food and water. And some clean cloth, if possible.
No problem. Give me a second here. Food, water... Wait a minute. What do you need all of those for? You're not
Took
on
a while for that
missions
penny
as
to drop,
far as I'm
Linny.
aware.
It's like, hey, I just
You
need
were just going
food,
to come
water, and
with
some
us.
clothing. Why?
what's this all about?
Like, why? Everything's here.
I thought I'd grab an extra portion.
Yeah, okay, what
because
about
I
the
get
cloth?
hungry at night. Could be because I'm growing.
I think Fremine's
you
looking
know?
after that kid.
And
Fremine, you remember what I told you? You're not like me. Your lying skills still need some work. Tell me what's going on. Is it really bad enough that you have to keep it from your own brother?
Maybe it'll be better if we gave them some space.
This is the first time I've seen that kind of look on your face. Whatever happened...
Yeah, Fremine's encountered or is
does it
protecting the
have
child in
something to do
question.
with Father?
That much is at least
Yes.
apparent to me.
just follow me.
Figure out what Fremine is hiding.
You're back! Oh, and you've brought some friends with you this time.
Oh, Chevy. It's Chevy as a kid, not the Chevy that gets murdered.
Hello, my name's Linny. I grew up in the House of the Hearth. And you
I think I
are?
pronounced her name. That's Clervy, sorry.
Hi, Linny. I'm also a child of the House of the Hearth.
You're a child of the
Just like
original
you.
House of the Hearth.
You can call me Clervy.
Yep. Oh no. This is the child version of Arlie's childhood best friend when she was little. And they grew up together. But then when Judgment came, Arlie was forced to kill Clervy. Like when they were older. And the last words Clervy said to Arlecchino is that you will make a great king.
Clervy?
It's nice to meet you. Does that name ring any bells, Linny?
No, not at all. That's not a name we have on our roster, I'm sure of it. What I'm not sure of, though, is how she managed to sneak in. She must be the phantom child Father's been searching for. From the looks of it, I'm guessing you were the one that found her, Fremine. You, haven't told Father, have you?
No, I haven't told anyone. I've just been keeping her hidden.
For how long?
About half a month now.
14 to 15 days?
So ever since we got to Poisson, then. Do you have any idea what you're doing?
I know what I'm doing.
Really? 'Cause from where I'm standing, it looks like you're hiding the very person Father has been trying to find. If Father finds out about this, everyone involved is going to be punished. You know the rules of the house, Fremine. I know you do. Father doesn't tolerate any form of betrayal. So why are you doing this?
I've thought it through. And I just can't hand her over like that. Linny, don't you remember last year? Sheplo nearly died after getting poisoned during that one mission. He wasn't able to get back before the poison started taking effect, and not a single person was there to help him. That night, while I was sleeping, I heard a voice telling me to go save him. I opened my eyes, but I couldn't find the source of the voice. I thought maybe I was just hearing things, but I went to look for him anyway. Luckily, I got there with enough time to save his life. That feeling of being haunted, of hearing voices, it's happened many times in the House of the Hearth. I'm sure you've noticed.
So what you're saying is, that was her? She was the one who spoke to you that night?
Unless there are other spirits roaming around the House of the Hearth, I don't think there's any other possibility. If Clairvy were our enemy, it wouldn't matter whether she was a spirit or an actual child. I would have acted without a second thought, because that's what Father ordered us to do. But she's been living with us, helping us from the shadows all this time. I think that makes her family. I couldn't just hand her over to be dealt with. Not when there's so much we still don't know.
So what's your plan then? You can't keep her here forever. Someone is bound to find out eventually.
I haven't thought that far yet. I don't want to disobey an order from Father, but I also don't want to put Clairvy in danger.
Come with me. There are a couple things I'd like to say to you in private.
Oh, that means not us, Paimon. I was like, oh, what?
Those two sure care a lot about each other. Well, they got a funny way of showing it. From where Paimon was floating, it sure seemed like they were about to bite each other's heads off.
No way. They have a really deep bond. I could tell right away, because I also have a friend like that.
Oh.
I just don't know how long that kind of bond can last.
What do you mean? Yeah, because the friendship you had with Ardley led to your death.
The darkness in the house runs deeper than you can imagine. No one can get out alive.
I'm sorry, Linny. I really didn't mean to drag anyone else into this.
Oh, really? You didn't mean to? 'Cause I, for one, wish you did.
Huh? What do you mean?
You know, when we were younger, you didn't call me Linny. You called me brother, just like Lynette. We grew up together, the three of us. We were all orphans, all rescued by Father. Of all the siblings in the House of the Hearth, I think our bond was the closest. Later on, when you started calling me Linny, I wasn't actually surprised. After all, Lynette and I are related by blood. We've had to depend on each other to survive long before we joined the house.
Linny,
The darkest and most difficult moments of my life happened before you and I had ever met. I'm sure that's true for you as well. Even so, Fremine, we've stood by each other for all these years now, and to me, that means more than blood. You and Lynette are the most important people in my life. No one can replace you. So I won't let you face anything alone. Not if I can help it.
Oh, looks like things are getting kinda heated between Linny and Fremine. Maybe we should go check on them.
Oh, it's raining. I should put my clothes away.
No, I'm trying to zoom in the camera. No, I'm not. Arlecchino would turbo fucking destroy me. Where'd she go? Oh no, there she is. For a second there.
Hey, you two! Hope we aren't interrupting anything. Like a fight, or... Oh, wait a minute, Fremine. You're not crying, are you? Is everything alright?
Everything's fine. Thanks for asking.
Well, we're all friends here, right? We've been through so much together, so if there's anything we can do to help, just say the word.
It's just a small family dispute. It's not something our guests should trouble themselves with. In fact, it might be better if your stay ended here.
Sometimes having guests around can come in handy. And I'm also way too nosy.
When guests are around, families are often on their best behavior. And any disputes are less likely to escalate. That's what you're trying to say, isn't it?
I think you'll be better if we stick around.
I just... Thank you. I was really hoping to keep you out of it. But even if I could think of some other reason to turn you away, I'm not sure I could convince you. I know things could turn dangerous, so I promise you this. From now on, I'll protect you like my life depends on it.
Me too.
Well, back to the matter at hand then. If we don't plan on handing Clairvy over to Father, then our only other option is to solve the mystery of her identity before Father is able to track her down. That means finding out where she came from and what she's doing here. Then we can send her on her merry way and pretend like none of this ever happened.
I've tried that already.
And?
And... nothing. I tried taking her somewhere really far away, but... after some time, she just reappeared. She even came with us all the way to Poisson. It seems like wherever the house is, she follows.
I don't know much about spirits. Do you two have any ideas?
Let's see here. Paimon remembers hearing something like, if you fulfill a spirit's last wish before they died, they'll let go of whatever's keeping them here and return to the ley lines. Oh, it's just that Paimon doesn't really remember where she heard that, so it's not guaranteed to work or anything.
But it also makes sense.
Well,
her last wish was
worth
probably
a
for
shot.
Arlecchino to become a great
Guess
king.
That means we should go ask her about her wish. But first, Fremine, I need you to promise me something.
What is it?
I need you to promise me that this will stay between the two of us. We're the masterminds behind this whole thing. No one else gets involved. Can you do that for me?
Yeah, that's if something goes wrong, only us two will take the blame then.
Of course. I promise.
All right. Then let's seal the promise just like when we were kids. Fist bump on 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3. I
Maybe.
swear.
Lynette, where'd she fucking come from?
Whoa!
Fucking Lynette.
Lynette!
You scared me.
What a surprise. What brings you here, dear sister?
That's the face of you can't fucking fool kidda.
And, when exactly did you get here?
Also, what's with all like the anime angles going on here? That's a hilarious fucking screenshot though.
You're an idiot, brother. And you too, Fremine. You 3, Traveler. And you 4, Paimon.
We're sorry. I always feel for Lynette. She's like, she always has to deal with the boys.
What do we do?
I've seen Clairvy around the House of the Hearth before. I hadn't seen her in Poisson, so I figured she must not have come with us. But it turns out, you were just hiding her. I heard you talking about your plan. Rather than steering clear of the situation, I'd rather fully join in. If you don't agree, I'll have no choice but to report everything back to Father. Simple as that.
You're not giving us much wiggle room here, Lynette.
Yeah, I think that's called blackmail.
Well, I guess we're all in this together then.
Well, Lynette is probably the most
we talk to
Arlecchino-like
Clairvy, we'll figure
of
out our
all the
next
orphans. Like, she's like developed a lot of the mannerisms, and like, especially as we've got to know Arlecchino more, like you can see it in Lynette a lot.
There's no time to lose. Let's go.
I'm full. Thank you for bringing me this food, you guys.
She said she's full, but the food doesn't look like it's even been touched.
Well, she is a spirit.
That's right. Based on what I've been able to observe, it doesn't seem like Clairvy can interact with the physical world at all. Still, when she's presented with food, she'll always linger around it for a good little while. Maybe...
Yeah, she was a little
in her
cake
mind,
enthusiast in the animated short.
really is
Get her
eating
some
those
cake.
things.
Does she know that she has already passed away?
I've tried to ask her, but she didn't answer. My guess is that she's just as confused as we are. Or... maybe she couldn't understand the question at all.
Clairvy, if you've got some time, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Sure. Oh, another new friend. Hi, I'm Clairvy.
Hello.
Clairvy, how did you join the House of the Hearth?
Huh? Isn't it the same for everybody? The knave brings you here and then you can't leave.
She's talking about the previous knave.
It's just that your name, it's not on the roster. And I've never seen you before.
The roster? Oh, I get it now. I think there might be some things you don't know about this place. The people in charge, they're not as nice as they look. They say they keep a roster, but it's not complete. There are a lot of people who aren't on it, and never will be. In this house, some people are family, and other people are just test subjects. Those kinds of people aren't ever going to get a place on the roster, unless it's the roster of people who've been executed.
Yeah, she's talking about the previous knave. The previous knave before Arlecchino, some of the kids that were worse off for one reason or another, she gave to Dottore to become test experiments. And if we know from our previous encounters, that's not good. That's hell. Considering the severe mental damage that still sits on Coley, yeah, no, that's not good. It's why I'm very curious to see what Arlecchino thinks, because Arlecchino takes great pride in the kids she looks after, and I can imagine at least at some point Dottore approached Arlecchino and went, so, the previous knave and I, we had an arrangement, and she's like, I'm gonna fucking kill you. All the kids are my kids.
Is there anyone that can vouch for you?
Perry. She's my best friend. She's the only one I trust in this place.
Pierre. Is that the nickname you gave Pierre?
No.
Or Peru? How do you pronounce it?
Clairvy, Perry. Neither of those names are on the roster, but it seems like she's telling the truth. Either that, or this kid's already got a bag of tricks bigger than mine. Maybe we should try a different approach. Clairvy, do you have a wish?
Is it to see the Snezhnayan skies with Perry?
A wish?
It can be anything you want. Just imagine. It's your birthday, you're blowing out the candles, and your wish is...
To go outside, where the sun can find me.
That's it? Well, that sounds easy enough.
The darkness in the house runs deeper than you can imagine. No one can get out alive.
What does she mean by that? Things can't be this simple.
Okay, time to divide and conquer. Listen up. I've got a plan. I'll try and find a way to use basic illusory magic to take Clairvy outside and bring her somewhere with sunlight. Lynette, try and find the list of executions that Clairvy was talking about, and see if her name is on it. Fremine, you stay in Poisson. We can't be the only ones who've had run-ins with Clairvy. I need you to collect intel on everything she's said and done.
Understood.
I'll try my best.
What about us? What should we do?
I really appreciate your willingness to help, but this is a family matter. I don't want to drag you in too deep. It's too risky. Let me think. Since Father considers you to be guests, maybe you could stick
You
by
want
her
us to go
side
hang
for a
out with
while.
Arlecchino to stop,
You don't
not
need to
let
do
her
anything,
get
just
suspicious.
keep up
Oh,
some nice,
God.
casual conversation.
Ah, Paimon gets it. You want us?
She'll catch on immediately. She's like, you guys are always like freeze up the moment I see you. Why the hell do you suddenly want to start a conversation? How should we contact
I'll
you?
give you a magic bird. If Father suspects something, all you need to do is release it when she's not looking, and it'll alert me that something's wrong. Of course, that's only as a last resort. If Father doesn't seem to notice us, there's no need to make contact. We'll reconvene here tonight
Oh, boy.
after all's said and done. If the worst case scenario happens and we're discovered, just tell Father everything. We're not going to let our guests get punished for our own actions. That's where we draw the line.
Oh, be careful.
You too. Okay, this is where we part. Father should be at the beach nearby.
She's just vibing on the beach? Alright.
I really hope this goes well. No, it has to go well. That's the only way this can get resolved.
Go to the seaside and look for the knave. I'm surprised not, like, Navia's just cool with it. Like, she's not, I would have thought she would at least said something. Like, hey, yeah, we've been having these guys hanging around. Or like, oh yeah, I didn't mind because, you know, yada yada. Oh, this got a bit hurt recently. Fucking T-tag. Child Tortellini. What's he fucking doing here?
It's the knave and child. Hey, aren't you supposed to be in Snezhnaya recuperating? What are you still doing in Fontaine?
Oh, it's you two. I didn't expect to run into you here. I was unconscious for quite a while after the fight in the Primordial Sea. After I woke up, I realized I was being taken back to Snezhnaya. And well, I couldn't have that now, could I? Not when I've still got unfinished business here in Fontaine. So, I mustered up all my strength and made the journey back on my own.
What sort of unfinished business are we talking here?
It has to do with Skirk, my master. I really wanted to meet up with her, but by the time I got back, she had already left. I still have so many questions for her. Without any other leads, all I could do was ask the knave to help me track her down. She must have left behind some traces from her time in Fontaine.
Oh, okay, so have you found any clues?
Unfortunately, no. While the House of the Hearth is adept at collecting all manner of intelligence, certain existences can still manage to escape our purview.
Basically, unless Master feels there's a need to meet with me, she's not going to be found. But that problem has an easy fix. I just need to become stronger, and then...
Alright, yeah, calm it down, Goku. You can get stronger later.
Paimon thinks you should focus on getting better first.
The worst of it is over. It's all thanks to that one kid from the House of the Hearth. Elwar, I think her name was. She gave me a bunch of random potions to drink. They didn't go down easy, let me tell you. Pain and chills all over. But they really did help speed up my recovery. And that's good, because it looks like I really do have to head back this time. The old man's been putting the pressure on me. He sent someone to tell me I'm needed for some sort of project.
Project Stuja?
Yeah, that's the one. I heard Regrader's involved too. I'm not looking forward to having to listen to all his monologuing, that's for sure. Hey, maybe you could think of a way for me to stay in Fontaine for a little longer. Helping Linny and the others brush up on their fighting skills would be far more interesting. If you and I could spar, that would be even better. I've been waiting for a chance to see you go all out.
And what a sweet little daydream that is. But I also have a role to play in all this. I'll be leaving Fontaine shortly as well.
Nave's like, fuck off. No, child.
Besides, considering how little they see fit to step outside the homeland, being called on to return to Snezhnaya by such illustrious dignitaries, what a great honor. Wouldn't you agree?
One I could do without, I'd say.
Is it just Paimon? Or does it kind of seem like they're...
Just casually trash-talking their colleagues behind their backs? Yeah, because Child doesn't really care for the whole thing, and Arlecchino knows some of the evils that are being protected, essentially, through the Harbingers. So, for different reasons, neither of them respects the Harbingers that they work for. Child's already made it very clear that he kind of just does his own thing for the most part. And Arlecchino, it's been heavily implied for a while that maybe one day she'll turn against them.
So, dear guests of the House of the Hearth, to what do I owe the visit?
Well, we just,
Wanted to learn more about you.
Right! We're super close to Linny and the others, but we still don't know much about you!
Is that so? Introductions have already been made, have they not?
Oh, well, you see? There's only so much you can learn about someone from a short introduction. At least tell us something a little extra, like, why do you call yourself father?
Because she has mother issues. I mean, because she killed the previous knave who was called the Mother, and she refuses to be like them, so goes as father instead.
Good question. I'd also like to know.
The fact that you have to ask tells me our intelligence work has been quite successful. Telling you the answer to that question would only serve to undermine that success. And we can't have that, now can we?
Interesting way of dodging it.
Spoken like a true diplomat. That was some expert sidestepping right there.
Well, if there's nothing else, I think I'll take my leave. I still have a small matter to resolve at home.
Wait, don't go!
If Navy's right now, she'll sure to run into Linny and Clervy. Should I release the bird Linny gave us? No, should I talk to her about something else first? What does the organization mean to you?
I'd also like to hear the answer to this. I've met some of the members of your organization, and they all seemed like really good kids. They actually reminded me of Tonya and Tusser, which, by the way, if you ever betray them, I'm just letting you know, I won't let you off easy.
And why would I betray them?
Well, you've already betrayed the House of the Hearth once, haven't you? At least, that's what I heard. Okay, I admit. That's just what the old man told me. The rooster, I mean.
The knave betrayed the House of the Hearth? So does that mean what Clervy said was true? Does the knave really treat her children like test subjects?
Wait, did you really do something bad to those kids?
Never mind what I've done. I'm more curious as to what the mighty rooster had to say. Care to enlighten me?
Well, nothing much. Just some stuff about you taking out many other members of the House of the Hearth, and even going so far to attack your own family.
Yeah, he's talking about when she was a teenager, and she was forced to kill all of her relatives, and then eventually, in her revenge, killed the mother.
I see.
Oh, based on your reaction, I'm guessing it's all a bunch of lies.
Hardly. I don't appreciate his particular turns of phrase. But I suppose he didn't say anything untrue.
Hey, Fabled, hope you're doing well.
Although, it would be more accurate to say that there is a certain level of prejudice involved. But I don't intend to clear that up just yet. Prejudice has a funny way of concealing the real truth behind certain things. An attribute that I find to be quite advantageous.
I just started Trails of Cold Steel. Oh, I hope you enjoy it. I look forward to starting the Trails series soon enough myself. Properly.
Call yourself a Fontanian, for example.
I'll be starting with Zero, though, but I do look forward to eventually getting to the later ones.
When the real truth is that this is simply the land where I was raised.
Huh? You're not actually from Fontaine? But then, why did you try to help out with the prophecy and everything?
I was trying to protect the children born in Fontaine. Claiming that I myself was a Fontainian simply made it easier to operate. People would hardly suspect a fellow Fontainian of having any ulterior motives. Who wouldn't want to save their homeland after all? The primordial sea wouldn't have any effect on me, but it would have caused great harm to the House of the Hearth. Well, you wanted extra information, didn't you? There you go. I hope.
How are you finding it though, Fabled?
Curiosity.
I don't know, or have you really only just started it, sort of thing? So much for learning anything about her betrayal. She's probably only revealed that other secret in order to change the subject. Seems like she's trying to avoid talking about her past. Have you played the Jack and Daxter games? Yes, but a real long time ago. I've never played that racing spin-off that they did after Jack 3, but it was like a real long time ago. I like Jack 1. Jack 2 is alright with its darker tone, and Jack 3 is a little messy, but I still like it for what it is.
So, you stayed in Fontaine for the kids. I guess I was wrong to believe you'd betray them. Apologies. Looks like I was holding on to some prejudices myself.
Good. Like I said, I like it when others have misconceptions of me.
So many fond memories of Daxter on the PSP. That one I've never actually played.
Actually, while I was recuperating at the House of the Hearth, there was something else that really caught my attention. I heard that members always resolve disputes and arguments with a friendly spar, and the loser has to back down. Seems pretty cool if you ask me. Would also give them plenty of opportunities to hone their skills.
Well, that's only a recent development. In the past, such spars weren't nearly so friendly. The losing party would lose everything, including their life.
They were that high stakes? Whew, at least that's not a thing anymore.
Well, the current atmosphere's not half bad. I'm a bit jealous, actually. You've got so many family members around you, and you even get to live with them.
Having a lot of family around means dealing with a considerable amount of bickering and scheming. Once Tonya and Tusser enter their rebellious phase, I'm sure you'll understand. Just imagine. Tusser becomes obsessed with plucking out strands from the rooster's mustache, or Tonya decides to dye her hair 42 different colors.
Child's having like Nam flashbacks here. He's like, no, not my siblings. No, they can't.
Okay. I get the picture.
As the conversation shifts the topic of Tonya and Tusa, Child begins to share a story. It's a conversation you leave falling asleep, but you find yourself grateful for Child buying you more time.
Well, would you look at the time? I should probably get going.
It's one of the best. Jack gets arrested, of course he does, and Jack takes the story working as a bug exterminator, trying to find a way to bring Jack back. That tracks. Of course Jack gets arrested.
Traveler,
especially with Jack 2 onwards,
I'm not
Jack.
sure where our paths will cross next, but the next time we run into each other, we should definitely try and find some time to spar.
Again, maybe this is a conversation we can have when you look less like you're gonna keel over.
All right. Well, thanks for everything, Arlecchino.
No thanks necessary. You also played a part in obtaining the Gnosis. I would say we can call ourselves even.
I like the sound of that. Well, I'm off. See you all some other time.
We should probably get going too. Do you want to head back with us?
Oh? You want me to leave so soon?
Oh, well, you see,
I'm rather enjoying the evening breeze. If you don't mind, I think I'll stick around for a bit. I have some things to think about.
I think she's cottoned on what we're trying to do. Because she went from, well, I'm going to go now, and then when Child left, she's like, fucking fine, I'll just stay here for a bit.
Apologies for not attending to you like a proper host. Please forgive this slight. I do hope you'll have a pleasant stay.
We managed to keep her distracted until nightfall. Good thing Child was there to keep the conversation going. You don't think she suspected anything, do you?
Probably.
Oh, I wonder if Liddy ran into any issues. Let's hurry back and see how everything went.
I'll try Genshin and my Legion go at some point. I shouldn't have any problems, like, can't ban or anything right. I just got paranoid since Genshin isn't a lightweight thing to lose. I honestly don't know. Because I haven't looked into any of that. I don't have the answer. I'm sure nothing like a quick Google search would give you some kind of idea.
Oh? you decided to stay a little longer. Let's take in the ocean view together, then.
No, I'm trying to zoom in. It keeps on picking up the aim first. Did they change that? Did they make it so it goes... I don't know. It goes Windows. Yeah, so unfortunately, I just don't have an answer for you as whether it will be picked up, because I know Genshin... I mean, its cheat detection lets people do, like, a few mods here and there, like, cosmetic-wise, from what I've seen. But, no, it tends to be pretty quick on, like... like shutting you down. But I say that might also be incorrect in of itself. That might be like private servers that people have got set up. Yeah, I try and do research first. Like, does it? Because I don't even know if like you can play it on like Stream Deck or Steam Deck. Sorry.
Lenny, how did everything go?
Well, long story short, we ran into a small issue. Clairvy can't go into the sunlight.
What do you mean?
Everything was fine at first. She followed me up to the surface just like I told her. But as I led her out of the shadows and into the sunlight, she vanished. I turned around and there she was, standing at the edge of the shadows, silently watching me.
Huh. Maybe she's afraid of sunlight, or... No, it wouldn't be her wish if that were the case. Well, we could always try pushing her into it.
Not sure pushing works on non-corporeal beings.
Oh, true.
Try to get Genshin using third party rather than getting it from the official channels. It's what gets you banned. Oh, geez, yeah, okay.
I've pretty much tried.
Then yeah,
it all
I would, to be honest, I would assume similar for a lot of things like that, because a lot of them,
all I could do was bring her back.
like I know with Steam Deck, a lot of it's to do with the fact that the coding is deliberately not 100% secure to allow for emulation more. So I think that was what would end up flagging it by accident. You'd treat it as the third party.
Good. I've got the list. It's right here.
Really? Well, what are we waiting for? Let's take a look! Oh, that's a lot of pages. Oh, it's gonna take forever to get through it all.
We can each take a section. Here.
La Pouillade, Landois, Chambel, Horaire. Oh, yikes. That Horaire guy has a huge scar on his face. He's kinda giving Paimon the creeps.
Ah, I've met him before. The scar is from an injury he received during a mission. I still remember him joking with me about it. He said any future lover would take one look at him and then lose all interest.
Did he say anything else?
Well, I asked if there was someone he was interested in. He said no, and that's where our conversation ended. It was only later that I learned he really did have someone he liked. He risked everything to escape so he could be with her, but it didn't work. One day, Father asked to see him, and, well, I never saw him again after that.
Wait, so that means the knave, she...
It may seem cruel, but it's just one of the rules of the house. Betrayal is not to be taken lightly. We know too many secrets to come and go as we please. So, if you do try to leave, you pay with your life.
Solemn atmosphere descends over the group and you look through the list of
Her
names.
name's not
However,
here.
her name never shows up.
Well, that's not too surprising. It doesn't seem like this list is complete. It only contains records dating back around 5 years. Let's shift our attention then. Fremine, were you able to find anything out? Fremine.
Sorry. I was thinking about something. I managed to talk to quite a few people, but I couldn't help but notice that the atmosphere in the house was a little... strange.
Strange?
Yeah, I mean, I know there have been arguments in the past. Times when people haven't gotten along. Chaplot and Filiol are a good example of that.
Oh, those are two of the people that we met while delivering supplies. Paimon can see how they might not get along. They had very different vibes, and their, interests seem to be pretty different as well.
That's to be expected, actually. Father brought us all here, shared her knowledge with us, taught us how to fight. That's one thing we all share. But that's also where the similarities end. Not all of us feel the same desire to stay here. As members of the House of the Hearth, we're also considered part of the Fatui. And to a lot of people, that's an identity they never asked for. Certain members get older and realize they want something else for themselves. But considering the rules of the house, most people would never say that out loud. People like Chaplot and Foltz are loyal to Father and her vision. They're proud to be part of the Fatui. Filiol and Nantoy, on the other hand, well, they aren't quite as enthusiastic.
These kinds of conflicts have always been there. It's not like Father is in the dark about any of this.
Well, that's true. But it just feels like things have gotten worse lately. Filiol and the others, it seemed like they were meeting in secret to talk about something. I can't say for sure, but I think they've met Clairvy.
You think she's been inciting them to act out?
No, not exactly. But I wouldn't be surprised if she said something to them about the darkness in the house and how deep it runs. She's told me about it before. Experiments being run on children. People being used as pawns on the battlefield without so much as the strength to survive.
And they just believed all that? Without any evidence?
Clairvy's words probably gave them the excuse they were looking for. Whether they actually believe them to be true is secondary.
This is all because of Project Stuja, isn't it?
Whoa. Hold on a second. What's this Project Stuja all about, huh? This is the second time it's come up now.
Sorry, but I'm not sure of the details either. I only know what Father has told us, which is that it's something the Rooster and Regrader have been working on together. Apparently, it has to do with the Fatui's strategic plan for the future. Because the House of the Hearth was so successful in obtaining the Gnosis, we now have the honor of playing a key role in Project Stuja.
Wait, but isn't that a good thing?
Key role is just another way of saying dangerous role. To us, the whole thing is an inconvenience. Father thinks so too, but she's in no position to refuse. Their plan isn't exactly unreasonable, and they've been funneling the house a lot of funding. It's just that we'll lose a lot of members in the process. Participating in the plan, it's an honor in name only. What they're really trying to do is subdue us. The existence of an intelligence organization outside their control makes them feel uneasy.
Like the Fatui are plotting something big, but given how little Linny and the others seem to know about this, I probably won't be able to learn much. I should keep a sharp eye out during any future dealings with the Fatui and see what I can learn.
Okay, super complicated top secret Fatui business aside, what does all of this have to do with the conflicts you were talking about earlier? Paimon doesn't get the connection.
External pressure has a way of exacerbating internal strife. You can't overlook the power of fear either. People are afraid of dying. And that fear is often the impetus for a lot of stupid decisions. I thought resolving the Clairvy situation would make everything go back to normal, but it looks like things are more complicated than I thought. If we leave Filiol and the others to their own devices, sooner or later, Father will be forced to take action.
We can only focus on one situation at a time, brother.
You're right. Even if we confront Filiol and the others, it won't do any good. It might even make matters worse. We should focus on Clairvy for now. Well, it's getting late. We should head back and get some rest. We'll try again first thing tomorrow. Lynette, you stick with me this time. Fremine, keep a close eye on Filiol and the others. Make sure they don't do anything they'll regret. Good work today, everyone. Have a good night, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Was she watching? I need to look at the playback now. Was she watching when it panned down? Oh, I can't tell. She might have been watching. She might be aware of all of this, and it's just seeing how it pans out. There's all sorts of thoughts. You tried to rest, but you can't seem to fall asleep.
Oh, I'm always looking forward to an early night, but she can't sleep at all.
Oh, that's me every night, Paimon.
Hey, you don't think the knave will be too angry with Linny and everyone if she finds out about all this, do you? She's even scary when she smiles. If she were to actually get angry... Ooh, you have to protect Paimon if that happens, okay, Traveler?
You can just hide behind me.
Trust is ever, Traveler.
Oh, you can't be running around freely, Shirley. I saw that. Oh, Clairvy. What's she doing over there?
Let's catch up with her before anyone sees. Over there!
Hey! And warp away from me.
Oh, where is she going? Oh, if someone sees her, we're toast.
Yeah.
Oh, look! She stopped!
Shh. I opened the window while no one was looking. Look how pretty the outside is.
She's talking about... She's talking about when she was kids with Arlie, and she'd look out and look at the night sky. Window?
If only I could have more than this. You probably think I'm being silly, huh? All this hopeless resisting. It's better to dream of what I could have than try to make it a reality, right?
Please, help us get on the same page here, Clary. We need you to tell us what you know. Can you do that?
Sure. Although, after you hear all this, I think you might regret that decision. Everyone in this family is nothing more than a tool. Something to be used and exploited. We're all expendable. Including me. As long as you're useful, you get to stick around. Lose your value. You're handed over to the doctor, experimented on, and given a fate worse than death. I've seen it happen again and again, and I've had enough.
You're saying the knave did all that? It's just, that doesn't seem like something she would do. She's scary and all, but it seems like even she has lines she wouldn't cross.
I knew you wouldn't believe me. Everyone thinks she's a good person. They all think of her like a real mother.
Mother?
But she doesn't
Referring to a different
deserve that
person.
title. She's disgraced it and tarnished it. And if I had things my way, I'd never see her again. If only Perry were here, she'd understand.
Perry. There's that name again. Also, Paimon's getting a strange feeling. It almost feels like she's not really here with us. Paimon can't tell if she's actually talking to us or if she's mistaken us for someone else.
It could be anything.
Well, in any case, it seems like she really needs someone to talk to. We should keep her company for a little longer. She looks so young. But it seems like she's been through a lot.
It's getting windy. I should close the window. Ooh, look at the moon. Isn't it pretty?
Yeah, she's talking to us or she's talking to Prairie.
I heard that if you look up at the night sky in Snezhnaya, you can see the aurora. It's supposed to be super pretty. Even prettier than the moon tonight.
I'd love to see it.
Perry and I promised each other that once we're older, we're gonna go see it together. But I can't find her. I'm worried she's also been... No, that wouldn't happen to her. She's special. Mother likes her a lot. I should really go talk to Mother, but we just fought. She doesn't want to see me.
Yeah, because her mother was abusive. In the animated, the fight she's talking about, Chloe's covered in bandages that Pura put on her.
What should I do?
After some time, Clary seems to come back to herself. She gives a weak smile and leaves.
Everyone really doesn't understand what's going on with her. Well, let's head back. We've got an early morning tomorrow.
The night passes.
All right, looks like we're all here. Let's go ahead with the plan.
Before we do that, I have a question.
Oh? What is it?
Have the knave and the doctor ever worked together?
What makes you ask that?
Well, we kinda ran into Clairview last night, and that's what she told us. We met the doctor back in Sumeru. He's super dangerous, and he's done all sorts of bad things.
It's possible that Father and the Doctor have had certain dealings, but I don't think Father would work with him. We're not really on the same side, so there's not a lot of trust between them. That doesn't exactly set the stage for a successful partnership. I did hear, though, that when Father first became a Harbinger, the Doctor offered to work with the House of the Hearth.
Yeah, and I can almost envision the conversation from now. She probably went, I know exactly what went down between you and the previous knave. Try that again, I will kill you.
Father rejected most of his proposals, except for one. It had to do with some sort of secret experiment.
Secret experiment? Could that be what Clairview was talking about?
I don't think so.
I don't know any details about the experiment itself, but I do know it's an entirely independent operation. The Doctor only proposed a direction for the research. That was the extent of his involvement. I still don't think that counts as working together. The details of the experiment are confidential, but complete records are kept on all participants. That doesn't seem to be the case with the situation Clairview referred to. I know you don't agree with some of the Fatui's methods, and I'm not asking you to. But I am asking you to trust us on this. The House of the Hearth has its own principles. There are certain lines we're not willing to cross.
Alright, that's good to hear at least. Clairview seems to think the knave and the doctor worked together to do something horrible. If that turned out to be true, Paimon doesn't know how he would even face you guys. It's just that it doesn't seem like Clairview is lying either. The easiest thing to do would be just ask the knave directly, but Paimon doesn't think she'd tell us.
Let's focus on the plan for now.
Father didn't come back last night. She's probably still near
She
the
just
shore.
stood there all night.
Counting
She's
on
not
you to
hungry.
distract her. Lynette, you're with me. Fremine, you know what to do. Be on your guard, everyone. All right, let's get to it.
Continue executing the plan.
Take it easy.
Go talk to the knave. And she'll be like, you're here again? And just hope that she doesn't get suspicious. She's like, why are you so interested in me?
Take it easy.
She is just watching the ocean go by, huh?
Ah, it's you two again. I must say, you look a bit pale. Did you have trouble sleeping last night?
A little.
Perhaps if you had less on your mind, you'd be able to absolve yourself of such troubles.
She's like, speak up.
So what are you planning to do now? Catch up on some sleep? Or should I give you some time to rack your brain for a topic to discuss before I ask any questions? Although I must profess to being curious. Without Child here, how do you plan on distracting me?
Yeah, she knew all along.
Us? Distract you? A good one. But no, we were just here for a chat.
Looks like you could have used some extra time to think. No matter. If you don't have any other plans, why don't you accompany me somewhere?
She absolutely fucking knows. She's probably known all along. And she's just like, alright, if you don't want to confess right now, let's go for a walk together.
Don't worry. I'll be sure to steer clear of any scheming children.
Yeah, she fucking knows. She's not even...
The ocean breeze is sure nice today.
Paimon! Paimon! You know everything then.
Children always think they can hide things from the grown-ups. But nothing gets past me. Least of all a little scheming. I think I'll let them have at it for a little longer. I can be very patient. Well, I'll leave you to think things over. If you're so inclined, meet me outside the Palais Mermonia. Good things come to children who do as they're told. So I do hope you decide to tag along. If only for your friends' sakes.
Oh yeah, that's a thinly veiled threat. Fucking show up, or shit's gonna go down.
What should we do?
We don't have a choice.
She clearly knows about everything we've been doing, and Paimon doesn't think it'd be a stretch to say she was threatening us just now.
Play the parents, yeah. We should release the pigeon that Lenny gave us.
Oh, good idea. Hopefully he sees it in time. Well, we should probably head to the Palais Mermonia. Paimon doesn't want to find out what happens if we don't show up. Based on what the knave was saying just now, it sure didn't seem like it'd be anything good.
Guess all we can do is take it one step at a time.
Okay, then we probably shouldn't keep her waiting. It seems like Linny and the others are on thin ice, so let's do our best to not get them in any more trouble.
Yeah, I just want to... I think Arlie's aware that all the kids know about this ghost. And she's aware that they're hiding this ghost from her. I don't know if Arlie's aware it's Clairvy.
Seeing as we still have some time before my meeting, we might as well enjoy some pleasant conversation while we wait. I'm glad to see you get along with my children. Being surrounded by good companions is necessary for a child's development.
You're not planning on doing anything to them, are you?
I assume you're referring to Lenny, Lynette, and Fremine. Although, there's that situation with Filial and Nentoy as well. It appears quite a few people have been acting out lately. No matter. I'm not one to discriminate. All those who betray the house meet the same fate. There are no exceptions.
Does that mean you're going to kill them?
Oh, are you here to beg for their lives? I'm sorry to disappoint, but the rules of the house change for no one. In my organization, everyone is responsible for their own actions.
But don't you care about them at all? They really respect you. They even call you father. You must feel something for them.
Any organization in which feelings come before principles is one destined for ruin. The House of the Hearth is hardly an exception. You could say our principles are more stringent than most. Perhaps I can offer you this consolation at least. As our guests, you two will not be held accountable along with them.
There's really no other way to solve the issue?
I would imagine Linny, Lynette, and Fremine will be able to keep their lives. As for Filial, Nentoy, and the others, I'm afraid there's little I can do. They can try to escape, but once you know our secrets, there's no getting out alive.
But that's awful.
Ah, you seem concerned. Out of consideration for my guests, I suppose I could turn a blind eye for a little longer. If Linny and the others manage to dispose of Clairvy in the meantime...
Never mind, she's 100% aware of Clairvy.
Their wrongdoing will be lost. In that case, I could hardly punish them for something I couldn't prove.
She really just trying to bury a piece of her past? Because I would have thought she would have had a slightly bigger reaction to her childhood best friend and implied first love, the spirit of her being around again.
If their efforts are unsuccessful, on the other hand, all will be held accountable. And the punishment will be severe.
I'll hold you to it.
Of course. Oh, and here, I believe this belongs to you.
Wow! She fucking caught our bird too, so Linny's not even aware.
It takes a considerable amount of time to train a bird like this. It would be such a pity if you were to lose it. Permanently.
She's like, yeah, you try this trick again, I'm killing the bird.
Wait, where did you get that?
Well, I'm afraid that's all the time we have to chat.
Yeah, she knows
Now,
everything that goes on in the house at all times, huh? Jesus Christ.
I asked you to meet me here because I have business at the Palais Mermonia. It has nothing to do with you, but I think it would be prudent for you to stick by my side for the time being. There will always be time later to run off and tell Linny what you've learned. Well, time to go. Looks like we wrapped things up just in time.
Bruh. Like, I knew that she was going to know from the start, sort of thing, that like it was going to be best laid schemes, but I genuinely didn't think she was going to be aware that it was Claire V in particular. But the fact that she knows it's Claire V in particular and is still going through exactly as it is, that's what's surprising to me. Like, how much has the times changed her that she's that determined to just kind of hide the past like that? Without really thinking about it. Oh, hey, Neuvillette.
It's been a while, Monsieur Neuvillette. I must say, I wasn't expecting my meeting request to be approved quite so quickly. The Palais Mermonia operates with an efficiency worthy of admiration.
It is only right that an esteemed diplomat such as yourself should be afforded the proper level of respect. Although, if I may speak plainly, I must confess that I did not anticipate we would have the occasion to meet again after presenting you with the Gnosis. I see you've brought the Traveler and Paimon with you as well. If I may inquire as to the purpose of your visit.
I'll be departing Fontaine shortly. There is, however, an outstanding matter that I would like to see resolved before I go. It requires a rather lengthy explanation, I'm afraid. So I took the liberty of explaining everything in this proposal. Please review it at your leisure, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Tea Paimon? She's got herself prepared. Arnie knows what's up. She's immediately got herself a cup of tea.
I understand your request. However, at the risk of causing offense, I must admit that I fail to see why you would wish for such a thing.
I heard you have a certain fondness for water tasting, Monsieur Neuvillette. So allow me to use water as an analogy. A family is like a large body of water with countless rivers flowing in and out. As someone who watches over this system, I would hope that each river that flows from the source will eventually reach the ocean. Of course, objectively speaking, I know this is impossible. Most of the rivers will dry up along the way, disappearing into the ground and leaving nothing but a barren riverbed behind. Not all rivers are destined to reach the ocean, but I would not see their existence rendered meaningless. I believe the water that flows within them is simply meant for a different destination, like a field in need of irrigation. Or perhaps the glass of a certain water-tasting enthusiast.
Did you get any of that, Traveler?
Yeah, not everyone's going to make it to adulthood and reach the general parts of society, but it doesn't mean their life is worthless.
Your words paint an optimistic picture indeed. Allow me to remind you, however, few among us are willing to sip from a glass filled with tainted water.
Among us, sorry.
It may have been tainted at one point in time, but not to worry. I'll make sure it's strained of all impurities and returned to its cleanest form.
I seem to recall there being a transactional aspect to your proposal. Perhaps you could expound on that?
If you accept my proposal, Monsieur Neuvillette, I will gradually withdraw my forces from Fontaine. And, unless absolutely necessary, I will no longer carry out any special missions within Fontaine.
I presume I can take your words to mean that, in the future, cases similar to the Tartuffe assassination will cease to cross my desk?
Tartuffe? Ah, that thief who embezzled funds from all those charities, you mean? My deepest condolences to his family, but without any evidence, I cannot imagine how the House of the Hearth might have been involved in his passing.
She personally saw to his execution and stole all of his money and used it to fund the house. That's the story behind that, if you don't know. He was... Tartuffe was... Other than embezzling funds from charities, he was he was, I think, smuggling children and selling them to the highest bidder to make more of his wealth. And Arlecchino caught wind of it. Well, no, one of Arlecchino's children caught wind of it, tried to intervene, and got gravely injured, which is what resulted in Arlecchino then stepping in. and she killed him and took all his money. Did father come home? Yes, she did. We got her at the start of the stream. The only reason why I'm not using her is because all of her resources are tied to the new map. So I haven't grinded that out yet, because obviously I'm streaming.
Of course, if you accept my proposal, Monsieur Neuvillette, I'm sure.
But we managed to get her. We managed to get her to C1 and her weapon, but I lost every single fucking 50-50. I got Cushing twice, and I got a random spear that wasn't her weapon. Trying to get that far.
You choose your words carefully indeed. In that case, I'm inclined to accept your proposal.
My thanks for your generosity, Monsieur Neuvillette. Well, with that settled, we should be going now. I took the liberty of bringing along 2 bottles of spring water from Snezhnaya for you to enjoy. I do hope I get the chance to hear your impressions. Perhaps at our next meeting, yes?
Indeed. I trust you would not overlook your commitment in the meantime.
All right, Traveler Paimon. Time to go.
She brought us along to be witnesses to this meeting. That's what this was. Leave the Palais Memonia, sorry. But yeah, I have her. She is right there, but I need to... Because the boss that you need is new to this one. And the weapon we need is from tied to the new enemies that's in the area. And her artifact set is the new artifact set, so I haven't worked on that one yet. And we managed to go to C1, so she's got resistance. But I will work on her. Depending on how good she ends up being, which to be fair is pretty fucking good, there is a chance I will swap out Hu Tao for her. Like for my main squad, but there's no guarantee on that yet. My plan is to have her in the Spiral Abyss regardless, though. She's going to replace Ningguang in my Spiral Abyss team. Which will also mean for the first time ever, I have nothing but 5 stars doing Spiral Abyss. Because one team is Eula, Run Shogun, Shenhe, and Furina, and the other team will become Yelan, Hu Tao, Arlecchino, and Chi-Chi.
Paimon only heard you mention some rivers, a large body of water, and then some kind of irrigation scheme.
You really want to know? I would imagine there might be more pressing concerns at the moment.
Winnie, Paimon really hopes everything's going okay. Oh, Paimon recognizes that look. You've got your ticket cap on, don't you, Traveler?
The knave may seem relaxed, but she didn't seem to be joking either when she said those who betray the organization must pay with their lives. I think she's serious about punishing those kids. How should we stop her? No, there's something else we should figure out first. While we were talking in front of the Palais Memonia, she mentioned Clervy's name. Does she mean she knew who Clervy was this entire time? Maybe she even anticipated how Linny and the others were going to act.
Oh, shoot. Are you alright? Oh, jeez. I'm so
Oh,
sorry.
jeez.
I was so
Hey, you're the
focused
guy
on
with the scar
filling
on his face.
papers. I
That,
wasn't
like,
looking
went
where I was
missing and they
going.
think they might be dead. I wasn't paying attention either.
Well, let me make it up to you at least. Here, take this paper. On the house.
It's kind of familiar for some reason.
Oh, you don't have to give us anything.
Please, I want to. It's not like I'm short on supply. All the extras will be useless come tomorrow anyway.
The ones who want to genuinely leave don't get punished with their lives as well. The ones that get genuinely leave just get swept away into the background. Or Arlecchino personally ensures they can sneak away.
It's my fault, really. I was just trying to bring home some extra mora for the family.
But he managed to settle the
I
person he
bit
fell
off
in
more
love
than
with
I
then
could
by the
chew.
sounds of it.
I haven't had many takers today, so I'm still swimming in papers.
What's going on here?
Nothing much. I just ran into your friend here on accident. I should probably get going, actually, so...
Hold on.
Of course, I'm happy to compensate you with mora, it's just... I don't have any on me at the moment.
I'll take 3 papers. Here. Your payment.
She knows who he is. And she's like, look here, a bit of funds.
Oh! Thank you for your patronage.
May the Archons bless you with good fortune. If only I had the chance to run into such generous customers every day. I should probably just take on a smaller inventory though, right? I'm getting married soon, so sometimes it's hard to not get ahead of myself. Anyway, I should head out. Goodbye!
Well, now that my affairs are settled, we should take the boat back to Poisson. We've even acquired some light reading to enjoy along the way.
Actually, why don't we stick around for a little longer? Paimon just realized how hungry she is. She can't head back to Poisson on an empty stomach.
It's like Paimon's still trying to buy us more time. If we head back down, I doubt Lily and the others would have made any progress. What should we do?
It appears you two are under the impression that delaying our return will somehow alter the situation in your favor. I'm sorry to ruin your fantasy, but your efforts are meaningless. That being said, I could be persuaded to give Linny some extra time. I just have one condition. If you agree to my request, I'll even answer some of your questions. You're quite curious about Clairvy, are you not? And my relationship to her.
Wait, why are you being so generous all of a sudden? You're not gonna ask us to do something bad, are you?
You overestimate yourself. You don't have the talent for bad things.
She's like, you have no ability to be cunning.
Then what do you possibly...
The most important consideration in a negotiation is that both sides receive something they want. Demands and threats only get you so far.
Your condition, let's hear it.
Wonderful. Here it is. When the time comes, make the choice that you deem most appropriate in the situation, and lend your help to the House of the Hearth.
Okay, sounds normal enough. But what do you mean, when the time comes? When is that supposed to be?
That is for you to decide.
We accept.
Then we have a deal. Follow me.
Where the fuck are we going? Oh, we're going to where she killed her mother, huh? Oh, okay. We're going to where this stream started and I rolled for Ollie, huh? Okay. Alright, over there we head. Reminder, we will be streaming more of this tomorrow as well. Once Arlecchino's story quest is done, I'll probably wrap up. But we still have Sino's story quest, which I can only assume gets unlocked after you do this one, because it's not here. I mean, there's a chance we have to wait and 3 weeks for the next one, but Genshin hasn't done that in forever. Genshin haven't made it so that the quest is tied to when the character's playable in a very long time. They literally got rid of that in 2.0. Or stopped doing it, at least, in 2.0. Because both Ayaka and Yoimiya's quest was available at launch, even though Yoimiya wasn't playable for another 3 weeks after. So it's probably like we get Sino's next quest, which is, yeah, that's what it is. There's a quest with Sino and Sumeru after we've done this one. But if we can only do it after we've done this one, that tells me they're connected somewhat.
What is this place?
Somewhere long forgotten by everyone. It used to be a grand building. Now it's nothing more than a pile of rubble. No one comes here anymore, nor does anyone care about what once happened here. Although, this place does have something to do with the story I'm about to tell you. It was before I became a Harbinger, and before Linny and the others joined the House of the Hearth. Due to certain events, I first killed Clairvy and then her mother. And this is where it all happened.
You were the one that killed Clairvy?
Why?
Patience now. Allow me to explain Clairvy's side of the story first. I'll start from the beginning. Clairvy was 6 years old when she was brought by her mother, Kurumi, to live in the House of the Hearth. From the outside, it seemed like a fairy tale. A thriving family made up of kind adults and friendly children. Kurumi was the knave at that time, and the House of the Hearth was under her control. She was Clairvy's mother by blood, but she was also the mother to all the children in the house. Clairvy was happy here, for a time. But she quickly realized that being part of this family wasn't a fairy tale at all. It was a kind of purgatory.
Purgatory?
Exactly. The House of the Hearth takes in war orphans from all over Teyvat. But as for how to raise them, that depends entirely on the person in charge. Kurumi came up with a novel idea. She would teach the children to fight, force them to duel each other, and then crown as the king of the house the child who proved themselves most worthy of inheriting her title. It's difficult to estimate the number of children who died or were maimed in the process. There's little I can say about the ones who died. The ones that emerged with permanent injuries, on the other hand, well, they still served a purpose.
They went to Dottore, didn't they?
They would be handed over to the doctor to be experimented on, or sent away on dangerous missions. Nothing more than tools to be used and then discarded.
So those were the experiments Clairvy was talking about. But what actually happened to her? You said that Clairvy was Kurumini's daughter, so if Clairvy tried to convince her to stop what she was doing, Kurumi probably would have listened, right?
Despite being Clairvy's mother, Kurumi cared little for her daughter. She forced Clairvy to join the House of the Hearth only as a means to demonstrate her own impartiality as a mother, to prove that she treated all her children equally. Clairvy did try to convince her mother to change her ways, but it was to no avail. After her efforts failed, the only other option was to rise up and try to fight back. Unfortunately, the other children had already been thoroughly indoctrinated into the illusion of happiness Kurumi had created.
Oh, okay, the stream lagged a little on my end, and I was worried that it was going to get dropped. I was like, no, we've done so well. Please, we've been going for like nearly 5 hours. Don't lag out now, sorry.
Of course, there was one exception. Someone Clairvy's age, who knew the truth about the House of the Hearth. Her name was Peruware.
Peruware is Arlecchino's real name. Perry.
Wait, the friend that Clairvy mentioned?
Friend, huh? I suppose we can call her that for now. Clairvy was a cheerful and passionate person with a tenacious spirit. Peruware, on the other hand, was rather cold-blooded. Her cold-blooded nature allowed her to see through Kurumina's facade. Yet, it was also this cold-bloodedness that prevented her from acting against it. At least at first. While Clairvy longed for freedom, Peruware was convinced that, amid all the fighting and violence, she would make it until the end. Despite their differences, the two became fast friends, united by their knowledge of the truth. Clairvy told Peruware that she hoped to create a real family, where no one would be killed or sacrificed. There may have been a certain naivete to her ideas, but Clairvy proved her determination many times over. She tried countless times to run away, ask for help, or expose the truth. But her efforts only earned her beating after beating. The only thing that kept her going was her strength of will.
So every time she tried to run away, that was when her mother beat her, huh? Ugh.
Even with her body racked with pain, she would still stand on her tiptoes and open the window at night.
So mini Gino here.
She and Peruware would look out at the moon together, a fierce longing for freedom shining in her eyes. But one day that light simply vanished.
Oh no. What happened?
Her hopelessness resulted from a culmination of things.
Aww.
10 years had passed.
So they were 16, because she said she was 6.
After failure. She and Peruware weren't children anymore, but finding any chance to escape still seemed as hopeless as ever. It was during this time that Peruware suggested a new plan. If escaping was out of the question, why not take down the very person sitting on top of this throne of lies? Mother herself. Clairvy rejected that proposal. She claimed that, as a famous harbinger, Kurumi possessed an unimaginable amount of power. Trying to kill her would have an incredibly low chance of success. Clairvy never gave another reason, but Peruware could see it written all over her face. Clairvy still thought of Kurumi as her mother. Killing her own flesh and blood was a line she couldn't bring herself to cross. If she couldn't escape and fight back, then only one option remained.
Death.
Precisely. Death was the only way that she felt she could be free. It happened during a duel. When she arrived at the dueling ring that day, her partner turned out to be none other than Peruere. The very person that had stood by her side all those years. It was a fierce battle. But ultimately, Clairvy decided to let Peruere end her life.
If you look at the animation, the posture and position of Peruere during that moment, and how Clairvy is positioned over her, the positioning gives the impression that Peruere didn't exactly try to fight her. She raised her sword, and Clairvy deliberately kind of pushed herself into it. Hence decided to let her end her life.
From that moment on, Peruere's journey was one written in flames. When the rain
Thus
finally
ended the
came
life
and
of
washed it all away,
Arlecchino's
there she stood,
closest friend
the
and
sole
first
victor
love.
in Mother's endless game of slaughter.
Doomed Yuri in the house, yeah! Fucking Hoyoverse, they can never help themselves. Honkai Impact 3rd, fucking Star Rail, Genshin, they always have a doomed Yuri.
It was the very result she had predicted 10 years prior. Even then, she believed she would make it.
My deepest heart of hearts hopes that Clairvy would somehow be alive, but the fact that the spirit's going around, no, not.
Undisputed heir,
Just because I want
rather,
things
her
to be,
success left her with an inexplicable
I'd want
sense
things to be
of
better.
restlessness.
Oh no, that still frame. I'm talking about in the original animation where all this was shown. When I'm referring to the animation that it was shown, Arlecchino is standing dead straight up with her one hand like slightly behind her, and the sword that she's holding it low. She's not lifted it up like she's trying to stab. She's holding it low, but Clairvy is completely leaned over her, holding onto her with the blade going through her, and then leans up to Arlecchino's ear and whispers, "You will make a great king," before succumbing to her wounds and dying in Arlecchino's arms.
She was unsettled. And
It's a fantastic fucking animation. It genuinely is.
Perhaps you too
7 minutes of pure peak. It's really good.
To what it was.
And then afterwards, Arlecchino continued to push with all of her heartache and pain in her mind and heart. She pushed for the original knave and killed the very person at the top.
Who's Sabina, you mean? But...
Correct. This is the place where Peruere killed her best friend. A mere year later, this is also the place where she fought tooth and nail to kill the mother they shared.
Oh, I thought it was like immediately afterwards. I didn't realize like a year passed. In the animated, it goes from her death to the sword in the stone to represent the passing of all the other kids, to Arlecchino marching up the steps to the final confrontation. I didn't realize a year had passed, so she was 17 when she took down her mother. But she was still very, like, emotionally on edge and filled with rage. She bottled all of that emotional heartbreak for a year. All of those, everything that she felt, everything that she had in her, Jesus.
The moment she acted.
In the animation, she's, like, so fucking pissed off and driven by emotion. It's wild to see out of Arlecchino her be so emotional, but she is. She fucking hates Kukabina in that animation.
Peruere won the battle, and became a harbinger herself. After which Her Majesty, the Tsaritsa, bestowed upon her a new name. Arlecchino.
So the Perry Clairvy was talking about... It was you all along. You're Peruere. Arlecchino is just a name you got later.
This was your story just as much as Clairvy's.
I left that name behind long ago. I must say, hearing it now does bring back memories. After I defeated Crucibina, the moniker of Mother died with her. I chose to forego the title she called herself and even chose to give up my own name. I rebuilt the House of the Hearth under a new identity. Not only as Arlecchino, but as father.
Yeah, once again, she goes by father literally because she has mummy issues. Because she despised the person that was her mother figure. That she refuses to ever be anything like her, so instead became the opposite, became the father.
And that is where the story ends. Any more questions?
That was a deep breath you had to take there, Arlie. I feel like a lot of baggage finally came off your shoulders, because you've never told anyone that, have you? The Clervy we met, though, who's she?
Yeah. Based on what you just told us, Clervy wasn't a little kid when she was killed. So the Clervy we met... Was she really a spirit at all?
I suppose you could call her an illusion born of flame. Her existence is like ashes to a fire. Something left over in the wake of blaze and ruin. You see, a certain power runs through my veins. It's not unlike a curse. My flames leave behind shadows of anything they consume. Of course, the chances of those shadows morphing into a sentient entity are exceedingly slim. Clervy is a very special case. Clervy died when she was 16 years old, but what emerged from the flames was her 6-year-old self. Her appearance wasn't the only thing affected. Most of her memories were lost to the blaze as well.
Because one of your most I can only assume then from that like one of the most significant and important memories to Arlecchino, whether she admits it or not, is the friendship that she had with Clervy when they first met. Not all like the arguing and, you know, the maturity they went through when they were both 6 years old, that first real meeting that they had and getting to know each other and becoming friends. For the shadows of her curse to manifest that version of Clervy. And not the 16-year-old.
Memory is a mysterious thing indeed. Losing
My question is, though, how old is Arlecchino now? If she was 17 when she became the knave, but how long ago was that?
Like returning
when
to
did
a
she
version
adopt,
of
like,
herself
Fremine and the kids, you know, like... My impression was that she was always way older than she seemed, and maybe she still is, but now I'm kind of like, considering it wasn't that long after she became Arlecchino, she, like, adopted Fremine, and Fremine is like 15, 16 now, and I don't know how old Fremine was when he was first adopted, so he could be any range of age, to be honest. He could be like anywhere from like near newborn to like 10 years old at most, I think. I think it's been said, but I honestly can't remember it. I think it was like 6 or 7 he was adopted. She could still only be in her late 20s, early 30s at most.
No wonder
Like, she's
Paimon got
a
such
lot
weird
younger than
feeling
I
when we
thought
were
she
talking to
was.
her.
Perhaps I should put it this way. Clervy is someone trapped in time. It may seem like she exists with us in the present, but she truly lives in the confines of her own past.
So if all of that is true, then you must have known about Clervy for a long time.
Indeed. She's a rather volatile and unstable entity. Sometimes she would look after the children. She's even saved some of their lives. But other times, she would hide from me and become obsessed with revealing the truth about the house to anyone who will listen. Shadows don't have the capacity to learn or grow. Any new information they encounter is quickly forgotten over time. Your attempts to expose Clervy to sunlight. They failed, yes? The reason is actually quite simple. In Clervy's mind, the house is impossible to escape, and it is this very perception that traps her there. But no matter. All I have to do is kill her again, and all will be resolved. I don't anticipate so much as a single speck of ash will be left behind this time.
Also, for those who don't know, Arlecchino isn't wearing gloves. That's her natural hand. I mean, she's got rings on, but that's her natural hand. That's the curse she's talking about that has consumed some parts of her body. And those black marks, you know, like black diamond shape on the palm of her hand? Or, sorry, not the palm, the back of her hand, like the back of her knuckle. That might be a tattoo. I say might because those markings weren't there when she was a kid, but they appeared when she was a teenager, but the curse hadn't fully manifested yet. In fact, when you in the animation, when you see the curse start to take over her arm, it takes over on top of the black marks. So those black marks, that black diamond shape, might be a tattoo of some description. It might also be part of the curse, and it just manifested differently, but still.
Wait! Paimon can understand why you might want her gone, but isn't there another way? So what if she's trapped in her 6-year-old self? She's still your friend! At least talk to her first!
It's too late for that. She broke the rules, and now she must be punished. That goes for Filial and Nantoy as well. She's had quite the effect on them. I hope you understand. The difference between Crucibina and myself lies in our formulation of the rules, not our policy for enforcing them. Upholding the rules without question is a trait we both share, because that is how a household should be run.
Is this really what you want to do?
Oh shit, a rare traveler line? That's how important this is.
Whatever could you mean?
Don't you want to say a proper goodbye at least?
Ooh, Ollie turned her head away quick.
Whether as a killer or as a father, there are two things that must be avoided at all costs: anger and sorrow. Anger makes you impulsive. Sorrow causes you to waver. Well, it appears it's about time to proceed. Before we arrived, I told some of my well-behaved children to bring our troublemakers here by nightfall. I do believe I've kept my end of the deal. I gave your friends quite a bit more time. As for what happens now, we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think Chino's more telling herself that than not. She still has a...
Father.
Oh, Jesus.
You gonna execute him? Seeing something like that would actually...
Oh, Fultz, yeah, right. Fultz is that weird kid who was strangling dogs. Of course he wants to see this.
Lenny!
Clevy.
I'm sorry. I heard about how you helped buy us more time, but I still failed. I couldn't find a way to
And of course she's
fulfill
standing
her
in the
wish.
shadow because she can't come out into the light.
Huh? Are you... Perry?
Indeed. It's been a while, Clevy.
Perry!
Stay right there. I'm sorry to postpone our reunion, but first I believe certain scores need settling.
Uh-oh. Oh, I thought the cutscene was going to start then. Oh, I thought the fight was going to kick off.
Out of my way.
Father!
You chose to conceal a threat to the house. And for that, you must be punished. Overall, however, I suppose your wrongdoing is hardly the most egregious of the bunch, so I'll deal with your punishments later. As for right now, the more pressing concerns are the traitors among us.
Bum bum bum. Sorry. Among Us has turned into like such a plague of a word.
By traitors? Do you mean us?
Father, let me explain. We didn't mean to...
Fultz, why don't you share what you heard?
Yes, Father. Secret Midnight Meeting number 3. Participants: Filial, Nantoy, Sato, Toddy. Nantoy clearly said, "If only Father wasn't the one who took us in." Sato added, "I'm sick of this life. I
This
just wanna
little
live
grass.
as a normal person." Filial was the worst of them all. She called us crazies and said a bunch of mean things about Father.
I did not! You're lying! Fultz is trying to frame us!
It's not like I'm the only one who heard those things. After that, you and Toddy and a bunch of other people started talking about Clairvy. You were using all those things Clairvy brought up as an excuse to question Father. We're birds locked in a cage. The only way out is to destroy it. That's what you said, wasn't it?
You little... You just want me gone, don't you? What did I ever do to you, huh? And you, Sheplo, have you forgotten who stood by your sickbed, watched over you, and changed your dressings? Come on, let's hear it then. What's your reason for all this?
You're wrong, Filial. We don't want you to die. You're our family.
Liar. You wouldn't be doing this if that were the case. So why? Why have you backed us into a corner?
We all live in the House of the Hearth. You know the type of work we do, Filial. A single betrayal can cost dozens of us our lives. It's not like it's never happened before. That kind of thing is hard to forget. That's why the House of the Hearth cannot tolerate any form of betrayal. Ever since we came to Poisson, you've had 7 secret meetings. A lot of the things you talked about really crossed the line.
This fucking kid. That's so funny.
You've been spying on us for half a month? Wait a second. Now that I think about it, the move to Poisson was just a way to make it easier to spy on us, wasn't it? Because we were all in one place. You've had this planned all along.
Filial, Nantoy, I'm sorry. I owe you both my life. I owe Clairvy too. If it weren't for all your help after I got poisoned, I wouldn't be standing here today. If this were any other situation, I would do anything to repay that kindness, even if it cost me my life. But rules are rules. I'm sorry. My hands are tied.
Why? Why?
That's enough, Filial. We made a mistake, and we should own up to it. We broke the rules, plain and simple. And now we have to face the consequences. I'm sorry, Chapleau. Foltz. I'm sorry, Father. We accept our punishment.
Chapleau, according to the rules of the House of the Hearth, how should these traitors be punished?
All those who betray the house pay with their lives.
I think I hate Charles as much as I hate False. Yeah, that kid's weird. He's loyal, but Jesus Christ.
And so it shall be.
Father, please wait!
Something you want to say, Linny?
Please reconsider, Father. What Filial and the others did, does it really count as betrayal? We all come from broken families. From the very first day we joined the House of the Hearth, we wanted nothing more than to make it a real home. But the truth is, none of us know what a real home should look like. I'm not saying I have all the answers. All I know is this. Killing Filial and the others may uphold the rules, but doing so will only bring us further away from being a real family than we've ever been. So please, Father, please, reconsider.
I agree with Linny.
Father, please.
Linny, you... I also agree with Linny.
An order once given cannot be rescinded. However, given the extent of your determination, I suppose we shall have to go about this a different way. Draw your weapons. And
this is the moment she was talking about. She knew they would probably resist. When she said, there's going to be a point, like Arlecchino told us, there's going to be a point where she wants us to stand with the house. She wants us to stand with Linny against her.
Father, are you referring to a duel?
Precisely. The rules of the house will not be altered. Traitors must be punished. However, resolving disputes with a duel is also one of our rules, one that also applies to me. Demonstrate a sufficient showing of strength, and I shall offer a concession.
Wait. Bede. Father in a duel?
Hey, friendly reminder, Arlecchino is the third deadliest living being in the entirety of Tivat, I think. concern against Chino, sorry. Yeah, Lumine's on the side like, nah, bitch, I'm not involved in this. Good luck.
Father is way too strong, even for Lenny.
Because I think Arlecchino is the first one across the realm of the Immortals. Keyword I think. Dottore technically is because he has the clones of himself. Columbina naturally is, but that's because she's part angel. And we don't know what the deal with the Jester is, but he seems to be as well. They look like they're about to start a fight in a turn-based game, not like an action game. You know, they look like they've got the turn-based pose. Am I the only one?
Lenny and the others have to duel the knave. What should we do? Can they really win something like that? If they lose, those people from the house are really gonna be executed. Hey, are you listening?
Is executing them really what she wants?
Don't you want to say a proper goodbye at least?
Anger makes you impulsive.
She wants to lose.
Sorrow causes you to waver.
Back then, she never actually answered my question. But that makes the answer pretty obvious, doesn't it?
Oh. Looking at that expression on her face, she seems really serious about this.
She will fight to the death, but she wants someone to be stronger than her.
Purpose, huh?
There's no way the knave will lose on purpose, although...
When guests are around, families are often on their best behavior.
Oh, we're the guest here. Okay, that's a fair point.
Disputes are less likely to escalate.
When the time comes, make the choice that you deem most appropriate in the situation, and lend your help to the House of the Hearth.
What's wrong, Traveler? Hey, where are you going?
Traveler?
I'd like to see for myself what the fourth of the Fatui Harbingers can do.
You're asking to join the duel against the knave?
If that's okay.
I'll allow it. We do have a ready-made dueling ring at our disposal, after all.
Oh, fuck, here we go.
All I would advise is this. Keep a firm grasp on your weapon, and give it your all. Any less, and you may just lose your life.
Uh-oh. Is it time? Oh, fuck, we're just in this, huh? Uh-oh. The knave, fourth of the Fatui Harbingers. Ah! I want to see what she can do first before I start diving in.
Hesitation.
Oh, I don't do as much damage as I thought I would. Oh, they're gonna help. Okay, so they're in the background. Oh, I don't do anywhere near as much damage as I thought I would, huh? Okay.
Is it my turn now?
Wow, she is... This, keep in mind, this is my build. She's this fucking tanky? Okay.
With these rising flames.
Love this music.
That's more like it. Closer now.
What?
Spare your energy. Running is of little use.
Oh, she taunts you if you back the fuck up. I backed up and she told me to stop running.
Shudder.
Uh-oh.
Spare your energy. Running is of little use.
Yeah, oh yeah, she did it again because I backed up from her. She said spare your energy, running is of little use. She taunts you. Okay, Eula, both Eula and Yelan have a blood debt on them now. If she claims the debt, we're fucked. We also can't heal with these characters full stop the whole time the blood debt is active.
The countdown has begun. Like a fly tangled in a web.
Getting here.
Jesus!
Yes, I got my comeuppance.
Busted.
Shine down. Crush. Look, more speed. Trapped like a bunch of helpless animals. And voila! Have a taste of permanent. How amusing.
Things are about to get dicey.
Okay.
To oblivion. Not bad.
That does so little damage. She is so bulky.
Others even stronger
I hope this is just the story mode and not the normal one, because, oh shit. Oh, you know? Oh, is this phase 2? Virgil should have had Dante to hold her accountable. Yeah, true. Uh-oh. Phase 2. Oh, Jesus. Oh, boo window. Cinder of the Two Worlds Flames, Pierre. Oh, and there's the spider motif. Ow, what the fuck? She starts mid-attack? What bullshit is that? So you gotta be fucking moving.
Beg for mercy.
That's cool. She has 2 scythes. Clear the bond of life and use a charge attack to interrupt.
Let's see how.
Got it. Oh, if you get the stun off, you do. That's how you hurt her. You have to break the bond of life. Oh shit!
Watch out for Father's movements! Look out!
What the fuck?
The sun and moon have set. Only ruin remains.
What? Achievement completed after the feast. Oh, was that the attack from the challenge list where it said, like, survive her ult without getting hit? I just want to see what else she does. Also, this theme. Oh, we'll have to listen to it properly. We will rematch this boss after. Rematch this boss properly afterwards.
You should know better than to crowd in one place.
Oh, I know.
No! I'm sorry, Father!
Sorry for what? This pitiful excuse for an attack.
Father, no!
He's like standing up to the Grim Reaper.
You're stronger than I expected.
What the fuck?
Crimson Moon.
Is she one of the fucking Moon Sisters?
Move.
Still, not strong enough to beat me.
She's one of the fucking Moon Sisters. Jesus Christ. You theorized this before? Yeah. I had a theory for a long while that she was either a descendant or the reincarnation or just directly a Moon Sister. That's the fucking Crimson Moon. She's a fucking Moon Sister. She's older, Well, her ancestry. Like Arlecchino might be the inheritor of it, and I think that's more likely because we did see her as a kid. In that sense, she's the inheritor of the legacy. But essentially, the Moon Sisters are older than anything in Teyvat by millions of years. Like the Moon Sisters, and their legacy is older than Teyvat, it's older than Celestia, it's older than any of the Archons, it's older than Khaenri'ah, it's older than the Abyss. The Moon Sisters are some of the oldest beings in the entirety of the Hoyoverse, let alone Genshin. They are literally billions upon billions of years old. The three sisters each had a moon, and through that moon, they warred. Through those moons, they created. Through those moons, they perished. Or supposedly perished. For the Crimson Moon to be here, and for Arlecchino to be able to summon it, she is the inheritor of that power. She literally has a power. She is one of the immortals in that sense. One of the few immortal beings in this, because she is in league with... She's not in league with gods, because that would imply she's at their level. She is far beyond that. Sturk. Yeah. She is... Genuinely nothing would stop her. And that's probably why, at the mere age of 17, this complete masterclass hardened warrior that was the original Knave, Arlecchino won against. Because even as a teenager, she had such an ungodly amount of power at her disposal. It makes me wonder why Columbine... Well, I said, we know why Columbine is third. She's an angel. And I think the fact that she's an angel makes her more interesting to the Harbingers, which is probably why she's a higher rank. I wouldn't be surprised if the Harbingers don't know she's a Moon Sister, and just know that she's deadly powerful, and that's why she's fourth. Super Association working alongside Sturk. Maybe. It's hard to tell. Either way, yeah, that's a lot. But here's the crazy thing, though, that I have to now bring to the table. This crazy other theory I have to bring to the table now that this has happened. If one Moon Queen exists in Teyvat, despite the fact all three of them were supposed to have perished, does that mean the other two are out there somewhere? And if so, who are they? Whereas Cerisa is also Moon Sister? That's what I'm getting at. It could be. And it would also, to an extent, also explain why the Cerisa pardoned Arlecchino of the murder of her mother and made her one of the Harbingers to bring her closer. Do you know what this also means? Because I've had this theory for years. I've talked about it even when I first started streaming, like the first stream I did in 2.5, like when I live streamed 2.5 and talked about it at length. One of the things I talked about was how every time we hear anything about Arlecchino, everyone thinks that she's not loyal to the Harbingers and that eventually she will leave. I don't think that's a red herring. I think this whole Moon Queen version of Arlecchino, I think we're going to have that boss fight later on. Way later on, I'm talking though. We're talking potentially not the final boss, but very close to. I think she's going to go her own path. And at the end of the road, we'll have to face her again. I don't think she's the true ultimate villain of the story, but I think she's a much greater significance than the Harbingers in terms of the story and what they're going to do with her as a character. I genuinely think the reason why everything that's happened in this story with Arlecchino has been on good terms is because we aren't fucking ready for when we're on bad terms. And they're going to keep that until the very end. It's constantly talked about how she might be the traitor and how she's going to eventually leave the Harbingers. And it tracks because Arlecchino as a title in Dell'Art, Italian Dell'Art, Arlecchino betrays the king to run away with their love. To run away with the Columbina. And that might not directly mean she's in love with Columbina and they're lovers and they're going to run off together. However, I wouldn't be surprised if Columbina and Arlecchino are together in on an operation to overthrow the Harbingers that we just don't know about yet. And the Jester would be the replacement of that king, or the Cerisa, depending on how you want to look at it. Because every single Harbinger, their name is in reference to Comma Dell'Art. And all of them have served their purpose in terms of what their name represents, but not quite in the way you think they do. Like, the Fair Lady is the reason why the hero learns what is right. But in this instance, the Fair Lady died, and it was the final push to give Lumine or Aether to fight back against the Raiden Shogun. Just for an example, Fair Lady is less Senora, if you weren't aware. Senora being her name. Simple, the sun and moon and gone. Only ruin remains. Yeah.
Brother, are you alright?
Lenny.
Given that I am the victor of this duel, as agreed, the punishment stands.
The fact that she's gone back to her normal form, like, where'd the boob window go? Arlecchino.
No!
But that was really, all of that fight was just sport for her. And then at the end, when she was like, look, no, you've had enough, she, like, did the fucking domain expansion. It was just like, do you really think you can win this?
I never thought things would end like this.
However, everyone involved in the duel demonstrated a remarkable level of strength and determination. In light of
maybe.
this, I'm prepared to change the method of execution.
I genuinely think, and I felt this for a long while, and I genuinely believe this, that Arlecchino and Columbina will betray the Harbingers eventually. And go their own path. Whether it's go their own path for something that helps us, or something that makes it a hindrance, we don't know. But taking it away from Genshin, normal story mode writing, you present a villain that you can't hope to win against to the hero. Now you've just given the hero their final fucking boss. You know? Like, obviously, like, we don't know where it can go, and who knows what twists and turns it will take, but they just presented the truest form of Arlecchino's power and said, you don't stand a fucking chance, and then reeled it back. That was laying the bait. That was the, you're gonna have to fight that eventually one day. Obviously, we don't know what twists and turns will come. And I'm not saying she will be the final boss. I genuinely don't think she will be the final boss. I still think it will either be Paimon, Unknown God, Daneslith, or your sibling. It'll be one of them. Is penultimate Sturka's ultimate? Maybe. Or Sturka's final? Maybe. They're all valid theories.
Elwar, the bottled flames I gave you for safekeeping. Do you still have them?
Yes? I wasn't sure what they were for, but I've kept them super safe. I didn't lose a single one.
Wonderful. Then, in just a moment, I'll have you administer them.
Bottled flames?
Indeed. They're the product of a secret experiment. Under certain special circumstances, flames can be extracted from my person and preserved. Once ingested, searing pain will spread across every inch of your body. No harm will come to you physically, but your memories...
So just ingesting a small glimmer of your flame makes you feel pain across the entirety of your body? Arlecchino, you're nothing but that flame. Is this something you want to show off the class? Of how much pain you're in?
If you can
constantly
the pain, when you awake, you'll have forgotten everything you know about the
death
House
of memory.
the Hearth, and will be expelled from the organization.
And that's probably what happened to the guy with the scar across his nose. Which is why he kind of recognized Arlecchino, but couldn't place it.
In other words, administering this concoction will kill the version of you that grew up in the house, and give you a new identity.
So that means the young man I thought looked familiar, the one selling newspapers outside the Palais Memoria, he must have been the same horror that we saw on the list of executions. He wasn't killed at all.
Memory is a mysterious thing indeed. Losing a portion of your memories will alter.
But you know what that also means? I can't... if that's true, I can't wait to fight her in the Crimson Moon form. I mean, I can see how you're supposed to win that fight. We did figure it out near the end. If you... what you have to do is that you have to break the bond of life on yourself, and then you have to break the bond of life on her. Once you break it on yourself, a single charge attack breaks the bond of life on her. When the bond of life is broken, then you start doing real damage to her. Because you saw at the end there, once I broke it once, I hit her once and it took off like a decent chunk. So like when it comes to the weekly boss, I think that's what you're supposed to do. But how will that work when applied way later on? When it's like her in her ultimate form? No, if my understanding of the knave is right, she really thinks of that as killing him. The Ore that lived in the House of the Hearth is dead. The one that remains is simply a normal person living out his life with his beloved. Even so, it's much better than actually ending their lives.
So, you're just letting us go, Father?
You misunderstand. Memories are extremely important. Once consumed by flame, the version of you standing before me will die. And our secrets will die with you. So no, I don't intend to
yeah,
just
Arlecchino,
let
that
you
fight
go,
we just did, she's the
because
new
person
weekly
who
boss.
survives will be nothing but a stranger.
Which is why I'll be fighting her
Even
again once the
so-
story ends.
Even so, I won't have to live in fear anymore. I'm sorry, Father. I'm sorry I let you down.
Which is also why I want to fight her again afterwards, because I want to see what she's like when it's the version I'll be fighting every week to get all of the resources for Arlecchino. Because yes, just like Tartaglia Child, you have to beat yourself. You have to beat yourself in the fight to get the resources for yourself.
Don't cry, Filial. You haven't left the house yet, so there are still rules to be followed, yes? Remember what I taught you. Anger makes you impulsive, sorrow causes you to waver. Don't let yourself be controlled by your emotions.
Of course. I'll remember.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised if there's a point in time where it doesn't just say you have to, like to do the next story quest, you must do all the other story quests. They just squeeze in also you have to have done Arlecchino's story quest because it will become important. He came to get Tina's resources. It's the exact same thing with Tartaglia Child. You have to beat Child to get Child's resources.
Dry your tears, and go pursue the life you really want.
Yes, Father.
Chaplot, Foltz, Elwar. Take them back to Poisson. And bring Linny and the others as well. I prepared 3 extra vials of bottled flames. As for whether to take them, the choice is yours.
Ooh, she's giving all of them the ticket if they want to go.
Goodbye, children. The next time we meet, I will no longer be your father. Thank you for all you've done for the house. I hope you have bright futures ahead of you.
Father.
Let's go.
Here, grab my arm, Linny. I'll help you walk back.
What about Clairvy, though? Yeah, there she is. I'll say Clairvy and Arlecchino still need to have their final goodbye that they never got to have.
Can we talk now? I've been waiting for a super long time. You really are Perry, aren't you? I haven't seen you in so long. How come you're all grown up? Wait, did I somehow travel to the future on accident? Or am I dreaming? What a long dream.
Neither. You died, Clairvy. That's what happened.
You could have at least sugarcoated it a little. Look, she's that speechless.
It really is Clairvy's younger self. Then I would say she's probably had enough lies.
Oh. Okay then.
Huh? That's it? You accepted it just like that?
Yep. If that's what Perry says happened, then I believe her. Perry wouldn't lie to me.
Oh.
Plus, I don't really need to know why I'm like this. I'm more curious about what happens in the future. If you're a harbinger now, Perry, that means Mother is gone, isn't she? Can you tell me about it? I want to know what happened to her. And to me.
You never stopped trying to defy fate. At first, no one believed you. you could only vent your frustrations to the moon. In fact, you often sought comfort in the night sky. You wanted to see the aurora, so one night we promised each other we would go to Snezhnaya to see it together. Later on, you tried to run away, but you were brought back each time. Mother spared your life, but it wasn't out of kindness. Instead, she decided to make an example of you by slowly torturing you over time. That way, the other children would know what happens to traitors. Still, you never gave up. Mother hoped that through ruthless duel after ruthless duel, she would be able to crown an ultimate victor among the children she raised. But you called on everyone to unite, to fight to a draw in order to reduce casualties. Your efforts may have only delayed the inevitable, but still. You gave them hope. You tried everything you could think of, but every attempt ended in failure. Still, you never turned your sword on Krusabina, and you never turned it on me. On that gloomy day, you told me, for the last 16 years of my life, I've done everything I can to fight for freedom. But now, I realize that the only freedom I truly possess is the freedom to choose to die.
I never imagined I would say something like that. I must have been feeling really worn down, but somehow, I still think I understand. According to Mother's plan, only one of us was going to make it until the end. And I always hoped that person would be you. If I could do it all over again, I still don't think I would make a different choice. Even when I first met you, I knew you'd be able to do what I couldn't.
Is that so? Even now, I'm not sure I truly understand what kind of freedom you were trying to pursue. But as the head of the House of the Hearth, and as the children's father, I've tried to give them the most basic of freedoms. The freedom to choose their own fate. It's something I discussed with the Eudex of Fontaine. The children who want to leave the house will have their memories wiped clean of all secrets pertaining to the organization. In return, they will be allowed to live a normal life in Fontaine without being prosecuted.
Oh, I was wondering about that. About why she wanted to talk to Neuvillette.
Of course, I won't simply hand freedom to them on a silver platter. They have to fight for it and prove themselves worthy of it. Only freedom that is earned has true value.
That's more than enough. That's exactly the kind of life I was fighting for. You know, Perry, I think you're a pretty amazing king, and a really great father, too.
That's cute. It ties back to the last thing she said to Ollie before her death. You will make a great king.
I'm really happy that you're the one who took over the house. I guess I do have one regret, though. I still haven't seen the outside world.
Well, it just so happens that our dear guests over here have been to many nations and traveled to countless places. Perhaps they would be willing to tell you what the outside world is like.
Really? Of course! We've traveled all over the place. We've got so many stories, we could probably talk your ears off for 3 days straight!
Talk about Animo, the Nation of Freedom.
You know, I used to dream of being a bard, playing the lute while singing into the winds of freedom. Even if there was no one there to listen, I would have continued to sing no matter what.
The Land of Geo, Nation of Contracts.
Ah, that's where Mora comes from. I never knew that before. If I had some Mora, I would buy 3 new dresses. One for me, one for Perry, and one for Mother. It's just too bad Perry doesn't like wearing dresses. And Mother, well, she probably wouldn't accept something like that either. I guess I'd just have to keep them all for me then. I could wear a different one every day.
The Land of Electro, Nation of Eternity.
Those yokai you mentioned, what do they look like? I once saw a drawing of this one guy with horns on his head and a super scary face. Are there any yokai like that?
Oh, sounds like you're talking about an Oni. Yep, we've met one and...
Fucking Arataki Ito, that's our Oni boy.
Not nearly as scary.
Our favorite idiot. And the land of Dendro, nation of wisdom.
I was always too afraid to skip Mother's fighting lessons. But at the academia, I bet you could do all sorts of secret things in class. Things that have nothing to do with studying. I'm just kidding. Being able to study whatever you want without having to fear for your life actually sounds pretty great.
Clever, all the various nations you visited. Eventually, the conversation returns to Fontaine, the nation she once called home.
The situation was super dangerous. Lenny and Lynette were accused of committing a crime.
Oh, it was like, oh, and by the way, Furina's not the real Hydro Archon. And she's like, gets the popcorn out.
Oh no, that must have been hard for all of you. What happened next?
Don't worry, we were able to turn the situation around super quickly. All thanks to Detective Paimon, of course.
Fucking goals.
How'd you do that? Come on, tell me.
Okay, so it was like this. After the failed magic show, we rushed to the scene and...
Clever is listening really intently to Paimon's story about the time in Fontaine. She seems really happy, like all of her troubles have been forgotten. Maybe it's the first time she's ever been able to truly relax, but I'm not sure how long this moment can last.
Shadows don't have the capacity to learn or grow. Any new information they encounter is quickly forgotten over time.
As time passes, she'll probably forget everything we've told her and go back to being that scared little girl who could only hide in the shadows. I was too busy thinking, I almost didn't notice. The sun has risen. And she's not in the shadow anymore.
Clairvy, you've worked tirelessly from the shadows to overthrow the House of the Hearth. Now, by my authority as the Knave, I shall announce how this matter ends. You are hereby expelled from the House of the Hearth. You are no longer tied to this place, nor are you bound by its rules.
You're saying that I can finally leave? I get to experience the outside world as well? Oh, I almost forgot. There's no getting older for me. Still, seeing who you grew up to be makes me really happy, Herowear. Take care of yourself. Goodbye.
May we meet again someday.
Clairvy. She left so soon. Paimon didn't even get to finish her story.
I also have certain sentiments left unsaid.
Yeah, I could see at the end of the cutscene. You could see the pain on her face. For someone who is all against, not allowing the anger and the sorrow, she looked pretty damn sorrowful there.
I wanted to tell her that the aurora I saw in Snezhnaya was just as beautiful as the ones in the pictures. But a shadow's memories reset at dawn. Had we delayed any longer, we wouldn't have had the time to say goodbye. Whatever regrets may linger, let them be lost to the coming of a new day.
Father?
It's Linny! Hey, Linny!
And the others, Paimon. Why didn't you voice that one? Who's the others, by the way?
What is he doing back here? Let's go check it out.
Father, the bottled flames have been administered. Filio and the others have left the house.
And you? What have you decided?
Thank you for giving us that choice, Father. But we never wanted to leave the house. It's the only home we've ever known. Lynette and Fremine feel the same way. They're recuperating back at the Hotel Bouffe d'été. But I decided to come back and tell you where we stood.
I'm sure you're well aware of the expectations I have for you. I want you to follow in my footsteps and become the next king of the house. Yet you seem to have different ideas.
Oh, that's interesting. When Arlecchino eventually retires, she wants Linny to take her role.
I must admit, I'm rather surprised by your decision to stay. There's nothing wrong with choosing to live a quiet life. Leading this organization is a heavy responsibility. One not so easily carried by someone forced onto the throne.
I just never understood what you saw in me. What made you believe I was deserving of that throne?
You're brave, talented, and, most importantly, you cherish your family. You would do anything to protect them, even if it costs you your life.
Speaking up back there was so brave of you, Linny. It's all thanks to you that we were able to convince Father to back down.
You're a hero, Linny.
Faults, you're a little shit.
Hero. Father is the real hero. Had Father gone all out during the duel, there's no way I would have walked away with my life. She must have had it all planned from the beginning, from the very moment she suggested a duel. I'm not deserving of that title. I'm not strong enough or smart enough.
You're wrong. In my opinion, all you need to be deserving of the throne is conviction and the necessary strength to act on it. We may have different ideas of what it means to be a family, but you can hardly be said to lack conviction. What you truly lack is strength. For someone of your talent, though, that's something that will come with time. Even without that strength, you still chose to face me in a duel, even though the odds were stacked against you. That capacity to honor your convictions is what I truly see in you.
Father.
No one knows what the future holds, what tragedy or triumph may be in store. Being at the head of this organization requires the strength of will to face whatever comes. Caution will only hold you back. If reaching a certain standard were required to go after what you want, I would never have succeeded in killing my predecessor. Back then, there was still a considerable gap between our abilities. Strength may decide the ultimate victor, but those who let a lack of strength dictate their decisions or undermine their convictions will never be worthy of the throne.
I understand, Father. Thank you.
Children must grow up to surpass their parents. Only then can a family continue to flourish. The road ahead is not an easy one, so I'll ask you one last time. Are you certain you want to stay?
You've done so much for me, Father, and that kindness must be repaid. Plus, with Project Stuja at hand, there are many dangers ahead, and I, for one, don't intend to
Yeah, and the
back
whole
down.
thing with Project Stuza, with the Rooster and the Regrator, sounds an awful lot like those two are suspicious that the House... Well, we know they're doing it because they don't like the fact that the House of Hearth have their own information and aren't reliant on the Harbingers. But it probably, by extension, is a way of trying to keep Arlecchino in check, because they probably also suspect that she's up to something eventually.
Protecting my family at all costs. That's my conviction.
Then you're welcome to stay. As for Project Stuja, you need not be too concerned. If those
I think the real shame is that all of the other Harbingers, when you get their impression of her, they say she's insane, and she very fucking clearly isn't. So it's like, how little trust do they have in her, and how much do they expect her to, like, betray them if all of them are convinced she's this psycho mad chick, when she really isn't?
Having members who longed for the light was our organization's last weakness. With those members no longer among our ranks, the House of the Hearth is like a spider hiding in the shadows. We need only wait for our prey to come to us. At present, our imperative is to use their plan to our advantage. In doing
And that's
so,
what she's talking
the
about here.
crimson moon
She
shall
knows what they're up
rise
to,
amid
and she
the
knows what they're
frigid
trying to
blizzards
do.
of winter. No
And she's going to turn it on them.
demonstration of loyalty shall go unrewarded, and no sacrifice shall be in vain.
Even if it, by the sounds of it, could result in some kind of, like, civil war between the House of the Hearth and the other Harbingers later on.
As for the two of you, whether we meet again as friend or foe, I'll remember the camaraderie we shared in this moment. No matter how arduous the journey ahead, I hope we both reach our desired destination.
Is that the end of the story? Wait until 2 days later? Bruh. Whichever side of the blood-red banquet, with the baleful moon as your witness. In a single battle against a knave, avoid being hit by her, all while being affected by her bond of life. Also, don't break the bond, bruh. Oh, right, it needs to wait 2 days. Two days later. Oh god, we've been streaming for 6 hours. I told you, the Genshin ones get long sometimes. Sometimes the Genshin streams, they creep right the fuck in and they get really long. Well, long for me.
And Fremine were recovering at the Hotel Booth d'été?
Yeah, let's go. Check. And so I still want to try and do one more round against her before we go, but I imagine that fight will pop when the story quest is finished.
Lynette? Fremine? How are you feeling?
Much better.
Whew, what a relief!
What about you? Are you feeling alright?
There's no need to worry.
I knew you'd come out unscathed. Us, on the other hand, well, we've been bedridden for 2 days. I couldn't even turn over. Oh, and I wanted to ask, is Clairvy gone? Linny and the other members have left Poisson and returned to the House of the Hearth. According to him, there haven't been any more sightings of a spirit roaming the house.
We bid her farewell under a blanket of sunlight. Her wish has been
I
fulfilled.
see.
I'm glad. Father came to check up on us 2 days ago and told us about what happened with Crusabina and Clairvy. Actually, I've met Crusabina before.
That further leans into what I was saying before. If you were alive long enough to know Crusabina, that means by extension Arlecchino has to be at the latest early 30s in age. So she is significantly younger than I originally thought she was. In my mind, I was expecting her to be 40s.
Wait, what? You've met the former knave?
Crusabina died a year after Clairvy. It was during the year between their deaths that I joined the House of the Hearth. Crusabina had an extremely cruel and radical way of doing things. While she was alive...
That must have been interesting for Fremine. Like, when he was like 5 or 6 years old, and there's this teenager just filled with angst next to him, and that teenager then became his father.
When I joined, though, the experiment she valued so much had already come to an end, and all the people involved, dead and injured alike, were gone. Crusabina never talked about the past with us newcomers. A couple of months after I joined, Father killed Crusabina and burned all her files. With that, the names of all the people subjected to her experiments, Clairvy included, were lost to the flames.
And that makes sense why we could never find her.
The painful memories they represented.
Father took in Lenny and me a couple months after that, but
So she was still only 17 when she took you guys in. Bruh. She might even be even younger than that, because Lily and Lynette were brought in when they were like 8 or 9. So she might even be like late 20s. How young is this woman?
It really seems like something she was planning to keep to herself. The last time you talked to her, did she mention why she kept it a secret for so long?
She said she didn't want us to be affected by the darkness of the past. She was worried we'd develop a false sense of gratitude towards her if we knew about it. The foundation of a family should be free of any corrupting influence. Whatever happened in the past, it has nothing to do with who we are now.
Hey, good impression, Elenet.
And that's what Father told us in the end.
But I still thanked her for everything. It was only after hearing about what Crucibina did that I finally realized how insignificant our lives could have been. The members of the house meant nothing to her. To say that she valued them in any way, even just as a tool, would probably be giving her too much credit. If Father hadn't taken over the House of the Hearth, I probably would have already...
Don't think about that.
Father rarely brings up the fact that she saved us. She doesn't believe that being indebted to her should be what ties us together. But even if we didn't owe her anything, we would still choose to stay. Because this is our home. We may have arguments or times when we feel wronged. Some people may even choose to leave. But as long as Father is here, we will always have a home.
Whether the path before us is bathed in sunlight or shrouded in shadow, we'll follow Father wherever she chooses to go. So I wanted to say thank you for helping us make it through this crisis.
I do hope this story quest is literally wrapping up here, because I kind of need Lou, and I want to wrap up soon.
Oh, we didn't do anything, really.
Just invite us back as guests, and we'll call it even.
Of course. You're welcome anytime.
Are Filial and Nantoy okay?
I actually saw them at a cafe this morning. They didn't recognize me. From what I could tell, they were drinking coffee and talking about one of the operas that started running recently. They seemed happy. If I had to take a guess, I would say they finally found the kind of life they always wished for.
When the half flame goes out. Oh, a damn good quest. Oh, we get the throne. Bruh, you get... Oh, it's not the throne, that's the fireplace. Yeah. Wall half, the firewood that banishes the dark. Oh, and yeah, at the basin. Is this... Oh, this is Krukabena's grave. Interesting. You go here to do it. Alright, so let's find out what happens when you, like, fire at max level, and then I will wrap up. But that was... I really, really enjoyed that quest. That was phenomenal. What's with the free... Look at the free birdies dancing around Arlecchino. That's...
Afraid? Or do you not even have the courage to be afraid?
The fuck does that even mean?
Quietly.
Sorry, 1 second, guys. Alright, sorry, I'm back. I also want to hear the full version of that Phase 2 theme.
With these rising flames.
Eye for an eye.
Because, yeah, she's bulky as shit when you don't have the blood debt on.
Shudder.
With the fall of darkness, destruction shall rise. Have a taste of purgatory.
Where the fuck she go? Oh, you're there. Damn it.
Yeah. Freeze to the core. I condemn you.
How amusing.
More speed.
Ow. Ow. Yeah, a full nuke still isn't enough.
Is it my turn now?
Go.
There we go, we got the break. Oh, phase shift, because the health bar stopped moving. Yep.
Spare your energy. Running is of little.
We get to see this sick animation again. The fact that the fight starts with her immediately bolting at you is so mean. You have to, like, dodge it. Jesus.
Beg for mercy.
Take it easy.
It's gonna be interesting learning this fight for the weekly bosses. Still gonna have to fight this bitch a lot.
Your punishment made manifest.
Oh god, okay, she's dead.
The sun and moon have set. Only ruin remains. All hope has been extinguished. Busted. Shine down. Beg for mercy. More speed. Shudder.
The blood debt's not active, so I can't get the boost. Oh, Yelan can't be healed anymore, so I have to actually be careful now. They actually made a respectably hard boss.
Illusion shattered.
It's like the first boss since Raiden Shogun that's actually been kind of like, oh, you need to actually respect this or you're gonna get fucked, you know?
Beg for mercy.
Ooh.
Inazuma shines eternal. Sometimes only the beginning.
Jesus. And she just fucks off. We got destroyed. The fading candle. That was vicious. Alright, sick boss. Ow! But sick boss. But yeah, the ultimate thing of that is that you have to challenge the blood debt. If you don't challenge it, she eviscerates your party. You have to challenge that blood debt. But that was sick. I am noticing no Sino, though. So I'm guessing they really are going to make it so the Sino quest will be in 3 weeks' time when Sino's banner comes. Which is wild, because like, the last time they did that, like I said, was I want to say like 1.6. Kaidahara's quest didn't show up until his banner. Usually they just drop all the quests on it. Like we got... Actually, did Rivesley? I take that back. I don't think Rivesley got his quest until his banner, even though it was on that update. So they have done it a few times. But yeah, Sino later on. I don't know, I doubt I'll stream Sino's quest, but we will be back tomorrow to do the exploring. Because we still have... we're nearly done with that, but we still have the Sea of the Bygone Era to clear out, which what we'll be doing tomorrow. Which will probably be a shorter stream then, we haven't got a story beats. But all in all, I am very happy. That was phenomenal. I really enjoyed the quest. I've enjoyed doing things. Arlecchino is really cool to play as. Nope, that's not what I wanted. And I had a really fun stream. It's 6 hours long. Oh, I can't do these streams anymore. They get tiring. But I digress. I'm going to call it here. As always, thank you all so much for watching. Remember to like and subscribe if you haven't already. It genuinely helps this channel grow. Additionally, you can find my Twitter, Patreon, and PayPal in the description of every single video. We'll be back tomorrow with more of this, but until then, you guys take care now. Peace.